don't know."
"I don't believe you," Harvey calmly told him. "Michael, I don't believe a word either of you have said. I think you planned this together, that you took Abigail to that shelter with both the intention of raping her and killing her, and that you thought you were clever enough to get away with it. But you're not. You made mistake after mistake, and those mistakes are going to bury the both of you." "Then do it," Dolby told him, suddenly very calm, as if resigned to his seemingly hopeless position. "Do it. I want you to do it. My life is over anyway. I don't care. I don't care what you do to me." "Why?" Harvey asked, slightly caught off guard by Dolby's surrender. "Why don't you care?" Dolby took a few seconds to compose himself before answering. Because I should have stopped him," he told them. "But I didn't. I just stood and watched. I should have dragged him off her. I should have taken the knife off him, but I didn't, because I was afraid of him. And now she's dead, and I'm here." He took a deep breath. Paul should have killed me as well. My life's over anyway. I deserve whatever happens to me. Maybe I could have stopped him. Maybe I couldn't. But I should have tried. But I did nothing. Harvey gave it a few seconds before continuing. "But you knew he was going to do something to her when you were leading her towards the shelter. You knew he was going to do something to her." "No," he insisted, shaking his head. "No, I didn't." "Then what did you think he was going to do to her?" "Nothing," he tried to persuade them. He said he'd heard from some other boys on the estate that Abigail was... that she liked boys. That she'd let you kiss her and stuff." "Stuff?" Harvey asked. "Maybe other things, if she liked you." "Like what?" Harvey pressed. "I don't know," he replied, squirming in his chair. "Touch her, I suppose." "And did she give you or Paul permission to touch her at all?" Harvey checked. "No," he answered, sounding frustrated. "Like I said, it was only what Paul told me he'd heard." Harvey paused while he considered what direction to go in next. "You and Paul were seen pulling her, or at least encouraging her, to go to the shelter with you. You had hold of her, but I'll admit it doesn't appear as if you weren't exactly dragging her. She doesn't appear to have been struggling. So, how did you get her to go with you?" "She knew Paul a bit," he explained. "He told her he wanted to show her something. Something really cool." "And?" Harvey encouraged. "She wasn't that keen, so we pulled her along a bit," he admitted. "She wasn't fighting or anything." "And you're saying you went along with it in the hope of some sort of sexual encounter with Abigail?" Harvey asked. "I suppose so," he sighed. "And when that wasn't forthcoming, you and Paul raped her," Harvey accused him. "No," Dolby snapped back. "No, I never touched her." "Except when you were trying to save her." "Yes," he insisted, sounding shocked that Harvey didn't appear to believe him. "I didn't rape her. Paul did. Do your forensic tests. You'll see. You'll see." "I don't believe you," Harvey told him straight. "I don't believe either of you. The rucksack, the change of clothes, leading the victim together, your victim selection, you planned it. You planned it together, and you raped and killed her together. A 14-year-old girl who never hurt anyone, and now she's dead." "No," Dolby insisted, banging both fists on the table. "No. Do your tests, and you'll see. You'll see." "Yes, Michael. We will see," Harvey told him, before taking a long pause to let things settle. "This could be your last chance, Michael. Your last chance to tell me what really happened. The truth." "I am telling you the truth." He refused to waver. "I swear, I'm telling you the truth." "Then we're just going around in circles," he said. "I've got nothing more I want to ask." He stretched a hand to the tape recorder. "This interview is concluded." Chapter 25. Auckland, present time. Jameson entered the small police station in Pukekohe, flashed his badge to the constable on the front desk, and was allowed into the building, where he went looking for the man he'd come to see. He found the office he wanted and knocked on the frame of the open door, making the heavily built man in his 50s, with greying hair, wearing a sergeant's uniform, look up from the files spread across his desk. Jameson flashed his badge again. "I'm looking for Sergeant Hodges," he told the man. "Well then, I'd say you found him," Hodges cheerily announced, getting to his feet and offering his hand. He entered the office and accepted the outstretched hand. "Detective Sergeant Reuben Jameson, Serious Crimes Unit." "Serious crimes?" Hodges smiled. "Well, if you're looking for serious crime, you're in the wrong place. Plenty drunk and disorderly at weekends, a few assaults, that's about it." "I'm here to ask about Alexander Knight," he told him, straight. "I see," Hodges replied, suddenly looking very serious, as he walked to the door and closed it before returning to his desk and sitting. "And what do you want to know about Alexander Knight?" "I understand you know his true identity," he asked. "Michael Dolby." "Yes," Hodges confirmed. "I know who he really is, and what he is. The only other person who knows is the inspector here. We have a small group of officers here who, amongst their normal duties, help us keep an eye on Knight. But as far as they're concerned, he's an ex-informant for the police in London, now living here under protection. They don't know the truth. If there's any personal visits to be carried out, they're done by myself or the inspector. The routine patrols generally just drive by the farm or keep a watch from a distance. The fewer who know, the better. And now I'm told he may be in serious danger. Possibly even a contract on his head." "Possibly," he told him, quickly, eager to get back to questioning him about Dolby. "So, how'd you find him? How's his behaviour been? Any concerns?" "He's a model citizen," Hodges shrugged. "Keeps himself to himself. Christ, probably the best character in town." "As far as you know, has he ever had any visitors to his farm?" he asked. "Visitors?" Hodges repeated. "Specifically, women?" he elaborated. "Young women?" "I've never seen it myself," Hodges answered. "Never been mentioned in any of the visitation reports. It was my understanding that he's been strongly discouraged from forming any relationships." "He has?" Jameson checked. "Part of his deal," Hodges confirmed. "But why all the questions about Knight? I assumed you were part of his protection team." "I am," he quickly answered, before returning to the same line of questioning. "Have there been any missing persons reported in the last few years, since Dolby arrived?" "Of course," Hodges shrugged. "Where doesn't? Kids run away, wives run away, Probably happens a little more round here than most places, truth be told. Not many people dream of living a life in Pukekohe. I'm not interested in everyday rubbish, he told him. Hodges leaned back in his chair, looking serious. No, he said. Of course you're not. He took a couple of seconds before continuing. About 2 years ago, a young female backpacker apparently went missing on the outskirts of town. I remember she was from Lithuania or Latvia, someplace like that. She was last seen by a local resident trying to hitch a ride to Auckland. It's possible she made it to Auckland before disappearing. I don't know. Exactly where she went missing was never established. It was investigated, but nothing ever turned up, so it was assumed she deliberately dropped off the radar and became an illegal immigrant. It's not uncommon now with people from Eastern Europe. But you know Dolby's history, he argued. He must have feared the worst. Well, I'd already had several interactions with Dolby before then, Hodges explained. So, I can't say I was overly concerned. But, he pressed. But, I checked him out anyway, Hodges told him. You were concerned enough to check. Regardless of how normal he may appear, Hodges replied, I was aware of the nature of his conviction. Seemed sensible to look into it. So yes, I visited him. He was very accommodating and understanding. Even let us search the farm. No fuss, no problems. And, he encouraged him. And nothing, Hodges said, spreading his hands apart. We found nothing. Searched the place bloody hard, too. But nothing. You searched the whole farm? He asked impatiently. The fields? Of course, Hodges assured him. This may not be Auckland, but we know what we're doing. Sorry, I'm sure you do, he hastily apologised, eager to continue. What about any reports of hitchhikers, particularly young women, being harassed or followed at all? Anything like that? Sure, Hodges nodded. But it's always just young local men trying to get lucky. Nothing too sinister, and nothing to do with Dolby. Which is why I assume you're asking. The Eastern European girl who went missing. I need her missing persons report. If you insist, Hodges agreed with a sigh. Should be filed somewhere. And all other missing persons reports since Dolby moved here, he demanded. Just the ones involving young people, under 30 years old, to start. Yeah, all right, Sherlock. Under 30 years old to start. Both sexes. That'll be a fair few reports, Hodges warned him. I'm not asking you to read them, he told him. Just to get them for me. Very well, Hodges sighed loudly. I'll have someone from admin find them, but I'm telling you now, you're wasting your time. You won't find anything. The Eastern European girl is the only one that could be classed as even slightly suspicious. He took a breath before continuing. You know, I looked into the case against him. And not just the file they gave me, but on the internet. Some TV documentaries too. Seems some people think there could be some doubt about his conviction, that he was dragged down by Anderson, someone who'd already had his fair share of trouble. I wouldn't be listening to that shit, Jameson warned him. It's not a good idea to get confused about someone like Dolby. No harm in keeping an open mind, Hodges argued. All the same, Jameson told him, not wanting to discuss it further. Call me when you find the missing person reports. He pulled a business card from his wallet and dropped it on the table before turning and heading to the closed door. Opening it and leaving, watched all the way by Hodges, who shook his head slightly before picking up the business card, pulling open a drawer and tossing it in. Chapter 26. London, 2005. Harvey walked through the corridors of Colindale Police Station until he reached the open door of DCI Richards's office. She looked up while talking on the phone and beckoned him inside and to take a seat. He accepted the invitation and sat, waiting a few seconds while Richards quickly finished her call and hung up. "Well?" she asked. "What did they have to say for themselves?" He took a deep breath before answering. "Both blaming each other. Surprise, surprise." "At least they're talking," she said, trying to cheer him up. "The evidence we have against them, almost better if they weren't," he argued. "Do you think it's going to cause us a problem?" she checked. "No," he told her with a sigh. "They're fucked. There's enough there for joint enterprise to bury the pair of them. Anderson even admitted raping her, although he says he was forced to by Dolby. Dolby's defence is basically the same, although he swears he never raped her. Says the forensic evidence will prove he's telling the truth, although no doubt it'll prove the opposite. His lies are more elaborate and well-considered than Anderson's, but they're lies all the same. Isn't a jury in the country won't convict the pair of them." "But if they're both blaming each other," she argued, "then one of them could be telling the truth, right?" "No, they're both lying. I'm sure of it now. They planned it together and they carried it out together. Probably convinced each other they could get away with it too. Now they're resorting to plan B. Blame the other guy." "What now?" she asked after a short pause. "We're about out of holding time. I can't keep them in custody while we wait for the forensic results." "We have enough without it," he assured her. "Put it up to the CPS with a recommendation to charge them both with abduction, rape and murder. They'll be remanded in court in the morning. Then we wait for forensics to come back and put the final nails in their coffins. And may God help them once they're banged up in Feltham. There'll be prized scalps for every vicious little bastard with a homemade blade." "Fine," she agreed. "I'll speak with the CPS. Get them charged. They'll want to do a media release, as will the Assistant Commissioner. They like to get good news out there fast." "Good news?" he questioned. "This is good news?" "We caught them quickly and with enough evidence to charge them," Richards reminded him. "Most would consider that good news." Harvey nodded towards the TV, playing the news in the corner of the office. "Think they'll give a shit about our efficiency?" Richards just shrugged. "We'll barely be mentioned," he complained. "It'll be all about the suspects. Who they are, their backgrounds, families. Were there any early signs that they'd grow up to be monsters? Then there'll be the inevitable discussion about what should happen to them, how long they should serve. The public outrage when they find out they're unlikely to do much more than 10 years because of their age. Probably already assigning people to track them through to their release date so they can start the whole story again in a few years' time." "Christ!" Richards laughed slightly. "Since when did you get so cynical? It's a good result. Try and enjoy it for a while." "What about the family?" Harvey continued with his downcast outlook. "What about the victim? Not much for them to enjoy." "It'll be a lot better for them knowing the people responsible have been caught," she reminded him. "Maybe," he shrugged. "So long as they don't turn on a TV, radio, or open a newspaper for about the next year. Every half-baked journalist will be out there searching the internet and social media for photos of the victim they can splash over screens and papers. She was pretty, too. Beautiful." "Meaning?" Richards asked, sensing it meant something. Media like their victims to be beautiful, he explained. Keeps the public interested for longer. The loss of something beautiful hurts people more than losing something they see every day. Richards cleared her throat before replying, So long as we have the family tucked away somewhere, the media won't be able to get to them. We can buy them a few weeks, maybe, he told her. But eventually they're going to have to survive in the world on their own. They have a lifetime ahead of them trying to protect her reputation and the memory of her from exploitation. No one will ever let them move on. For the rest of their lives, there will always be some prick knocking on their door wanting to ask their questions about Abigail's murder. They get a life sentence, while Anderson and Dolby get a few years. Way of the world, Fraser. Fuck all we can do about it. Catching them is our business. After that... She gave a little shrug of her shoulders. I'll be sure to pass that on to the Rileys, he replied, showing his irritation. Jesus, Richard said. Don't take it out on me. I'm on your side. Remember? Sorry, he said with a sigh. It's been a long few days. Yes, it has, she agreed, leaning back into her chair. You've done all you can here, Fraser. You've done a bloody good job. Go home. Get some sleep. Come back tomorrow fresh and start getting this whole bloody thing court-worthy. Nothing more you can do tonight? I'm fine, he insisted. I'd rather stay here and keep on it. Wouldn't be able to sleep, anyway. He pushed himself up from his chair. Thought I'd check in with the door-to-door teams, see if they've managed to turn up any more witnesses. Richards gave another shrug of her shoulders. If that's what you want to do. I find anything, I'll let you know, he assured her, before heading wearily towards the door. Richards shook her head slightly as she watched Harvey leave, before looking towards the TV and turning the volume up. A pretty young female reporter was speaking live from the Falmouth estate. Richards listened to what she was saying. While the details of this tragic case remain unclear, the reporter explained, it is now believed that the victim is a 14-year-old local girl, Abigail Riley. The news of her murder has clearly shocked the local community in this usually... Richards immediately hit the mute switch, a look of disgust on her face. Shit, she said. Shit. After work, Jimmy Riley had gone straight home to have dinner with his mum before heading to his favourite pub in Kilburn. He had a couple of drinks and then headed to the underground station and disappeared into the system of tunnels, while all the time checking he wasn't being followed. He wandered around the West End for over an hour, still always making sure he wasn't being tailed, before, once more, diving into the underground and making the short trip to London St Pancras. Once there, he made his way to the left luggage area where he kept a small locker. Once he was satisfied that he couldn't possibly have been followed, he opened the locker and took the envelope he'd found in the cafe from inside. He removed the pay-as-you-go mobile phone from the package and slid it quickly into his jacket pocket before locking the envelope back inside and heading to the main concourse. After circling the station a couple of times to ensure he still wasn't being followed, he bought a coffee in an anonymous cafe and settled at a table as far back as he could find. He pulled the mobile from his pocket, looking more suspicious the harder he tried to appear casual, and called the only number in the phone's memory. A number he'd called before, but never got an answer. He listened to the dial tone for what seemed an age, and was about to swallow a mouthful of hot coffee when a man's voice suddenly answered. Yes? A thick Belfast accent. I need to speak to Graham, he explained, using the code name Rafferty had told him to use, knowing that he was probably speaking to one of his uncle's neighbours. Rafferty was too smart to speak about anything sensitive on his own phone, and had a long-established system of complicit sympathisers living within walking distance of his home. "What about?" the man asked, bluntly. Jimmy hesitated before answering. "About a plumbing job?" he replied, sticking to the codes he'd memorised. Whoever he was speaking to knew better than to ask any more questions. "Wait on the line," he instructed. "Don't hang up. I'll be a few minutes." "Okay," Jimmy said, sounding tentative before finding himself listening to nothing but silence. A few tense minutes later, the sound of his uncle's voice made him jump. "Hello, Frank?" Rafferty greeted him, using Jimmy's prearranged false name. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," he answered, unconvincingly. "I was just wondering if anything had happened," he explained. "I haven't seen anything on the news or anything." "You haven't been using the internet from a source anyone could connect to you to search, have you?" Rafferty asked, tentatively. "No," Jimmy assured him. "I know that could be checked." "Good," he told him. "Don't." "I won't," he promised. "But has anything happened?" There was a long pause before Rafferty answered. "Yes," he said. "Paul Anderson's gone." For a moment he couldn't breathe as the magnitude of what he was involved in swept over him. He swallowed the bile that had jumped into his mouth and waited a few seconds for the dizziness to pass. "Gone?" he asked, although he knew what it meant. "Yes," Rafferty answered calmly. "He's gone." Again, he was unable to speak for a few seconds, as body and mind recovered from the overwhelming emotions that swept through him. "But there was nothing on the news," he repeated. "There was hardly likely to be," Rafferty explained. "A nobody gets killed a long way from here. Hardly likely to make the news." "But he wasn't a nobody," Jimmy argued. "He murdered my sister." "As far as the rest of the world's concerned, he was a nobody," Rafferty reminded him. "Check the internet if you feel you need confirmation, but remember not to use your own devices or servers. Use an internet cafe or someplace." "Can I use this phone?" Jimmy asked. "Connect to the internet in a cafe or station, someplace like that?" "Is this a clean phone?" Rafferty checked. "Have you used the phone for anything other than calling me?" "No." Jimmy cringed as he lied, not wanting to explain who the only other person he ever called on the phone was. Sure, it didn't put his uncle at risk. "It's a pay-as-you-go." "Then yes," Rafferty agreed. "Search under his new name, Moorcroft, Canada. You'll find it." "Okay," he nodded, trying hard to remember what he was being told as his head continued to spin. "Listen," Rafferty suddenly said, sounding even more serious than he had before. "Are you sure you want to go ahead with this? To go after the other one? I need to know it's still what you want, now you know what's happened to Anderson." He took a deep breath, his heart racing and his head pounding, the taste of bile still in his mouth and the nauseous feeling still in his stomach. For a second, he almost said no, before the memory of Abigail and his father crushed his doubts. "Yes," he answered. "I still want it done." "Fine," Rafferty agreed. "I'll leave things to proceed as planned. There's no point in calling for a few days. Wait until Friday. Then Call me at 5 p.m. exactly. Understand? I understand, Jimmy answered. Be careful, Rafferty told him, before the line went dead. Jimmy kept the phone pressed to his ear for a long while as he considered everything he'd been told. He was now responsible, if not solely, for the taking of a man's life. The dizziness and sickness immediately returned as he tried to tell himself that Anderson had been, a monster, not a man. But still, his head spun and his stomach churned as the blood all but drained from his face. He waited a few minutes before he felt recovered enough and called the only other number in the phone's memory. After a few rings, the phone was answered. Yes? The man asked, in a voice that was very different from that of the man who'd called him in the cafe in Kilburn just a few short weeks ago and changed everything. It no longer sounded altered or mechanical. He thought he recognized something about it, but couldn't pin it down to anyone he knew. It's me, Jimmy whispered, before realizing it was more likely to attract unwanted attention than if he just spoke normally. I know, the voice told him. What do you want? I've called before, Jimmy said, ignoring the question. But no one ever answers. I don't have it with me much, he explained. You shouldn't have yours with you, either. I don't, Jimmy answered. I keep it. Don't tell me, the man urgently ordered. Never say where you keep it on the phone, even to me, and never tell anyone about it. I haven't, Jimmy nervously reassured him. I wouldn't. If I don't answer, leave a text message, he instructed. I'll get back to you. I understand, Jimmy agreed. Good, the voice told him, before coughing violently for several seconds. You all right? Jimmy asked. You don't sound too good. Just a cold, the man assured him. Flu, maybe. Now, why don't you tell me what you want? I have some news, he tentatively told him. Oh? The voice inquired. About one of our mutual friends? He cautiously began to explain before the man he'd called interrupted. Be careful about using names on a phone, he warned him. The phone's safe, Jimmy reassured him. Did you get a new pay-as-you-go like I told you to? The man asked. Yes, Jimmy answered. Used cash? He checked. Just like you told me to, he assured him. Have you used it to call anyone but me? No. He lied to him for the same reason he'd lied to his uncle when he'd asked the same question. Ever connected it to the internet through a server you can be connected to? No, Jimmy insisted. I only use places with free Wi-Fi. Cafes and stuff. Good, he said, before once more coughing violently. You sure you're all right? Jimmy asked, unconvinced it was just a cold. I'm fine, came the answer. And if you're about to tell me about our friend in Canada, I already know. How? Jimmy asked, a little suspicious. There's been nothing on the news. I wasn't checking the news, the man told him. I have my ways. Peter Delph was apparently gunned down for no reason. The local police have put it down to mistaken identity. I just thought it would be on the news, Jimmy explained. Thought, once he was dead, his real identity and what he did would be revealed. That'll never happen, the man insisted. His past will be buried with him. His mother will be informed what's happened and where he is, as will his lawyer, but no one else. I don't suppose either will be making a fuss. People have a right to know, he argued. No, they don't, the man told him. No good would come of bringing Paul Anderson back to life. It's better this way. The end of his sentence was punctuated by another coughing fit. It was several seconds before he'd recovered enough to speak. So, if you didn't find out from the news, how did you find out? He managed to stop himself from saying uncle. My contact told me. And did he tell you anything about our other person of interest? He looked around at the few other customers sitting some distance away, paying him no attention, but still making him wary. He's still... you know. And do you still want that to change? He asked. Again, he was flooded with doubt. I don't know, he admitted. He's dangerous, the man warned. Possibly even more dangerous than the other one. Jimmy closed his eyes as he remembered Abigail and the things he'd heard they'd done to her. He told himself it was as much about stopping it happening to anyone else as much as it was revenge for his sister and father. Things are still going ahead, he finally answered. I understand, the man replied. Remember to follow the rules I've given you, he reminded him. They'll keep you safe. Call me if you hear anything. Leave a text message if I don't answer. Be careful. The line went dead before he could reply. Jimmy stared at the phone in his hand for a while, unsure of what to do next, as he tried to come to terms with the fact he was now guilty of murder on the grounds of joint enterprise, just like Anderson and Dolby had been. He took a sip of coffee to steady himself before lowering the phone, connecting it to the cafe's internet and entering Moorcroft, Canada, into the search bar and pressing go. Chapter 27. Auckland, present time. Jameson arrived at Dolby's farm and entered the kitchen, where he found Mills sipping a coffee while looking out the window. As soon as she saw him, she turned and snapped at him. Where the hell have you been? She demanded. We're supposed to be doing this together. Sorry, he said. I needed to call by the local station. What the hell for? She asked, incredulous. Just some information I needed, he told her, casually. Nothing important. Well, if it wasn't important, why were you there instead of here? She argued. Where's our man? He asked, looking around the room, ignoring her question. Outside, she replied, looking back through the window. Fixing stuff. He stood next to her and peered outside, where he could see Dolby mending a fence as if he didn't have a care in the world. Look at him. Jameson spat the words out. Playing at being a farmer. A murderer and rapist. This posting sucks. I can barely stand to be in the same room as him. Makes my skin crawl. Get over it, Reuben, she told him. Our job's to keep him alive. You really think he's kept clean? He asked after a few seconds. All these years? What? She snapped at him again. Dolby, he explained. A sexually motivated killer is a sexually motivated killer. You really think he could just stop? I don't know, she answered, a little frustrated. Maybe. I know that everything he does is watched. Even if he had motive, he has no opportunity. Sort of predator you're talking about needs motive and opportunity. Maybe, he partially agreed, before pausing for thought. His original crime was committed underground, in an old bomb shelter or something. So? She asked, not following him. So, offenders like Dolby like to find a method and stick to it, he reminded her. Makes them comfortable. What the fuck are you talking about, Reuben? She laughed. The farm been checked for any underground shelters? He asked. Underground storage rooms? As far as I know, she shrugged. And? He hurried her. Clean, she told him. Satisfied? All the same, he continued after a few seconds. Think I'll take a look for myself. He started to walk away before she stopped him. Where are you going? She asked. He nodded towards the kitchen window. Think it's time I had a little chat with our friend Dolby. Be careful, Reuben, she warned him, sounding concerned. Don't do anything stupid. Just going to talk, he assured her, unconvincingly. That's all. He left Mills, shaking her head as he headed outside and walked towards Dolby, who was still working away on the wire fence, before he suddenly stopped and looked over his shoulder as Jameson approached. He watched him all the way until Jameson was standing right in front of him. Can you fix it? Jameson asked, pointing his chin at the broken fence. Dolby straightened, looking from Jameson to the fence and back again. Shouldn't be too difficult. Jameson took his time, looking all around the surrounding farm. Pretty big place for one man to take care of, he told him. Anyone ever come over to give you a hand? Dolby looked him up and down suspiciously. Such as? I don't know, he shrugged. A farmhand? A friend? Dolby turned his back on him as he answered, I don't have any friends, Detective. Really? Jameson said, in a doubtful, unsympathetic tone. Must get very lonely, stuck out here on your own. Dolby returned to fixing the fence. Relationships, even friendships, aren't encouraged, he replied. Although you probably already know all this. All the same, he continued, living in isolation can't be easy. I see people, Dolby told him, when I go into town. Everybody's always very friendly. Pukekohe? He smiled condescendingly. Not exactly London, is it? Dolby turned to face him. It's been a very long time since London was a part of my life, he reminded him. I have no more desire to be back there than I do to be back in prison. Being here suits me fine. So, you've never had a visitor? He asked. Never had a visitor to this farm? Of course, Dolby replied, sounding somewhat irritated. People I've met in town, other farmers, suppliers. Always during the day, never at night, and I've always reported the visits to Sergeant Hodges. You can check if you want. Any women? Jameson provoked him. Look, Dolby bit, why don't you just say what you're thinking? And what am I thinking? He asked. That I'm a murderer and a rapist, Dolby said, his anger seeping to the surface. That I won't be able to stop myself from murdering and raping again. Can you? Jameson kept it up. Can you stop yourself? Dolby sighed as he composed himself. I'm aware of the psychological profile of someone convicted of the types of crimes I was convicted of, he answered. But I can assure you, they don't apply to me. But you were, weren't you? He used Dolby's words against him. Convicted. Dolby went back to fixing the broken fence. The public wanted their pound of flesh. Christ, Jameson said. You see yourself as the victim here. Dolby spun around to face him, his lips thin with anger. You think you know everything about me, he said, through gritted teeth. Truth is, you know nothing. I know you raped and murdered a 14-year-old girl, Jameson told him, ready to defend himself should Dolby snap and launch at him. Then do it. Do what you really want to do, Detective. Dolby surprised him. If we're being truthful, then why don't you at least be truthful to yourself and march me into the bush and use that gun of yours to put a bullet through my head? No one will blame you. Probably be lining up to shake your hand. There was a long silence as both men stared at each other, sizing each other up, before Jameson broke the tension. But then, I'd be as bad as you, wouldn't I? There was another long moment of silence as they eyed each other before Jameson turned his back on Dolby and walked back to the farmhouse as Dolby stood motionless. A minute or so later, he entered the kitchen and found Mills was still keeping watch over Dolby from the window. I hate the fucking countryside, he complained. We should drag his ass back to Auckland and lock him in a safe house. Think we should stop him walking around outside? She asked, ignoring his grumbling. Country like this, it wouldn't be too hard for a sniper to get close enough to take a shot. Snipers are for the films, he told her. Real professional killers like to get close. A handgun, a knife, if they can get up close and personal enough. Back in London, the most common weapon used was a car. You get a lot less jail time for a hit and run than you do for murder. Why would they get so close? She wondered. Why take the risk? So they can confirm their kills, he explained matter-of-factly. The sort of people who use a contract killer don't pay until they have evidence the job's been done. I never knew that, she admitted. He walked back to the window and looked out with Mills at Dolby, who'd resumed working on the fence. I take it you read the background file on him? He asked. Of course, she told him, never taking her eyes away from the window. These sorts of crimes are rarely one-offs, he said, repeating his thought from earlier. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't, she argued. Not with so many people watching him. This isn't London, Reuben. It's a small community. People go missing. People notice. Maybe he found a way, he said, as he looked out at the man he was supposed to be protecting. Jesus, Reuben, she told him, finally turning away from the window. Just let it go. We're here to protect him, not investigate him. Besides, I've talked to him a couple of times, just about his life, since he was convicted. Doesn't seem the type to do something like that. The file said he's always maintained his innocence. Maybe he was. The other guy, Anderson, sounded like bad seed from birth. They were both tried and convicted by a jury, he reminded her. There are no doubts. Like a jury's never been wrong before, she said quietly. He turned to look directly at her. I don't know what he's been saying to you, Millsy, he warned her, but trust me, you don't want someone like Dolby playing with your head. Remember what he is, and don't let your guard down. I don't like him, and I don't trust him. And neither should you. He returned his gaze to Dolby, his contempt for him leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Don't worry about me, she assured him. I know what I'm doing. No one's playing with my head. I'm a cop, remember? Killers like Dolby are experts at manipulating people, he warned her, especially women. It's part of their twisted psychology. You've got self-confessed murderers locked up for life or sitting on death row, all getting piles of fan mail from women wanting to marry them because they believe in them or think they can change them. Truth is, if they were ever alone with them, these madmen would rape and kill them in the blink of the eye. They wouldn't be able to stop themselves. You do well to remember that, Millsy. I'll remember it, she told him, sounding annoyed. And you need to remember why we're here. If it comes to it, he assured her, if I have to take someone down to keep him alive, I'll do it. I won't like it, but I'll do it. Who knows? With a bit of luck, we might get to take down 2 killers for the price of 1. Chapter 28. London, 2005. Harvey arrived home at his flat in Crouch End, North London, even later than Matthews had. He and his wife had never been able to have children, as a consequence of which they had chosen to live in an enviable area for a cop, the reasonably spacious flat being enough for their needs. He'd left the disappointment of not being able to have children behind many years ago, but he could see the sadness in his wife's eyes whenever she saw couples with children, although she always denied it. The investigation into Abigail's death left him almost relieved he didn't have children to worry about, although he'd never tell his wife such a thing. He unlocked the door to his flat and stepped into the small hallway. As he was hanging up his coat, he heard his wife, Gemma, calling to him from the sitting room. "Is that you, Fraser?" she asked, despite the fact only he and she had keys to the flat. "Just me," he called back, dumping his warrant card and other detritus from his pockets on the small table so he wouldn't forget it in the morning, before taking the few steps into the sitting room where Gemma, a pretty, petite woman in her early 40s, sat watching the news on the television. "You all right?" she asked, sounding concerned. "You're back very late again. It's usually something bad when you're late, isn't it?" "You shouldn't have waited up," he told her, secretly wishing she hadn't. "You've got work in the morning." "It's fine," she disappointed him. "I can go in a bit later. It's only a part-time job at the end of the day. Can I get you anything to eat or drink?" "No," he answered, slumping on the sofa next to her. "I'm fine." "I was thinking," he said, changing the subject, "maybe you should get a full-time job. Get back into recruitment or something." "Why?" she asked suspiciously. "Do we need the money?" "No," he reassured her. "Just don't want you getting bored." "I don't sit around here all day, you know," she explained. "When I'm not at work, I still have plenty to do. You shouldn't be at work worrying about me. Your job's difficult enough." "I don't." He struggled to know what to say. "I just... You don't think I sit here feeling sorry for myself because we can't have children, do you?" she asked the very question he was hoping to avoid. His head was too crammed with ugly thoughts of Abigail and her killers. "No," he tried to shrug it away. "Because I came to terms with that years ago," she said, sounding forced and unconvincing. "I have a good life. You don't need to have kids to have a good life." "No," he agreed, wondering how he'd got trapped in another conversation about children. "Even from the few things you've told me, I'm not sure I'd have even wanted kids," she added. "I guess," he said, hoping the subject would burn itself out. "Speaking of which," she said, fortuitously changing the subject, "this new one sounds bad. Want to talk about it?" "Not really," he told her. "You know I don't like bringing my work home. Won't do you any good having that stuff in your head. How do you know anything about it, anyway?" "It was on the news," she answered. "Last night you mentioned something about a teenage girl. Now they're talking about a teenage girl being murdered. I guessed it was probably the same girl." "You shouldn't upset yourself watching that stuff," he said, unwittingly patronizing her. "It's not good for you. It's not good for anyone." But it's all right for you? She asked, sounding fed up. That's different, he insisted. It's my job. Stop trying to protect me from the big bad world, Fraser, she told him. I'm not a child. I can handle it. But it's my job to protect you, he argued, losing patience. You and everybody else, so you can live in your safe little worlds and never have to deal with or even know about the shit people I have to deal with. Thank God the media doesn't know all the details. They said she was repeatedly stabbed, she said, ignoring his short speech she'd heard many times before. That she was probably raped. They're guessing, he said, trying to convince her. They only know what we've told them, and we've told them very little. All the same, she added sadly, it sounds like a terrible thing to have happened to a young girl. And they said she was killed by 2 teenage boys. How could boys that age do such a terrible thing? Boys younger than them have done things just as bad, he told her. Worse, even. But why? She asked, shaking her head. No right-minded person would do such a thing. They're not right-minded people, he wearily explained. It's believed that men, or boys, who commit this sort of crime often have a double Y chromosome. It can make them awkward kids. Loners. Combine that with a troubled family background, bullying, or, God forbid, abuse, and you've got the perfect storm. Then, at some point, owing to the increased aggressiveness of the person due to the double Y chromosome, the worm turns and the bullied becomes the bully. The abused, the abuser. It can make for a very dangerous individual. You've never told me this before, she complained. Because I've never come across one this bad before, he explained. This is an exceptional crime, which makes me think I'm dealing with an exceptional killer. Or worse, killers. But you don't need to know any of this. I want to know, she insisted. It's better to know there's a reason behind it, rather than just assuming they must be evil. Well, it's not always a double Y chromosome issue, he continued, finding talking to her was somehow helping him deal with the last few days. Mental illness is often to blame. If it's a really bad one, the more often than not, we know we could be looking for a paranoid schizophrenic off their meds, if they were ever on them. I'm pretty sure Jack the Ripper was one. The amount of damage he caused to his victims' bodies, he has to have been. Although double Y chromosomes have been known to mutilate too. Why mutilate their victims? Gemma asked, pulling a face of disgust at the thought. Different reasons, he shrugged. Schizophrenics are seriously ill people. Sometimes they hear voices in their head telling them to do things, that they're attacking demons or monsters. You have to feel sorry for the poor bastards. They neither know what they're doing, nor can they stop themselves. With the right drugs, they can go from a rampaging killer to being as sane as you or me. And the other ones? She persisted. These men with the double Y chromosomes? Ah, he nodded knowingly. That's a very different animal altogether, he explained. Technically, they're not mentally ill, but they are generally highly aggressive, disruptive, and often sexually pumped up 100% of the time. I don't think there's been any proper research into it, but I know many scientists believe our prisons are full of double Y inmates, although only a tiny amount will graduate into becoming serial rapists or killers. You would not want to meet one. Remember the killer I put away a couple of years ago? John Perry? I'm not likely to forget about him, she answered. I'll always remember what he said to me, that once he'd selected someone to be a victim, There wasn't a thing in the world that could have saved them. They were, already, as good as dead. But why do they mutilate the bodies of their victims? She asked again, her eyes wide with fascination. Sexual gratification, he answered bluntly. It's not uncommon for them to return to the bodies multiple times to cause further mutilation while they masturbate over or next to the corpse, which is something a paranoid schizophrenic would not be expected to do. My God. She pulled another face to show her repulsion. And you have to deal with these people. It's my job, he reminded her. At least it's not boring. I'll stick with boring, she joked. You wanted to know about them, he said. Now you do. And these boys, she asked, what are they? Well, he began, suddenly looking anxious. They're not paranoid schizophrenics, that's for sure. I've interviewed them both, and they're as sane as you or I. Neither will be able to go with an insanity defence. They may both be sociopaths, but that doesn't make them insane, despite what they did to the victim. That bad? She winced. You don't want to know, he assured her, before adding his observation. It looks like the work of a madman, but it isn't. He shook the images of Abigail's body from his mind. You know, he moved on, once you catch the murderer you're looking for, more often than not you can visualize them committing the crime, see them at the scene. But with these two, it's hard to imagine them doing this. Maybe it wasn't them, she suggested. Oh, it was them, he assured her. Both admitted being there, but are blaming each other. Still, it's difficult to accept those boys committed this crime. I almost wish they were insane. If they're not insane, she asked, what are they? I don't know, he admitted. I guess time will tell. Sometime in the future, maybe we'll know exactly what they are. Or, he stopped before finishing his thought. Or what? She encouraged him. Or perhaps we'll never know, he told her. We accept it was just in their nature and try to live with it. Accept that two teenage boys could kill someone in this way and move on. At the end of the day, what else can we really do? Will they ever get out? She asked, sounding concerned. They're young, he reminded her. I don't see how any judge can give them much more than 12 years. Maybe 15. My God, she said. How can they let monsters like that back out into the streets? Law's the law, he shrugged. Can they be rehabilitated? She asked. Changed? I don't think so. He shook his head. Not from what I've seen. Despite what they've done, their behaviour appears normal. They're not aggressive. They appear remorseful. If you don't know what's broke, how can you fix it? Then they'll kill again, she asked, when they get out. He took a few seconds before answering. Given the opportunity, he answered. Yes, I believe so. I think it's in their nature. Then someone should do something about it, she complained. They can't be allowed to do it again. The law's the law, he said again. Then the law's not enough, she insisted. Not for something like this. Well, he said with a sigh. Maybe, on this one, I agree with you. Chapter 29. New Zealand, Present Time. The big off-road motorbike sped along a dirt road through the bush, the rider handling it skillfully before pulling over and switching the engine off. O'Doherty removed his helmet and surveyed his surroundings. Once he was happy, He dismounted and pushed the bike deeper into the bush before hiding it under a heavy canopy of ferns. He swapped his motorbike boots and jacket for hiking gear and headed into the bush. A good walk later, he emerged from the bush on the edge of a tree line. He crouched down and took a large camera from his backpack, to which he attached a big zoom lens before raising it to one eye. The telescopic lens gave him an excellent view of the farm below, which he scanned for signs of life until he found Dolby working in one of the fields. He zoomed in closer on Dolby's face and immediately knew he'd found his second target. The camera clicked repeatedly as he took multiple pictures before he zoomed out again and continued to scan the farm until he spotted Jameson's car and instinctively knew it was a cop's car. He moved the view to the house and waited a few seconds until he saw Jameson coming out onto the porch, having a look around. He refocused the lens on his face and knew he was looking at a cop. Once more, the camera's motor clicked away as he took more pictures. He watched him for a long time before lowering the camera deep in thought as he considered the situation and how best to progress his mission. After several minutes, he efficiently dismantled and packed the camera before slipping back into the bush and disappearing as if he'd never been there. Chapter 30. London, 2005. An unmarked police car pulled up outside the front gate at Feltham Young Offenders Institution, with Harvey and Matthews inside. Harvey leaned out of the window and pressed the intercom. A voice eventually answered. "Hello?" Harvey held his warrant card up for the security camera to see. "DS Harvey and DC Matthews," he said. "Murder investigation team. Here to interview Michael Dolby." There was a long pause before the voice in the intercom spoke again. "Okay. Wait for the barrier to be completely up and then drive forward. Stay in your car and follow my colleague's instructions." Harvey put his warrant card away without replying. A second later, the gate began to slowly and noisily roll upwards. Once it was up, a prison guard waved them forward before stopping them. They were faced with another roll-up barrier in front of them that remained closed as the one behind them began to come down. "Bloody hate these places," Harvey complained. "Give me the fucking creeps." The barrier behind them eventually closed, at which point the one in front of them immediately started to rise. Once it was open, the same guard waved them forward as if he was directing off a car ferry, but they weren't going on holiday or thinking about enjoying themselves. They were here on unfinished business, to pull an irritating thorn from the side of the investigation. Dolby was led along a corridor in the Young Offenders Institution by two guards. He wasn't restrained in any way and looked calm but tired. When they reached an interview room, the door was opened by one of the guards who gestured for Dolby to enter. When he did, he saw Harvey, Matthews, his mother and solicitor already waiting inside the room that looked remarkably similar to the one he'd been interviewed in back at the police station. His mother stood and gave him a short, forced embrace, her mother's bond all but broken by the revelations of the investigation. "Here's your man," the guard said. "Michael Dolby, yes?" "Thank you," Harvey confirmed. "We're all in the right place then," the guard said cheerfully. "You can use the phone on the wall over there to call when you're finished. Someone will come and collect him." With that, both guards spun on their heels and left the room, closing the door behind them. "Take a seat, Michael," Harvey said. Dolby did as he was told, looking tired and emotionally dead, life inside already taking a heavy toll. "How are you getting on in Feltham? I hear it can be pretty tough." Fine, he lied. And Rule 43? Harvey asked. Dolby just shrugged. At least it keeps you away from the general population, away from inmates who might want to harm you. Dolby stared coldly at him. Just you and the other Rule 43 prisoners, the rapists and child molesters, and Paul, of course. Harvey paused for a couple of seconds, his eyes never leaving Dolby's as he tried to read him. Speak to each other much, Paul? I see him, Dolby answered. But we don't talk. How come? Harvey inquired. Excuse me, Powell intervened. Excuse me, is this relevant to why we're all here? If it is, shouldn't my client be cautioned first and the interview recorded? Just checking on Michael's welfare, Harvey smiled. I think we should move on with the interview, Powell argued. Of course, Harvey agreed, still smiling a little as he unwrapped 2 tapes from their cellophane and put them in the double-deck tape recorder before looking at Dolby. You ready? Dolby nodded once, prompting Harvey to press the record button, filling the room with the shrill warning sound. When it stopped, he began. This interview is being tape recorded. It's the 21st of February, and the time is 2:45 p.m. I'm Detective Sergeant Fraser Harvey, and the other officer present is Detective Constable Connie Matthews, she said. We are in an interview room at Feltham Young Offenders Institution, Harvey explained, conducting an after-charge interview with... Could you state your name for the tape, please? Michael Dolby, he answered, looking and sounding sullen. Thank you, Harvey said. Also present is Michael's mother and appropriate adult. Could you introduce yourself, please? Fiona Dolby, she replied, shifting uncomfortably in her chair. And your legal representative, Harvey continued. Dominic Powell, the solicitor said, taking his cue. From Hopkins, Powell and Luman. I would just like to remind everyone that my client has already been charged with offences he's accused of, and, therefore, has no real obligation to cooperate with this interview. The fact you have already charged him means you believe you have sufficient evidence to convict him. Therefore, no further interview should be necessary. Well, much of what you say is true, Harvey admitted. However, some significant evidence has come to light since Michael was charged. Evidence I'm sure he and you will want to be aware of and comment on. Which is? Powell asked, sounding suspicious. First things first, Harvey smiled. Michael, before you answer any questions, I should tell you that you're under caution, albeit a slightly different caution to before. As you have already been charged, no inferences can be drawn if you choose to answer no comment, but later answer the questions in court. However, you do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but anything you do say may be used as evidence against you. Do you understand the new caution? I understand, he replied, emotionless. You're still entitled to free and independent legal advice, and you have Mr. Powell here anyway, Harvey explained. Michael, you're currently on remand in Feltham Young Offenders Institution, awaiting trial for the abduction, rape and murder of Abigail Riley. I didn't do anything, Dolby interrupted, sounding defeated. So you've already said, Harvey reminded him. When you were originally interviewed, the full forensic evidence hadn't yet been prepared. It has now. Everyone in the room seemed to suck in a deep breath. Everyone except for Dolby, who just sat impassively. The clothes that you identified as those you were wearing throughout the attack on Abigail were covered in blood. We also found traces of blood from the swabs we took from your hands, face, and behind your fingernails. There were still traces in your hair, even after you'd washed it. I can now confirm that blood came from Abigail Riley. I told you before, Dolby replied, looking and sounding a little frustrated. I tried to help her. There was a lot of blood. I couldn't stop it getting on me. Harvey leaned back in his chair, considering Dolby's answer before proceeding. The clothes were largely covered with heavy stains of blood, consistent with close contact between you and the victim. But on other areas, less heavily stained, we found marks that could only have been caused by finer sprays of blood. The sort of marks you'd expect to find on the clothes of someone who'd stabbed someone a number of times. He paused to observe Dolby's reaction, but could see little or none. You see, as the attacker pulls the knife from the victim, thousands of tiny blood droplets travel through the air, leaving a particular type of pattern on whatever they land on. In this case, they landed on you. How did you get these types of blood spray patterns on your clothing, Michael? Must have happened while Paul was attacking her with the knife, he suggested with a shrug. I was trying to pull him off. I remember blood flicking off the knife every time I felt it landing on me, my clothes, my face. The image of Abigail's blood spraying across Dolby's face momentarily silenced Harvey before he recovered his train of thought. Did you manage to take the knife off him? He asked. At any point, did you get the knife off Paul? Michael, Powell intervened, I want to remind you that you do not have to answer any of these questions. You've already been charged, so no inference can be drawn from you answering no comment. No, Dolby insisted. No, I want to answer. No, I never managed to get the knife off him. The knife we found in your house, Harvey went on. We now know it's the knife that was used to kill Abigail. I already told you. Dolby seemed to understand the implication. He gave it to me and told me to hide it. And when we found it, Harvey continued, it was still wrapped in the clothes that we know Paul wore during the attack on Abigail. So? Dolby asked, looking confused. So, Harvey said, speaking slowly, how come your fingerprints were on the knife? Dolby hesitated before answering. Because he gave it to me to get rid. Hold on, Harvey said. Hold on. But when he gave you the knife to get rid of, it was already wrapped in his clothes. So, how did your fingerprints get on the knife handle? No, Dolby argued. No, he handed me the knife. It wasn't wrapped in anything when he handed it to me. I wrapped it in the clothes. Why did you do that? Harvey quickly asked. I don't know, Dolby stumbled. I suppose I just didn't want to look at it. Again, Harvey gave it a few seconds before continuing. So, now you're saying he handed you the knife separately and you wrapped it in the clothes? Yes, Dolby confirmed. So, that's why your fingerprints are on the knife? Harvey tried to tie Dolby down. Yes, Dolby answered, cautiously. You never said any of this earlier, Harvey told him. You never mentioned handling the knife before? No one asked. He shrugged. Harvey and Matthews looked at each other and then back to Dolby. "And what were you going to do with them? The knife and the clothes?" Harvey asked. I don't know," Dolby answered. "Paul said he would take care of everything." "Well, that's a little strange," Harvey told him, "because Paul said you'd told him to meet you that night on the estate, that you were going to hide the knife where it would never be found, and burn the clothing." "He's a liar," Dolby insisted. "This all sounds a bit too convenient to me," Harvey argued. "Anderson told you to do this, Anderson told you to do that. The blood spray marks are because you were trying to stop him. Your fingerprints are on the knife because he handed it to you and you took it without arguing or thinking. You're trying to build a defence around the evidence as it's revealed to you. I've seen 100 suspects try to do the same thing, Michael. You really think you're the first?" "I didn't do anything," Dolby repeated. "I swear to you. It was Paul. He's trying to set me up. He thinks he can get away with murder. Don't you see? He made me touch the knife. He made me take the clothes. He knew you'd find them. He's trying to make it look like I killed her, like it was my idea. He's probably been planning it this way all along, for weeks." "Or he, Michael?" Harvey accused him. "Or he?" "No!" Dolby shouted, before burying his head in his hands. "No!" Harvey watched, without saying anything, until Dolby slowly looked up. "What about Paul's clothes?" he asked. "The blood spray patterns you said were on my clothes. Were they on Paul's as well?" Harvey took a deep breath before answering. "Yes," he admitted. "We found similar patterns on his clothes." "You see," Dolby said, sounding animated for the first time. "I told you it was him." "Or it was Paul who was trying to stop you from stabbing Abigail," Harvey pointed out. "And that's how he got the blood spray on him." "Did he say that?" Dolby quickly asked. "No," Harvey admitted, after taking a couple of seconds to recall the interview with Anderson. "That proves it, then," Dolby insisted. "If he had been trying to protect her, he would have said so, but he didn't." "Michael makes a good point," Powell interjected. "All it proves is that you were both involved in the rape and murder of Abigail," Harvey said, dismissing it, although he knew it would become another irritating uncertainty in the investigation. An itch that could never be properly scratched unless Anderson and Dolby sat in front of him and told the same truthful story, admitting to all their sins instead of blaming each other. It's your word against his, but none of it really matters. The evidence of joint enterprise is overwhelming. The jury won't be interested in the details of who did what, just that you were both there willingly. Dolby's eyes closed for a second before firing wide open as if he just remembered a crucial fact. "What about the other thing?" he asked, speaking slow and deliberately. "Other thing?" Harvey repeated. "Evidence," Dolby told him. "Forensic evidence of who had sex with her. Did you check it?" "Yes," Harvey declared. "We checked it." "And?" Dolby hurried him, barely able to contain his excitement. Harvey delayed before answering. "No semen or DNA belonging to you were found inside Abigail," he finally revealed. Dolby closed his eyes with relief. "I told you," he reminded them, looking at each and every one sitting around him. "I told you." "Thank God," Fiona joined in. as she also closed her eyes and looked as if the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders. Instead, we found traces of a lubricant commonly found on prophylactics, Harvey told them, speaking deliberately quickly to kill their relief. What? Dolby asked, looking confused again. Condoms, Michael, Harvey explained. Prophylactics are condoms. We also found traces of a spermicide often used by condom manufacturers. I don't understand, Fiona intervened, the joy wiped from her face. What are you saying? Harvey took his time before answering. We found DNA and semen matching Paul Anderson. Dolby and his mother both simultaneously sighed loudly. I told you, Dolby said triumphantly. I told you it was Paul. Now, do you believe me? Harvey ignored the question. Which means Paul didn't have the sense to use a condom, he explained, before pausing. But someone did. Someone who had sex with her at or close to the time she was raped. Someone cold enough and calculating enough to make sure they had a condom with them and to use it and take it with them from the scene. Someone who was thinking about evidence and not leaving any. Someone who didn't want to be caught. She had a boyfriend, Dolby blurted out. They must have had sex and used a condom. We've already spoken to him, Harvey said, shaking his head. Not only does he say they hadn't recently had sex, he said they never had. He believes Abigail had never had sex with anyone. Then he's lying, Dolby argued. Probably thinks he'll get in trouble. I don't think so, Michael, Harvey told him. Then, what are you saying? Dolby demanded. I'm saying that whoever used the condom planned to abduct, rape, and murder Abigail, Harvey said, spelling it out. That everything was premeditated. At least by one of you. No, he said loudly, his face twisted with anger. No, it was Paul. I'm telling you it was Paul. I didn't pre-plan anything, and I didn't use a condom because I didn't touch her. Harvey let him calm down for a few seconds before continuing. I think you've got to the stage where you're beginning to convince yourself you never touched her. Because I didn't, Dolby said. Harvey took another breath before trying something else. You might actually feel better if you just told us the truth. I am, Dolby snarled. I always have been. You're carrying a heavy burden around with you, Michael, Harvey persisted. Do you really want to carry it for the rest of your life? Dolby banged the table with his fists. They're lying to you. They're all lying. Last chance to tell the truth, Michael, Harvey warned him. Last chance. Fuck, he shouted. Why won't you believe me? I'm telling you the truth. Harvey took a long pause. I don't think you know what the truth is anymore, he told him. No jury's going to believe you weren't involved. If you're not prepared to give me the truth, then I'd rather have nothing. This interview is over. He reached for the off button. No, wait, Dolby pleaded, reaching forward and grabbing Harvey's wrist. Wait, please, listen. Please listen to me. Harvey pulled his wrist free, but also moved his hand away from the recorder. I'm listening, he told Dolby. Dolby took a few seconds to compose himself before pleading his case. I don't care what happens to me, he began. If they send me away forever, I don't care. I know I deserve it. I should have stopped him, he said, chastising himself, looking down into the table before regaining eye contact with Harvey. I should have saved her. Then why do you care if I believe you? Harvey asked. If you believe you deserve to be locked away forever, why not just say you did it? Why try so hard to persuade me you're telling the truth? Because, he began, before faltering. Because I need to know there's someone who believes me, no matter what happens. Why? So that, Dolby tried to explain, so that someone knows I'm not the person they're going to say I am. Who's they? Harvey said. The TV, Dolby answered. The papers. Everybody. Why's that so important? I don't want to die like this. You'll be out of here a long time before you're dead, Harvey assured him. But I'll be as good as dead, won't I? Dolby mournfully stated. I'll never be able to have a life. You should have thought about that before you led Abigail into that shelter, Harvey replied, without sympathy. Maybe if you had, none of this would have happened. Or maybe you just couldn't stop yourself. She was just so beautiful, so untouched. You had to have her, didn't you? Didn't you, Michael? So loved, Dolby suddenly said, ignoring the question. What? Harvey asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion and intrigue. What Paul said, Dolby explained, about her being loved. He picked her because he knew she was loved. You mean you picked her because she was loved, Michael? Harvey accused him. You picked her. No, Dolby replied, calmly and quietly. You're wrong. You'll see. In time, you'll all see. Harvey and Matthews were stuck in heavy traffic as they travelled back from Feltham. Matthews drove while Harvey seemed lost in thought. Penny for your thoughts, she said, breaking the silence. What? Harvey asked, before realising what she meant. Dolby. Anderson. Who else? Matthews replied. I think they're both murdering little bastards, he said, with a sigh. That's what I think. She looked at him for a couple of seconds before turning back to look at the back of the same car she'd been staring at for what seemed like forever. She decided to say what was on her mind. Plausible, though, wasn't he? Dolby. They're both convincing liars, he answered, without looking at her, if that's what you mean. Dolby more so, she added. He was very believable. He's not the first killer I've interviewed who was believable, he told her. Lying's his only hope. I'd expect nothing less than his best shot. If you'd interviewed Anderson with me, you'd have thought him convincing too, just in a different way. I don't know, she continued. Harvey turned to look at her. Know what I think? She gave a little shrug. I think they're both wrong uns. Whether they were born bad or made bad, who knows? But they're wired all wrong now. Some people will call them evil. I'm not sure about that, but what I am sure is that somehow they found each other, recognised the bad intent in each other. Someone with those thoughts going around inside their head doesn't just walk up to anyone and ask them to help abduct and murder a young girl. No, these two found each other, were attracted to each other somehow, nurtured each other, encouraged each other, until finally they turned one of their fantasies into reality. Maybe one was more dominant than the other, but they're the same animal. Who do you think was the leader? Matthews asked. Difficult to say, Harvey shrugged. Dolby showed a greater degree of premeditation. "You mean the condom?" she checked. "The fact he used a condom but Anderson didn't." "It shows that he was at least planning to rape Abigail and wasn't planning on getting caught," Harvey explained. "Unless, of course, Dolby's right," Matthews theorized. "And her boyfriend's lying and did actually have sex with her and used a condom. If he'd admitted that he had, he would have been guilty of unlawful sexual intercourse with an underage girl. She was only 14. Maybe he was too scared to admit to it." "I interviewed the kid myself," Harvey reminded her. "I got no sense he wasn't telling the truth." "Yeah, but he could have been," she persisted. "Even if he wanted to admit to having sex with Abigail, his parents probably wouldn't let him. They wouldn't want their 15-year-old son to have a conviction for sex with an underage girl. Families are funny like that." "Well, he says he didn't, and I can't prove he did, so that's the end of it," Harvey said, trying to finish it. "Up to a jury to decide now. Nothing more we can do." "But what if one of them really is innocent? Set up by the other somehow? You know what juries are like. Once they hear the sordid details, they'll stop listening to the evidence and convict them anyway. Sexually motivated murders scare them. Better to just convict than risk setting a monster free. Neither Dolby or Anderson stand a chance. Doesn't that bother you?" He turned slowly to look at her. "No," he told her bluntly. "No, it does not. Don't get confused here, Connie. The only innocent person in this is Abigail, and she's dead. Any chance of ever knowing what really happened died with her. So, fuck them. The both of them. They knew what they were doing. They deserve everything that's coming to them. Perhaps even more." Matthews thought silently for a while before starting again. "If they knew what they were doing," she argued, "how come we caught them so easy? And the clothes and the weapon still in Dolby's house. Not too smart." "They messed up because they were young," he said, dismissing it. "Learning as they went along. Probably still young enough to think they could get away with anything. If they were older, they'd have planned more meticulously, taken less risks, been harder to catch. Believe me, they've learnt from their mistakes." "You sure that's all it was?" she questioned. "Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me everything you're really thinking?" He sighed and shrugged at the same time before replying. "Cases like this," he began, "a murder of this nature, sexually motivated, extremely violent, is usually committed by a particular type of predator, one that would most likely want to return to the scene, to the victim's body, ideally, to relive the murder, probably for sexual gratification." "You mean to masturbate at the scene?" She reminded him she was an experienced detective as well. "Exactly," he replied. "Only they didn't have a body anymore, and we'd discovered the scene. Something they would have probably guessed was going to happen quickly. So, the next best thing they would have had would have been the bloodied clothing and weapon. If they were using it to relive the crime, then it would have been hard for them to let that go, to dispose of the items. They would have been emotionally attached to them." They drove in silence for a while before Matthews spoke. "But do you really think both of them would be using the clothes to relive the crime?" she asked. "Maybe one of them, sure, but both?" "I'm not sure," he shrugged, before remembering something. "I was talking to my wife a couple of weeks back about killers with what's called a double Y chromosome condition. You know it?" "Think I heard about it in some lecture in my detective training course," she told him. "Can't say I paid too much attention. Where do you learn all this stuff, anyway?" "I read," he told her. "The occasional lecture?" "Yeah, well," she said, giving a little shrug. The science should stop at forensics and leave the rest to us. It's pretty interesting stuff, he argued. Fine, she casually agreed, giving him permission to tell her more. Theory is, these guys with the double Y chromosome are something like 200 times more likely to kill than people who aren't, he explained. And this would certainly be the type of crime they would commit. But the point is, teenage boys with the double chromosome are often physically awkward as well as socially. They become withdrawn and semi-nocturnal, often so their movements can't be observed, and they tend to have a bad diet, which leads to pale, poor skin. Remind you of anyone? Certainly not Dolby, she said, shrugging. He's a nice-looking boy. Well-spoken, articulate. His social interaction, even under these stressful conditions, is excellent. Doesn't sound like what you're describing. And Anderson? He asked. Well, she answered, if your double Y chromosome theory is right, then yes, I suppose he fits the type. But what does it matter? They're both going to be found guilty anyway. I guess, he replied unconvincingly. What are you thinking, Fraser? She said, pushing him. That it would be good to know who the leader was, he told her, and who just followed. Maybe they were equal partners, she suggested. I don't think so, he admitted. There's always a leader, an instigator. Anderson has the double Y chromosome, she explained, and Dolby has the intelligence. Difficult to pick. But if it was Dolby, and he's neither mentally ill nor inflicted with a chromosome problem, then what type of person is he? A dangerous one, he told her. Very dangerous. At least as dangerous as Anderson, and when they get out of prison, they'll be even more dangerous than they are now. How come? She asked. Because they'll have nothing but time, he answered. Time to learn. Not that they'll get the chance to put it into practice, she argued. Won't they? He warned her. They're only kids. Can't keep them locked up for long. They'll still be young men when they get out, with the same sick needs they have today. But they'll be watched, Matthews reminded him. For the rest of their lives, they'll be watched. Where there's a will, there's a way, he told her. And now they've both got about 10 years to plan it, to think through every detail. 10 years of learning from other, older, smarter, more experienced predators. You really think they'll be less dangerous when they come out than they are now? Great. She rolled her eyes. Sounds like we'd be doing everyone a favour if we just put them down. We wouldn't be short of volunteers to pull the switch if it came to that, he joked, darkly. Half the country wants to see these two dead. If they knew the full details, it'd be the whole country wanting them dead, Matthews replied. Kids turned rapists and murderers. Jesus Christ. Do you no good to dwell on it too much, Connie, Harvey told her. Go to trial, get them convicted, and move on. It's what we do. As simple as that? As simple as that, he said, with a shrug. Not sure if he even believed his own words, as he'd had the same feeling as he'd had before, that the case would haunt him for years to come, that it would never let them go. Chapter 31. New Zealand, Present Time. Jameson entered the small local town council offices in Pukekohe and approached the receptionist, who looked up and smiled. Can I help you with something? She asked. Yeah, he told her, showing her his police ID. I'm interested in local survey maps. Know where I could find them? Sure, she said, pointing to her right. Take that corridor and keep going. It's the third door on your left. Thanks, he nodded, and headed off in the direction she'd indicated until he reached the third office and looked inside to see the only person there. A slim, tall man in his 50s, typing away on a computer keyboard. "Excuse me," he said as he entered the room. "Can I help you?" the man asked, looking up. "I hope so," he smiled, without giving any idea of who he was. "I'm researching the local area and need to get a look at some of the local farmland." He strolled over to a large map of Pukekohe attached to a wall and traced his finger across it until he found the place he was looking for. "I'm currently looking at the old farm right here," he explained as he tapped the map. "Can you tell me what the research is for?" the worker asked. "It might help." "Government land valuations," he lied. "Nothing too exciting. Just need to see the size of the land and any structures it may have, including anything underground." "Underground?" the man asked, looking interested. "Some farms used to have underground silos for storage, but most are above ground these days," he explained, as he stood and stepped towards a large wall-mounted cabinet full of pigeonholes. He searched quickly, with his finger wandering around the cabinet until he pulled a long paper tube from its compartment. "A more detailed plan of the farm you're interested in will be on this map," he told him as he unrolled it, arranging objects close by to weigh it down. "This is the area you're interested in," he said, pointing it out to Jameson. "It's pretty small for around here, but other than that, there's nothing too interesting. Nothing unusual." "And this is exactly as the farm is today?" Jameson checked. "Yep," the worker assured him. "This is our most current survey map. Here you can see the farmhouse, the storage areas, barn. It's surrounded by some pretty thick bush, but that's about it." "Anything underground?" he asked. The man looked the map over again. "No, can't see anything underground," he answered, sounding a bit confused. "Is that important?" "How old is this map?" Jameson asked as he stared down at the map of Dolby's farm. 4, 5 years old?" he shrugged. He thought for a moment before speaking. "Do you have anything older?" "Older?" the man asked. "Yeah, older," he confirmed. 10, 15 years, maybe more. Something that would show anything that's since been concealed, overgrown, or covered with something." "Underground, you mean?" the man checked. "Possibly," he told him, trying to sound casual. The man looked at him suspiciously. "What government department did you say you were from again?" "I didn't," he replied, looking him hard in the eye. "Can you show me the maps?" The man nervously cleared his throat. "We don't keep the old ones here. We don't have the storage. They're archived back in Auckland." "But you can get them?" he insisted, more than asked. "Yes," the man nodded. "Of course. But it'll take time. A few days. Maybe longer." "Get them," he told him as he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to the man. "Call me as soon as you have it." The man looked down at the card and began to read Jameson's police credentials. By the time he looked back up, poised to ask a question, he was gone. Chapter 32. London, 2005. Abigail Riley's funeral was being held in the churchyard of her local Catholic church. The priest read the prayer, "As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," as the small coffin was lifted from its stand before being slowly lowered into the waiting grave using pulleys and straps. A small crowd of funeral attenders stood silently, tears seeping from many eyes. Daniel and Sarah Riley clung to each other, crying painfully, while Jimmy stood in front of them, still looking like he was in shock, neither crying nor showing any emotion. Harvey, Matthews and Richards stood amongst the crowd, looking uncomfortable. 2 gravediggers began to cover the coffin with soil, signalling the breaking up of the gathering. As the mourners began to drift away, Harvey headed for the family, looking over at the crowd being kept away by uniformed officers on the other side of the church gates, at the front of which journalists snapped away with their cameras, jostling each other for the best position from which to film the tragic scene. Harvey managed to put his loathing of the media to one side as he reached Abigail's family. "I can't tell you how sorry I am about Abigail," he told them. "I can only hope that, in some way, it helps to know we have the people responsible already locked up." Sarah steadied herself before replying. "That won't bring her back, though, will it?" Harvey shook his head. No, it won't." "We don't even know if they'll get convicted. And even if they do, they're not adults," Daniel argued, angry and resentful through his tears. "How long will they get? A few years? Then free to live the rest of their lives? What about my Abigail's life? What about her life?" "I can promise you they'll get more than a few years," Harvey said, trying to reassure them. "Won't be life, though, will it?" Daniel said. "They won't get life, but we have. A life sentence of thinking about what those evil bastards did to our Abigail. Are we just supposed to forgive and forget? Is that it? You tell me. How are we supposed to do that? How are we supposed to do that?" Harvey had no answer as he looked down at Jimmy and was sure he could see revenge already burning in his young eyes before he reminded himself the boy was probably still in shock. Without saying another word, the family moved away from him and drifted towards the exit of the churchyard. He stood alone for a few seconds before walking slowly back to Matthews and Richards, again scanning the crowd on the other side of the church gates as the journalists took yet more pictures. "Fucking vultures," he told his colleagues. "Makes me sick." "CPS are working on restraining orders," Richards assured him. "We might be able to keep them at bay, for a while, but with the court case to come, and then sentencing, it'll be difficult, especially once they only get 10 to 15 years, maybe out in 7. The media will be all over it. The Red Tops love a good campaign." "Justice for Abigail," Harvey said, predicting the newspaper's campaign slogan. "Maybe this time they're right." "Maybe," Richard shrugged. "Not our concern. Our job is to get them convicted. After that, something tells me this one's not going away, even after they get convicted," Harvey said, voicing his fears. "Media and the public got a real taste for it now. Dolby and Anderson are going to be with us for years." "Let's just concentrate on what we need to do next," Richards told him. "We can worry about the rest later. I want these 2 convicted, minimum fuss. Understand?" "Yeah, I understand," Harvey agreed. "But maybe you should tell them," he added, jutting his chin towards the pack of journalists. "You think they're going to let us get this done with minimum fuss?" "No," Richards admitted. "No, I do not. But I know we can't afford any mistakes under this amount of scrutiny. It's Dolby and Anderson they're really interested in, not us. So long as they're running around digging up dirt on the defendants, they won't be getting in our way. Let's not do anything to distract them from that. No fuck-ups." "Fair enough," Matthew shrugged. "Yeah," Harvey agreed, but sounded sceptical. "Fair enough." Chapter 33. Auckland, present time. O'Doherty sipped his drink at the bar of a smart hotel in central Auckland, thinking about Dolby and the cops who were protecting him, when an attractive woman in her mid-30s with long, ash-blonde hair approached him and stood next to him. "Do you mind if I join you?" she asked. He looked around nervously, instantly attracted to her, but suspicious of why she was talking to him. "Why?" he said, bluntly. She gave a short laugh. "Well," she began, "because I was waiting for a friend, but she hasn't shown up, and I saw you sitting alone, and I thought you looked very nice, so I thought I'd come and talk to you." She sat next to him at the bar without waiting to be invited. He looked her up and down, looking unwelcoming. "So, you live round here?" she persisted. He gave a quick, nervous glance around the bar. "No, Australian." "Well," she smiled, "I wouldn't say that too loudly around here." "No," he replied after a couple of seconds. "So," she persevered, "what brings you to Auckland?" "Business," he replied, curtly. "What sort of business?" she continued. Business, he answered, rudely. She took a deep breath through her nose. "You're not much of a talker, are you?" "Lady," he snapped at her slightly, "why are you so interested in my business?" "I'm sorry," she told him, after recovering from the surprise of his reaction. "Looked like you maybe wanted some company. My mistake." She stood to leave, when suddenly he gently took hold of her forearm and stopped her. "I'm sorry," he quickly told her. "Please, I was rude." He took a breath. "Can I get you a drink, by way of an apology?" It was a while before she eventually smiled again. "Sure," she agreed as she sat back down. "Why not? Dry vodka martini would be good." He nodded and looked slightly surprised by her choice. "Okay, vodka martini it is." "You're not going to tell me it's a man's drink," she teased him. "Okay," he smiled. "It's a man's drink." "Would you rather I had something pink and bubbly?" she smiled back. "No," he told her. "No, I would not." Neither of them spoke as they looked directly at each other before he turned to the bar and put his finger in the air to attract the attention of the bartender, who came straight over. "What can I get you?" she asked. "What can I get you?" she asked. He nodded towards his new companion. "Vodka martini, and I'll take another beer." "No worries," she assured him before turning to the woman. "You want that dry?" 3 parts vodka to 1 part vermouth," she told her, "and 3 stuffed green olives. Thanks." The bartender raised her eyebrows before walking away to fix the drink. "You seem to know what you want," O'Doherty commented. "Does that bother you?" she asked, flicking her hair behind her back. "No," he laughed slightly. "It doesn't bother me. I like it." There was a knowing moment of silence between them before she spoke again. "So, you were telling me what it is you do." "No, I wasn't," he smiled. "You said you were a businessman?" she reminded him. "Of a sort," he told her. "It's very boring." "Well, you're dressed like a businessman," she said as her eyes moved over him. "Got the hair, the manicure, but something about you tells me that whatever you do, it isn't boring." "Looks can be deceiving," he tried to persuade her. "I don't think so," she replied. "Not with you." "Never mind me," he said, changing the subject from himself. "What do you do? You got the suit, got the hair, got the manicure." "Okay," she said, laughing. "I'd probably ask for that. I'm a corporate lawyer for an insurance company." "Protect the big guy from the little guy, eh?" he teased her. "It's not that heartless," she argued. If people have a half-decent claim, I usually just bargain it out. Nobody loses. Everyone wins. A lawyer with a conscience. I like to think so, she told him, before the bartender approached and placed the drinks on the bar. Vodka martini and a fresh beer, she announced. Put them on my tab, O'Doherty told her. No worries, she nodded and left them alone. They both lifted their drinks and raised them towards each other. To what the night may bring, he toasted, as they looked into each other's faces and chinked their glasses together. To what the night may bring, she repeated. May we both remember it forever, no matter what might happen. Chapter 34. London, 2005. A huge media scrum mixed with a baying mob of people gathered in the streets outside the Central Criminal Court, better known as the Old Bailey. Police and security guards tried to keep order, but as a prison truck arrived at the secure vehicle entrance, the mob went wild and a number of people, all hungry for retribution, broke through the thin blue line. They attacked all sides of the prison van, kicking and punching it as the crowd all chanted the same slogan together. Sex case, hang 'em, hang 'em, hang 'em. People still behind the police line started throwing bottles and cans at the truck before a small force of police in riot gear managed to restore some order, chasing those who'd broken free back behind the police line just as the wooden security gate began to rise. In the back of the van, Paul Anderson sat in his tiny individual cell, looking terrified, cowering and crying. Dolby sat in the cell opposite, eyes closed, muttering something inaudible above the din outside, as if he was praying. The prison van lurched forward into the secure compound as the gate immediately began to fall, closing out the hatred that raged outside. As relative silence fell, Dolby opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling above him as he practiced controlling his breathing. But a familiar voice soon broke through his relative peace. "Michael!" Anderson's petrified and panicked voice filled the van. "Michael! Don't say anything, Michael! Don't believe them, Michael! Don't believe anything they say about me! I didn't tell them anything, Michael! You've got to believe me, Michael! I would never turn on you! You'd better not turn on me, Michael! Don't betray me, Michael! Don't fucking betray me, Michael!" Dolby closed his eyes against Anderson's pleas and threats while covering his ears with the palms of his hands, pressing hard to form a tight seal. He needed darkness and quiet. He needed to think. He needed to prepare himself for what he knew was coming. Harvey and Matthews sat outside Court 1 with the Riley family, listening to the shouts and screams of the mob outside, everyone tensing as they understood what it must mean. "I guess they must be here then," Harvey said what they were all thinking. "Listen to them," Sarah said, sounding disgusted. "Like animals. Worse. Just as bad as—" No one said anything for a while as they thought about what she'd said. "You shouldn't compare them to those bastards," said Daniel, breaking the silence. "We should go into the court now," said Harvey, intervening before things got worse. "Jury's been thinking on their decision all night. Won't be long before they're ready to give their verdict. You ready?" Sarah stood first, followed by Jimmy, and lastly her husband. She took hold of Jimmy's hand before she closed her eyes and nodded once. "We're ready," she solemnly declared. "All right," Harvey said to them. "Let's get it over with." With that, he turned and walked through the doors to the court. The hunched, shrunken figures of the Riley family followed him inside, where Harvey led them to the seats reserved for the family. He and Matthews sat on the bench behind the barrister for the Crown prosecution, looking nervous. The case was overwhelmingly strong, but he'd seen enough juries deliver unfathomable decisions in his time to keep him on tenterhooks now. He heard a shuffling sound coming from the dock and turned around to see Dolby and Anderson being led into court, both looking very nervous. The noise of the jury filing into the courtroom and taking their seats made him look away from the teenage boys accused of a murder that united the country in revulsion and rage. "The court rise," the clerk of the court suddenly bellowed from his pulpit in front of the judge's bench, indicating that his lord was about to enter. Harvey and everyone else got to their feet. A few seconds later, there was a loud double knock before the judge entered, as if appearing from the wings of a stage. Once he was settled in his chair, the clerk bellowed again. "The court may be seated." Harvey slumped tiredly into his chair. It had been a long trial, and now he was more exhausted than he was excited about it reaching its conclusion. "Could the foreman of the jury please stand?" the clerk ordered, prompting a man in his mid-50s with grey hair and spectacles. "Have you, the members of the jury, reached a unanimous decision?" the judge asked in his dour tone. "Yes, my lord," the foreman answered. "Very well," the judge said, before nodding to the clerk. "Will the defendants please rise?" Anderson and Dolby rose slowly to their feet to hear their fate. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," the clerk asked, "on the count of murder, how do you find the defendant, Paul Anderson?" The foreman stiffened before answering, "Guilty, my lord." Harvey glanced over at the defendants in time to see Anderson try to say something before he was stopped by the guard resting a hand on his shoulder. "And on the same count of murder," the clerk continued, "how do you find the defendant, Michael Dolby?" "Guilty, my lord," the foreman replied, clear and loud. Harvey watched Dolby close his eyes and slump back onto his seat before looking across at Sarah and Daniel, who held each other as they wept. "On the count of rape," the clerk proceeded, "how do you find the defendant, Paul Anderson?" "Guilty, my lord," the foreman said, repeating the same damning words. Harvey found himself slowly nodding his head in agreement. "And on the same count," the clerk asked, "how do you find the defendant, Michael Dolby?" "Guilty, my lord," the foreman answered, as Dolby buried his head in his hands. "And on the final count of false imprisonment," the clerk said slowly as he reached the conclusion of the findings, "how do you find the defendant, Paul Anderson?" "Guilty, my lord," the foreman said, to no one's surprise. Anderson just stared straight ahead, but with tears rolling down his face. "And on the same count," the clerk asked for the final time, "how do you find the defendant, Michael Dolby?" The foreman took a deep breath before hammering the final nail in their coffin. "Guilty, my lord." Dolby closed his eyes and shook his head. Again, Harvey looked over his shoulder at the defendants as Dolby's eyes suddenly fired wide open, staring straight back at him. He held his gaze for a few seconds before searching the courtroom for the family and found them still clinging on to each other and crying. The sound of the judge's forbidding voice made him look straight ahead. "Paul Anderson and Michael Dolby," he began. "The jury have found you both guilty of a truly horrific crime. You have both committed possibly the most depraved and cruel act I have ever presided over in my court. A vile and merciless act that has shocked the entire country. The fact you were capable of committing such a terrible crime at such a young age is deeply troubling. I must now wait for pre-sentence reports from both social services and the probation service before I can pass sentence. But rest assured, you can both expect as lengthy a prison sentence as the law allows. This court will reconvene in a month's time for sentencing. Until then, bail is denied and you shall both remain in custody. Take them down, he ordered, before standing without warning. The court will rise, the clerk immediately ordered. The sound of people quickly getting to their feet reverberating around the court. Seconds later, the judge left the court through the door concealed in the wings beneath his bench as Anderson and Dolby were led from the dock by their guards, heads bowed until Anderson suddenly pulled away and turned back to the court. "I didn't do anything," he shouted across the court. "You can't do this. Please, I didn't do anything." He was immediately grabbed by the guards and manhandled from the court. Harvey watched the defendants being marched and dragged from the dock until they'd completely disappeared from sight, although he could still hear Anderson's mournful protests for several more seconds before they faded to nothing. He again scanned the court until he found the family still sitting huddled together, although Sarah looked to have regained some composure and looked more relieved now, whereas Daniel looked even more distraught than ever. The young boy still just sat impassively, staring straight at him, as if he was the only person he could see in the court. The boy seemingly never spoke nor showed any emotion, but Harvey was sure he could sense a burning anger and hatred within his small frame. Where it would lead to, only the boy himself would know. Harvey approached the Rileys outside the courtroom and sat down next to Sarah, who had one arm around Jimmy, while the other held a tissue she used to dab away some tears, although she was largely composed. "You all right?" he asked. "I suppose so," she answered, stiffening a little. "Whatever all right is." "It was the best result we could have hoped for," he assured her. "Result?" She shook her head. "You people speak in such strange ways. I've lost my daughter, Sergeant Harvey. She's never coming back to me. I don't want a result. I want my daughter back." "Sorry," he said, just before a man in a suit walked quickly up to them and pulled a small camera from his pocket and started to take photographs of them. Harvey jumped to his feet and snatched the camera from the man before pushing him away. "Hey!" the man complained. "Give me back my camera. You can't take my camera. I have journalistic privilege. That camera's memory is journalistic material." "Get the fuck away from them and stay away," Harvey warned him, tucking the camera in his pocket. "You want to make a complaint about your fucking journalistic material? Be my guest. Now fuck off before I lose my temper." The journalist scuttled away, looking back over his shoulder. Harvey sat back down next to Sarah. How the hell did that scum get a camera into court? "How long is it going to be like this for?" she asked. "How long till they leave us alone?" "I won't lie to you," he admitted. "It's going to be a while. Sentencing next month will be difficult." "We won't be here for that," she said, after a long pause. "We've had enough of this place. If I never see the inside of another court again, it'll be too soon. Me and my family are finished with this. All of it." "I understand," he told her. I'll let you know what happens as soon as they're sentenced. You have my word." "Thank you," she said, as she looked down at Jimmy, straightening his hair with the palm of her hand. "Whatever they get, it'll never be enough. Not for what they did. Not for what they did to my Abigail. I hope they rot in hell." As she got to her feet, Daniel and Jimmy did the same. "Come on now," she told them. "It's time to go home." With that, they walked off along the corridor, watched all the way by Harvey. Dolby and Anderson were being led through the bowels of the Old Bailey towards the underground holding cells, both flanked by guards. Dolby a few steps ahead of Anderson. "We need to stick to the plan, Michael, right?" Anderson called after him. "Just stick to the plan." Dolby didn't respond. "Just like we discussed, Michael. We have to stick together, right? Stick together and everything will be all right." Still, Dolby didn't respond. "Michael?" Anderson persisted. "Michael!" But Dolby said nothing as the guards guided Anderson into a cell and closed the door, his voice echoing around the subterranean tunnels. "Michael! Michael!" The guards marched Dolby a little further along before he too was guided into a cell. He walked to the middle of the room, standing bolt upright with his back to the door, unmoving, Anderson still calling his name as the cell door slammed shut behind him. "Michael! Michael!" Chapter 35. Auckland, present time. Jameson arrived home, carrying a bunch of files, and entered the kitchen, where Rose was cooking, as usual, while Jenny was doing some homework at the table. "Was wondering when you were going to get home," Rose said over her shoulder, while Jenny ignored him. "Work's going to be long hours until I can get off this assignment," he warned her as he looked down at his daughter. "You okay, Jenny?" "Yeah?" she answered unenthusiastically without looking at him. "I'm fine." "Everything all right at school?" he risked asking. "I said everything was fine," she told him, irritably, before quickly gathering up her books, jumping to her feet and heading off towards her bedroom. "I'm going to my room," she called back without looking at them. He watched her until she disappeared into her room and closed the door, before turning to Rose. "Something I said?" "She's a 13-year-old girl," she reminded him. "It'll get a lot worse before it gets better." "Great," he said, raising his eyebrows. Rose looked over her shoulder again at the files he was still holding as she continued to stir whatever was in her favourite cooking pot. "What you got there?" she asked. "Just a little homework," he answered, trying to sound casual. "I'll be in my office. Give me a shout when dinner's ready." "I will," she agreed. "Won't be long?" "Okay," he replied as he walked along the hallway and into his office before ensuring the door was closed. He turned the desk lamp on, illuminating an otherwise dark room, and dropped the files on the desktop before sitting heavily in his old chair. He took a deep breath before lifting the missing persons file of the Latvian backpacker Anna Sarfas. As soon as he opened the cover, he was confronted by a photograph of a smiling, attractive young woman, full of life. He talked quietly to himself as he read the information in the report. Anna Sarfas, 23 years old. He studied the photograph for a second. Looks younger. More like a teenager. He continued to read. Last seen heading out of Pukekohe, trying to hitch a ride to Auckland. What the hell happened to you, Anna? He asked himself, before tossing the file to one side and looking at the other files on his desk. He randomly started checking the others, but as quickly as he opened them, he closed them again, putting them aside if they didn't contain photographs of young white women. Ran away from home, ran off with another man, ran off with an underage girlfriend, he said, dismissing them until he came across the one containing photographs of a young Colombian woman, Sophia Martinez, 21 years old. But again, she looked younger. Sophia Martinez, he read with increasing interest. On holiday from Colombia, travelling around New Zealand, when she suddenly disappeared. He was lost in thought for a few seconds. Last seen, trying to hitch a ride in a town called Tuakau. Where the fuck is Tuakau? He quickly grabbed his phone and searched Google Maps for the town. About 20 miles from Pukekohe, he discovered. Never been heard of since. He studied the map for a second and realised that if she'd been heading for Auckland, she would have probably passed straight through Pukekohe. He suddenly tossed the file on the desk and shook his head. I must be going out of my mind, he complained, rubbing his temples before leaning forward again and picking up the file. He touched the photograph of Anna Sarfas. Where are you? He asked. What happened to you? He ran his finger across the file until it rested on the section titled Informant. Evelina Gulbis, he whispered. Also in New Zealand when her friend went missing. Was due to meet Anna in Auckland, but she never showed. He swapped the file for the Martinez one and again looked up the informant. Daniela Perez, he said, finding her. Interviewed by police, but was unable to assist in the whereabouts of Martinez. A sudden knock at the door made him jump before he heard Rose's voice. Dinner's ready. OK, he answered, a little breathlessly. I'll be there in a minute. He stared at the file for a few seconds before tossing it on top of the Sarfas file as he leaned forward and turned the light off. Chapter 36. London, 2005. Harvey climbed from his unmarked car and walked the few steps to the door of the small terrace house in North London that was the Rileys' home, pulling his coat tight against the cold. He knocked on the door and waited, looking up and down the street, nervously as he did so. Within a few seconds, the door was opened by Sarah. She looked him straight in the eye. Well? Can I come in? He asked. We should speak indoors. She moved aside without saying anything and let him enter before closing the door behind him. She led him to the kitchen where Daniel was pacing around, occasionally sipping a cup of tea. He nodded at Harvey, but didn't say anything. Go ahead, Sarah told Harvey. You can tell us. Whatever it is, you can tell us. He took a deep breath before breaking the news. 15 years, with a minimum to serve of 10. Sarah staggered a little until she found a chair to sit on. 10 years? She asked in disbelief. 10 years? A minimum of 10 years, he reminded her. With a bit of luck, they'll do closer to 15. 10 years. 15 years, Daniel said through clenched teeth, his eyes wild with anger. What the fuck's the difference? You call this justice? 15 years for what they did to Abigail. This isn't justice. Because of their ages, he tried to explain. It was all the judge could give them. But you can appeal, yes? Sarah pleaded. You can appeal against the sentences? I'm sorry, he told her. We'd be wasting our time. The judge has already given them the maximum he's allowed. Then I'll get justice myself, Daniel threatened. I don't care how long I have to wait. When they get out, I'll be waiting for them. They're dead. Do you hear me? They're dead. Mr. Riley, Harvey appealed to him, this sort of talk isn't going to help anyone. I know you're angry right now, I understand that, but don't waste the rest of your life hating them. I've seen it before with the families of other victims. At first, they can't believe they'll ever be able to move on, but they do, in time. They don't forget, but they do get back to living their lives. I'm not moving on anywhere, Daniel warned him. Not until I've put those two bastards in their graves. You're wasting your time, Daniel, Harvey explained. Because of their age and the public interest in the case, the state has a duty to protect them when they're eventually released. What the hell are you talking about? Daniel demanded. Protect them? Who was there to protect my Abigail when she needed it? When those bastards raped and... He spun away from Harvey, unable to finish the sentence. Harvey waited a while until things seemed to have calmed slightly. They'll probably be given new identities, he eventually continued, hidden away somewhere and closely monitored, for their own protection as well as for the safety of others. I don't like it any more than you do, but I'm sure that's the way it's going to be. Daniel turned slowly towards him, his eyes squinted with suspicion. For the safety of others, he repeated. For the safety of others? My God! You think they'll do the same thing again, don't you? If the bastards got the chance, they'd do the same thing all over again. Jesus Christ, what sort of animals do you think they are? Fucking serial killers or something? He stalled before answering. I've considered it. Then when they get out, you tell me where they are, Daniel whispered conspiratorially. You tell me their new names. If not for Abigail, then to stop them doing the same thing to someone else. You have to, man. It's your duty to protect people from these murdering bastards. I can't do that, he sighed. For the love of God, man, Daniel raised his voice, can you not hear yourself? If someone doesn't stop them, they'll do it again, to someone else's daughter. And you're going to let them? They'll be watched, Harvey tried to reassure them, but his voice lacked commitment. Their computers and phones monitored. And years from now, Daniel demanded, when everyone except us has forgotten about Abigail? Who'll be watching them then? We will, Harvey answered. I can assure you... You've betrayed us, Daniel interrupted. You're more interested in protecting them than you ever were in Abigail. What was she to you? Just the slut Irish daughter to a couple of bog trotters. Daniel, Sarah reprimanded him, just as Jimmy walked into the room, staring at them all. It's all right, son, Daniel told him. Away about your business. I'm sorry, Harvey said. I think it's best if I leave. Aye, Daniel agreed, without looking at him. Best you do that. Sarah? He nodded, but she just looked away. He headed towards the door before looking back. I'll keep you informed of any changes. I'm sorry we couldn't have done more. He turned away and walked silently to the front door, desperate to be free of their accusing stares that he could feel burning into him. He eased the front door open and stepped out onto the pavement before closing it behind him. He pulled his coat tight against the cold, just as he had the night they found Abigail, and headed to his car. Chapter 37. Auckland, present time. O'Doherty woke with a fright and immediately froze as he realised he wasn't in his own hotel bed. It took him a few seconds to recall where he was, a slight sense of panic gripping him when he remembered, before checking the other side of the bed for the woman he met in the bar. only to find she wasn't there. He'd broken one of his own rules. He never fell asleep with someone he didn't know very well. He sprang out of bed, pulled on his undershorts, and went looking for her through the house, peeping into each room as he passed until he found her, sitting nearly naked in the darkness of the living room, smoking a cigarette and looking out over the view of Auckland from her small villa-style house in Ponsonby. He crossed the room and stood next to her. "Nice view," he told her. She jumped a little. "You scared me. I didn't hear you coming." "Sorry," he said. She took a puff of her cigarette. "You like cities?" she asked. "I suppose so," he shrugged. "You know you talk in your sleep," she smiled. "I do?" he asked, sitting next to her. "You said some things," she told him, "about being sorry for the things you've done. You were saying people's names. What were you sorry for?" "It was just a bad dream," he assured her. "Didn't sound like you were dreaming," she persisted. "It sounded like you were remembering. Things you didn't want to remember." "I said names?" he asked, sounding casual. "Yes," she replied, before taking another drag on her cigarette. "Names of men and women." "Ah," he shrugged, as if it was nothing. "I don't believe you're a businessman," she said, suddenly looking serious. "No?" he answered, his eyes narrowing slightly. "No," she answered. "I think you probably do something a lot darker." "And what is it you think I do?" he asked, his heart beating hard and fast as he prayed she hadn't heard too much. "I dunno," she admitted, taking a second before continuing. "Your Australian accent is very good," she told him, "but it's not quite perfect. I have a very keen ear. Do I detect a little Irish in there?" "Maybe," he replied, still clinging to his false accent. "The North?" she pressed. "You got me," he admitted, speaking in his real voice. "So," she said, before taking a drag on her cigarette, "what's a man from the north of Ireland who talks in his nightmares and uses a fake Australian accent doing in Auckland?" "Holiday," he shrugged. "Were you involved?" she said, ignoring his flippant answer. "You can tell me. My family on my mother's side are Irish. What you tell me goes no further." He sighed deeply before answering. His path and her destiny already decided. He couldn't be sure what he'd said in his sleep, and he couldn't take the chance she wouldn't go to the police. Telling her about himself couldn't make things any worse now. "Not until I was in my 20s, he told her. "I was what the security services and my commanders called a clean skin. Someone who'd never been in or associated with any political or military organization. Someone who wasn't on anyone's radar." "How did you become involved?" she asked. "I grew up in an area where every kid wanted to be involved," he explained. "To go into the streets and chuck stones and petrol bombs at the police and the Brits. But the people around me would never let me." "People?" she queried, before drawing on her cigarette. "My own father, for one," he told her. "My uncles, known men from the neighbourhood, all telling me I was being saved for something better, something more important. They were keeping me clean, so I could move about without being watched, even travel abroad. I never went to a demonstration, a Republican funeral, a speech. Nothing. I wasn't the only one. There were others like me, too." "And when you got older, what did you do?" she asked, tentatively. "I was a soldier," he answered. "Or at least, That's what I believed. He took a deep breath before continuing. I killed people for the cause, he admitted. British soldiers, police officers, informants, anyone connected to the security services, anyone who was deemed to be an enemy. How many people have you killed? She surprised him with the bluntness of her question, making him lean away from her before answering. I don't know, he told her. I never kept count. Enough. Do you still work for them? She asked. This organisation? No, he shook his head. Not for years. They don't need a man like me anymore. As far as they're concerned, I'm just an embarrassing relic from the past. So why are you here? She said, confronting the obvious. A job, he answered, without hesitating. To kill someone? She asked, the hand holding her shrinking cigarette, shaking slightly. Yes, he confessed. But you said you weren't with any organisations anymore, she reminded him. I work for myself now, he explained. You're an assassin, she accused him. I only take certain jobs, he said, trying to excuse himself. Criminals? People who've done very bad things. No innocents. Are you going to kill me? She asked, bluntly, her eyes glassy with moisture. No, he said, after too long a beat. I'm going back to bed, he told her, as if nothing had happened, before walking away, leaving her smoking as she looked out at the view. When suddenly he burst from the darkness and grabbed her around the neck in an armlock. His grip was so tight she couldn't speak as he dragged her backwards over the chair and into the centre of the room, away from anything she could grab. He kept her pinned to the floor, his forearm crushing her throat as her struggling grew weaker and weaker until she fell still, before slumping in death. He released her, gently lowering her head to the floor. In the semi-darkness, a slight shimmer of perspiration shone on his skin, but nothing more. Sorry, was the last thing he said to her. Chapter 38. Jameson walked the short distance along a corridor in Auckland Central Police HQ before entering Finch's office just as he was gathering his things and preparing to leave. What the hell are you doing here? He asked when he looked up and saw him. You're supposed to be keeping our friend Alexander Knight alive. Jameson took a seat without being asked. I need to speak to you about something. If it's not about your current assignment, I'm not interested, Finch warned him, before sighing as he calmed down. Look, Reuben, there's been a murder over in Ponsonby. Some professional woman in her mid-30s killed in her own home. Apparently, it doesn't look good. Bishop wants me to go take a look. So, if it's not urgent... A stranger attack? He asked, his interest piqued. I don't know yet, Finch told him. Could be. I'll come with you, he said, inviting himself. Take a look. You need to get back tonight, Finch ordered. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to save your neck. It's covered, he pleaded. Night shift said they'd cover till I got there. Finch stood looking at him with his hands on his hips for a few seconds before making his decision. Forget it, he insisted. I need you to get straight back tonight. Understand? What? Jameson asked, incredulous. Come on, Finch. You need me on this. I need you to keep Knight alive, he reminded him. Look, if I need to run anything past you, I will. But that's it, Reuben. Fine, Jameson gave in. But don't ask me to close my eyes. What's that supposed to mean? Finch asked. You'll see, Jameson answered, before turning on his heels and striding out of the office. O'Doherty stood in the steaming hot shower in his new hotel room, scrubbing himself hard with soap and a brush, removing any possible forensic evidence that could link him to the woman he killed. Once he was satisfied, he stepped out of the shower and went to the sink, where a bottle of dark brown-coloured hair dye waited for him. He tipped it over his head and rubbed it in thoroughly before washing his hands and checking the growing stubble on his face. Pleased with the overall results, he wrapped a towel around his waist and headed into the main room, where he took a wash bag from the safe before emptying the contents onto the bed, revealing several passports, driving licenses and credit cards. He sifted through them until he found the one he wanted, a New Zealand passport bearing a photograph of himself with dark, ungroomed hair, plenty of facial stubble and wearing spectacles. He put the other items back in the bag and returned it to the safe before opening the minibar directly underneath it, removing 2 small bottles of whiskey and pouring both into a glass. He wiped the bottles clean of prints before tossing them in the bin and sitting on the bed with his drink, closing his eyes and taking a large mouthful. After swallowing, he exhaled and seemed to relax as he searched for the remote and flicked the TV on before sitting back on the bed to watch for news if she'd been found yet. Chapter 39. London, 2009. A 14-year-old Jimmy Riley walked along the quiet back street in Kilburn, North London, his mother walking quietly by his side as the warm summer sun shone down on them, although neither was aware of the fine day. Jimmy should have been in school with little more to worry about than exams and girls, but he'd been sent home early after his mother had been summoned to school again for yet another lecture from the headmaster about his latest incident of bad behaviour, this time fighting with 2 other boys. "This has to stop, Jimmy," Sarah suddenly told him, now her temper had cooled enough to allow her to speak calmly. "You're lucky not to be suspended for a week, or worse, expelled. Then what would we do?" Jimmy just shrugged. "That attitude won't solve anything," she warned him. "Jesus, Jimmy, I don't know what's the matter with you these days. Ever since what happened, you've been all over the place. You can't use it as an excuse to throw your life away." "I'm not," Jimmy argued, his voice shallow and sulky. "Then why all the trouble at school?" she demanded. "Fighting, again." "I was saying stuff," he grumbled. "What were they saying?" she asked. "Things about Abigail," he told her. "Things you should have ignored," she chastised him. "You've got to move on. You're young. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is." "They said it was her own fault," he explained. "That she went with a lot of boys on the estate." "Christ." She shook her head. "There's a lot of mean-spirited fools out there, Jimmy. You've got to learn to ignore them." "Like Dad," he reminded her. "He spends all of his time drunk these days." "That's not true," she said, trying to defend her husband, although she knew that Jimmy's words were largely true. The agony of losing Abigail had sent him spiralling into a downward cycle of depression and alcoholism. "Yes, it is," he argued. "Your dad's got some problems, that's all," she lied. "He'll be all right in time." Again, Jimmy just shrugged. They walked in an uncomfortable silence for a while before he suddenly spoke again. "I should have been there," he quietly declared. "I should have been with her. I could have stopped them." She was momentarily shocked into silence before finding her tongue. It was the first time he'd ever said anything like that. "You couldn't have stopped them," she assured him. "You were only 10. and there were 2 of them. I can fight, he defiantly insisted. I wouldn't have been afraid, and I wouldn't have run away. I'd have stopped them. She stopped walking and looked into his eyes. It only seemed like yesterday when she'd have had to have stooped to do so. But now he was growing into a young man and was nearly as tall as she was. She knew the older he became, the more difficult his anger would be to control. I know you wouldn't have run away, she told him. But it's not your fault you weren't there. None of it's your fault. Only those 2 evil bastards are to blame. A brief smile flickered across his lips. I've never heard you swear before, he teased her. Well, I'm sorry about that, she said, but when it comes to those 2, the normal rules don't apply. She turned and began walking again, Jimmy following suit. But they do, though, don't they? Jimmy told her after a few seconds. What do? She asked, perplexed. The normal rules, he explained. They do apply to them. What do you mean? She questioned. The rules, he repeated. The rules that say they can only go to prison for a few years. Then they'll be out and free to do whatever they like nothing ever happened. Like Abigail never existed. Sarah swallowed the pain of the truth of his words. There's nothing we can do about that, she managed to say, walking a little quicker without realizing it, as if she could outrun her grief. What if there was something we could do? He asked, with a seriousness in his voice that made her stop and spin towards him. But there isn't, she reminded him. We can't even appeal against their sentence. The judge gave them as long as he could. I'm not talking about the courts, he replied, spitting out his words as if the mere mention of them caused a bad taste in his mouth, or the police, or anyone else who betrayed us. I'm talking about getting justice ourselves. What the hell are you talking about, Jimmy? She demanded. Finding them, and... He stalled. And what? She pressed. Killing them. Oh, Jesus, Jimmy, she told him, stretching out and holding him by the shoulders. You shouldn't be thinking such things, let alone saying them, she whispered. It's dangerous talk. It's what they deserve, he insisted, his eyes burning with hatred. You have to stop thinking this way, she warned him. Besides, they're locked in prison. When they get out, he continued, we wait until they get out. They won't be coming back here, she explained. God, you're so naive. They probably won't even be coming back to London. I'll find them, he promised. Wherever they go, I'll find them. Forget it, she snapped at him. Get those thoughts out of your head before they destroy you. I can't, he told her through gritted teeth. I just can't. Not until they pay for what they did to Abigail. You'll never find them, she insisted. It'll be impossible. I don't believe that, he argued. I'll never stop looking, and one day I'll find them, and I'll make them pay. Okay, Jimmy, she sighed, reminding herself he was just a 14-year-old boy whose anger would hopefully fade as he matured. Then, let's just hope that day never comes. It will, he told her, with a troubling coldness. I just know it will. Chapter 40. Auckland, present time. Jenny Jameson was sitting in the playground at school, alone, reading a textbook, when she was approached by 2 girls the same age as herself. She knew the girls, Shelley Atherton and Kate Edwards. She also knew that Shelley's dad was a cop in Auckland. Hey, Shelley interrupted her, making her look up from the book. Hey, Jenny replied simply. What you doing? Shelley asked. Just some revision, she told her, a bit suspicious. I have a test? You moved here from London, eh? Shelley pried. My dad moved us, she explained. Must be boring for you here, after London, Kate joined in. Jenny just shrugged, wary of committing to an answer. I've seen you around a lot, Shelley said, pleasantly enough. Always seem to be on your own. I don't mind being alone, Jenny said, dismissing it. You got a boyfriend yet? Shelley smiled. No, she said with a laugh. I don't have a boyfriend. How come? Shelley asked. You're really pretty. I don't think so, she blushed. Yeah, you are, Shelley insisted. She just shrugged again. Maybe you could hang around with us, Shelley suggested. My boyfriend's friends are always looking to meet new girls. We could introduce you. Maybe, she said, without sounding keen. Shelley glanced at Kate before continuing. Your dad's a cop, eh? Who told you that? She asked, warily, having been told all her life to be careful who she spoke to about what her dad did. My dad's a cop too, Shelley confirmed what she already knew. He says he knows your dad. I heard your dad's a cop, Jenny said, surprising her. Yeah, Shelley said, her face growing serious. Knows all about your dad too. What do you mean, knows all about him? She asked, suspicious again. Says your dad won't be a cop much longer, Shelley snarled. Got some other cop killed back in London, and now everyone thinks he's going to do the same thing here. That's not true, Jenny told her, fighting her rising anger. You don't know what you're talking about. My dad says no one here wants to work with him, Shelley continued, and how he mostly has to work on his own. You're lying, she snapped back, losing the battle with her own feelings. Said it's only a matter of time before professional standards catch up with him and chuck him out of the police. Shelley smiled, happy with her taunts. You lying bitch, Jenny shouted, before launching herself at Shelley, sending both of them tumbling to the ground, where they wrestled with each other, exchanging blows and grabbing each other by the hair, as more and more children appeared from nowhere, gathering around to watch and cheer. After little more than a minute, a young female teacher in a tracksuit appeared, parting the crowd until she reached the combatants and separated them. Break it up, the teacher demanded, as the girls tried to break free of her to continue their melee. That's enough. I said break it up. She finally managed to keep them apart and dragged them to their feet. What the hell do you think you're doing? She started it, Shelley said, getting her accusation in first. She just attacked me for no reason. You lying bitch, Jenny said, repeating her earlier insult, and again tried to get free to attack the other girl. But the teacher managed to hold her firm. Right, she told them. Both of you with me to the principal's office. You can explain yourselves to her. She held them as far apart as her arms could stretch and marched them towards the school building to learn their fate. O'Doherty, with his new dark hair colour, stubble, glasses and casual clothes, stepped from his hotel room and softly closed the door, immediately wiping the handle clean with a handkerchief, and headed off along the corridor to the lifts. He loosely wrapped the end of the handkerchief around the end of his index finger and pressed to call the lift. A few seconds later, it arrived, the doors opening to allow him to enter. He used the same covered finger to send the lift down to the ground floor, always keeping his head slightly bowed to avoid the ubiquitous CCTV he assumed was watching him. When the lift stopped with a soft bounce, he stepped out and walked across the hotel lobby with his small suitcase in one hand and the key card to his room pinched in the handkerchief in the other. He dropped the key into a bin without breaking stride as he headed to the exit and out of the hotel, quickly disappearing into the steady flow of pedestrians in Auckland's central business district. Jameson sat next to Jenny in Headmistress Helen Locke's office, both looking very glum. The slightly awkward pleasantries over with, the headmistress got to the business of why they were there. "Jenny," she began, looking stern, "perhaps you'd like to start by telling us what this is all about?" Jenny just shrugged. "I'd really like to hear your explanation." "Yeah," Jameson interrupted, sounding frustrated and angry. "Me too." Locke gave him something of a disapproving look that made him turn away to peer out of the window. She turned her attention back to his daughter. "Jenny, the other girl said you attacked her for no reason. Is that true?" Jenny just shrugged in silence and looked at the floor. "Jesus, Jenny," he jumped in again. "I had to sneak away from an important assignment to get here. You need to tell us what's going on." "Nothing's going on," she grumpily insisted. "Then why were you fighting with the other girl?" Locke tried to take back control. "I don't know," she lied. "What do you mean, you don't know?" he asked, exasperated. "I mean, I don't know," she repeated, angry now. "Jenny, I don't have time for this," he told her. "I had to call in a lot of favours to get cover so I could be here." "Mr. Jameson," Locke tried to calm them down, "if you could just—" "I hit her because of what she was saying about you. Okay?" Jenny suddenly interrupted with a confession. A long, uncomfortable silence engulfed the room. "What do you mean, because of what she was saying about me?" he eventually asked. "Her dad's a cop. All right," she answered, as if it explained everything. "So?" he asked, confused. "So," she explained, almost shouting, "he says you're going to lose your job." "What?" he said, barely able to believe what he was hearing. "That none of the other cops will work with you because you got another cop killed," she angrily explained. "That it's only a matter of time before you mess up again and they can sack you." "Jesus Christ," he pleaded, sinking into his chair and closing his eyes as another silence descended over the room. Locke cleared her throat to break the silence before speaking. "The other girl's surname is Atherton. Do you know the father?" "Yeah," he sighed. "I know him. Seen him around. A uniformed constable working central Auckland. Can't remember ever speaking to him." "If work's affecting Jenny's home life, perhaps it would be a good idea to inform the school," Locke suggested, "so we can give her extra support." "Work's fine," he lied. "Atherton's an arsehole, and by the sound of it, so's his daughter." "Mr. Jameson," Locke protested, "I'm not sure that attitude is helpful in these circumstances." "Fine. I'm sorry," he told her, without a hint of sincerity in his voice, before tapping his daughter on the leg and flicking a finger towards Locke. "Jenny, tell Mrs. Locke you're sorry and it won't happen again." She rolled her eyes. "Just do it, Jenny," he ordered. She rolled her head to one side, but eventually looked at Locke. "I'm sorry," she said, with even less sincerity than her father. "It won't happen again?" "We all good now?" Jameson asked, leaning forward to push himself out of his chair. "No, Mr. Jameson," Locke said, stopping him, making him slump back. "This is a serious breach of the school's agreed standards of behaviour. I have no choice but to suspend Jenny for the rest of the week." "What?" Jenny protested. "But that's not fair." He held his hand up to silence her. "And the other girl?" "Same," Locke assured him, Suspended for the rest of the week too. And I'll speak to her about provoking Jenny." "Fair enough," he agreed, leaning forward again. "But Dad," Jenny said, stopping him. "Finished," he cut her dead. "It's finished. 1 week suspension, then you come back and you start again. Understand?" Again she rolled her eyes. "Understand?" he asked, more sternly. "All right," she agreed, sounding miserable and persecuted. "I understand." "Good," he nodded once. "Then there's no need to waste any more of Mrs. Locke's time." Dolby was in his small kitchen washing up after lunch with Millsy and Detective Constable Johnny Ramaker, one of the night duty detectives protecting him. Mills sat at the table while Ramaker looked anxiously out the window, eager for Jameson to arrive so he could finally go home. "DS Jameson is very late today," Dolby said, without looking up from the sink. "I hope everything is all right." "He'll be here," Mills told him, sounding a little agitated. "Just got something he had to take care of first." "Family problems?" Dolby casually asked, still gazing down. "I'm not here to discuss the personal life of DS Jameson, Mr. Knight," she answered, the concern in her voice clear. "I'm here to keep you alive." "Of course," Dolby agreed meekly. "I'm sorry." Ramaker looked at him out the corner of his eye before glancing at Mills. It was enough to let her know what he would like to do to Dolby. "If it's all right with you, I have things I need to take care of outside," Dolby told them, turning away from the sink, drying his hands. "Sure," Mills agreed. "Go ahead." "Thank you," he said, before throwing the tea towel onto the counter. "No need to thank me," Mills told him, emotionless and cold. Dolby nodded and headed for the door. "I'll go with you," Ramaker jumped in. "I could do with the air." "Fine," she sullenly agreed. "Just don't go too far from the house." "No need to worry, DC Mills," Dolby cheerfully reassured her. "I'm sure I'll be safe enough with DC Ramaker watching over me." "All the same," she insisted, "I'd appreciate it if you didn't go too far."
"I got it covered, Millsy," Ramaker assured her. "You just find out where Jameson is. I could do with some sleep, eh?"
"Don't worry about Jameson," she replied. "He'll be here."
"He'd better be," Ramaker told her, looking serious. "Or he'll owe me more than a couple of favours."
"Just look after Dolby, eh, Johnny?" she rebuked him. "Let me worry about Reuben." Jameson and Jenny were driving home in the frosty silence of his car until finally he felt the time was right to say something. "You all right?" he asked gently. "No," she snapped back at him, as if she'd been waiting for the chance since they'd got in the car. "No, I'm not all right. Nothing will ever be right until we go home."
"You mean home in London?" he asked, sighing inside.
"I don't belong here, Dad," she told him, calmer now. "We don't belong here. No one barely speaks to me at school, and now I find out no one wants to work with you in the police here. Can't we just go home?"
"This is home now, Jenny," he answered, like he had dozens of times before. "We can make it work. There's nothing back in London for me anymore."
"You mean because Mum's dead?" she asked, looking out of the window as they passed rows of weather-boarded houses with their neat front gardens and driveways.
"That, and other things that happened," he shrugged.
"Because your partner got killed?" she pressed.
"Yeah," he admitted, drawing a breath. "Because of that."
"People blamed you for that?" she asked, sounding surprised.
"They tried to," he told her. "It went to a central board.
I was cleared. But they still made you move? She questioned. It was the best thing for all, he assured her. You never told me this before, she wondered. Couldn't see the point, he said, trying to dismiss it. I didn't want you to worry. I miss Mum, she said, after a long silence. So do I, he said, sadly. Why did she have to die? Jenny asked. Because she had untreatable cancer, he reminded her. I know what killed her, she replied, but I don't know why it had to be her. No, he sighed. Nor do I. There was another silence before Jenny spoke again. If you get fired from the police, can we go home? I'm not going to get fired from the police, he answered, shaking his head and smiling slightly. That's not what Shelley said, she argued. Yeah, well, he said. Shelley sounds like a little bitch. You shouldn't say that in front of me, she smiled. Mum would never say that in front of me. Yeah, well, I'm not your mum, he nodded. She was a better person than I'll ever be. He paused for a couple of seconds before continuing. Look, if Shelley or anyone else picks on you again, just use your brain. You want to teach them a lesson? That's fine. Just don't do it in the middle of the playground, and don't get caught. That's not very fatherly advice, she said, chastising him. You might as well start learning about the real world, he told her. She looked out the window in silence for a while, deep in thought. What are you doing at work right now? She suddenly asked. Rose said you're protecting someone. Something like that, he answered, hoping it would be enough to satisfy her interest. Why do they need protection? She said. Because someone might want to hurt them, he explained. Why would someone want to hurt them? She pried. He took a deep breath before replying, torn between being honest with her and wanting to protect her from the sickening truth. Because a long time ago, they hurt someone very badly. You mean they killed them? She persisted. Yes, he told her bluntly, glancing at her to see her reaction. Who did they kill? She asked. A young girl, he answered. Not much older than you. Did they do other things to her? She said, digging deeper. You don't need to know that, he warned her. You said I needed to start learning about the real world, she added, reminding him of his own words. Tell me. She was very badly injured, he said, after a while. Before she died. They did things to her. They? She seized on it. Then there were more than one. There was, he admitted. But there's only one now. The other was killed in Canada. Shot. She squinted her eyes with concentration. So, you think whoever killed them is coming after the one you're protecting? He looked over at her. Clever girl. You'll make a good detective. Maybe I will, she teased, before becoming serious again. Doesn't sound like he deserves protecting. You should leave him to pay for what he did. I can't do that, he told her. She thought in silence for a while before speaking. If you keep him alive, things will be better for you at work, she asked, hopefully. Don't worry about my work, he insisted. I'm working on something that could change everything. I thought you were just supposed to be protecting this man, she said, and shook her head, confused. Keeping him safe will change everything? It's connected, he explained. It's complicated, but it's something I need to do. He looked at her again before returning his eyes to the road.
Everything will be fine, he assured her. I promise you. Everything's going to work out fine. Now, he said, changing the subject, you need to give me your phone. What? She said, sounding incredulous. Why? Punishment, he said, smiling. You lose your phone. That's not fair, she insisted. Just for a few days, he told her, holding out his hand in expectation. But what if I go out at night? She reasoned. You wouldn't want me out without being able to get hold of me. Good point, he agreed, giving her false hope. You're grounded as well. What? She protested. You're joking, right? I've got to do something, he explained. You just got suspended from school for fighting. There has to be some kind of punishment. Dad, she pleaded. Hand it over, he insisted. Just a few days. You're getting off pretty lightly, young lady. She rolled her eyes as she pulled the phone from her blazer pocket and slapped it into his waiting palm with a huff. Thanks, he said to her with a smile. Your mum would be proud of me. Chapter 41. O'Doherty walked in a crouch from the bush and settled in the tree line on the crest of a hill that overlooked Dolby's farm. He took a set of binoculars from his backpack and looked down on the buildings below, scanning the area until he found Dolby stacking chopped wood at the side of the house, while a woman, he assumed was a cop, stood close by, the holstered pistol attached to her belt clearly displayed. He made the snap decision that this was as good an opportunity as he was likely to get, with apparently only one cop on duty, and decided to take Dolby out there and then. He pulled a pistol from his backpack, attached the silencer, and slapped a magazine in, pulling back the top lever to put a bullet in the chamber and cock the weapon ready for firing. He was just about to head down to the farm when he was disturbed by the sound of an engine that made him look up to see a car in the distance approaching the farm. He snatched up his binoculars and focused in on the car bouncing along the dirt road before it skidded to a stop outside the farmhouse. The detective he recognized from before stepped from the car and held a hand up towards the woman as he walked towards her as if he was apologizing for something. He was a good shot and knew he could hit Dolby from some distance and melt away before a cop on their own could follow him. But two cops more than doubled the risk to himself, and he didn't want to take on two armed detectives. He was only here for Dolby. Killing cops was bad for business. He gave a knowing nod of the head before quickly dismantling the pistol, packing it away, and disappearing back into the bush. Jameson headed for Mills and Dolby outside the farm as she started walking towards him. He assumed so Dolby wouldn't be able to hear what she was about to say to him. He held his hands up in anticipation of her impending wrath. "Sorry, Millsy," he said as soon as she was within range. "I got here as quick as I could." He looked around as if he was searching for something. "Where's Ramaka?" He couldn't wait any longer, she told him, hands on hips to let him know she was pissed off. He had to go. Jesus, Reuben, there's supposed to be two of us here at all times. What if something had happened? Nothing's going to happen, he said, trying to reassure her. Everything all right at home, Detective? Dolby shouted over to them. Jameson's eyes narrowed as he started to walk towards him. Let it go, Reuben, Mills said, trying to stop him, but he ignored her, brushing her shoulder as he passed by, walking until he was close to Dolby. What did you say? He snarled into Dolby's face. Dolby looked round nervously, trying to avoid eye contact. I was just saying, I hope everything's okay at home. I know you have a teenage daughter, and that can't be...
You know what? He interrupted aggressively. Just, Dolby stumbled. I heard someone mention you had a daughter and... You know fuck all about me, Jameson warned him, before pointing his index finger into Dolby's face. You ever mention my family again, I'll fucking bury you. Dolby cleared his throat. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean to intrude. Perhaps it's best if I make us some coffee. He took a wide route around Jameson and headed off towards the house. Yeah, Jameson called after him. You do that. He waited for him to reach the house before walking back to Mills. Well, that's going to help, she told him, her hands back on her hips. Jesus, Reuben, you're such a fuck-up. What are you talking about? He said, sulking. Our assignment, she reminded him. Keeping Knight alive? Threatening him's not going to help us keep him alive. Jesus, he complained, shaking his head and grimacing. Don't give me a hard time, Millsy. Give you a hard time, she repeated, sounding indignant. You're supposed to be here with me, Reuben. What if someone does turn up who's prepared to go through me to get to Knight? 1 against 1 isn't good odds. Relax, Millsy, he said, dismissing her fears. Nothing's going to happen to you. Well, thanks for being so concerned, she said, sarcastically. Look, he told her, spreading his arms wide. The hit in Canada was probably a one-off. The guy who got killed probably just pissed off the local gangsters. The fact he was who he was is just a coincidence. Criminals drift into the criminal world no matter where they end up. Dangerous place to be. Knight hasn't, she reminded him, making him look towards the farmhouse before replying. Listen, he said, even if there is a hitman out there somewhere, which I doubt, he's not going to risk taking on even one armed cop. Too dangerous. He'll wait. He's not going to risk having his head blown off by a cop just for another job. He just wants to take out the mark nice and clean and disappear. He took a breath and once more looked at the farmhouse. Believe me, Millsy, if you're in any danger from anyone, it's from Dolby. What the hell are you talking about, Reuben? She asked, in a tone that let him know she didn't believe a word he was saying. He sighed and looked everywhere but at Mills. Nothing, he said, waving it away. Forget it. She just stood, shaking her head. I'm going to take a look around the farm, he said, to break the silence. I thought you said there was nothing to worry about, she reminded him. Nobody's out there. There isn't, he told her over his shoulder as he was already walking away. I just need some air and to clear my head. You do that, he heard her say as he headed towards the bush, her eyes burning into the back of his head and thoughts of what he'd like to do to Dolby smouldering in his mind. Chapter 42. Jameson arrived home and entered the kitchen, where Rose was at her usual station, cooking away. She glanced over her shoulder when she heard him. You're back, then? She greeted him. Yeah, he said, stating the obvious. It would appear so. Heard there was some trouble at school today, she casually told him. Yeah, he confirmed, taking his jacket off and hanging it on the back of a chair he then sat on. Want to talk about it? She asked. No, he answered bluntly, kicking his shoes off. You know, she told him, stirring the pot, maybe it would be better for Jenny if you were home a little more. He tried to massage the tension out of his neck while stifling a yawn. Well, that ain't going to happen any time soon, he replied. I'm going to go check on Jenny. He wearily pushed himself out of the chair and headed off along the hallway. When he reached her, He knocked on the closed bedroom door and waited to be invited in. "What do you want?" Jenny's voice asked him from the other side of the door. He sighed and rested his head against the door. "Jenny, it's me." "I know who it is," she replied. He waited for her to say more, but was disappointed. "Want to talk about it?" he eventually asked, but there was no reply. "Jenny?" He waited again, but heard only silence. "Can I come in?" "It's not locked," she replied a few seconds later. He lifted his head from the door before taking a deep breath, opening it and stepping inside to find her sitting with her back to him as she sat at her desk, pretending to study. "Aren't you supposed to be protecting that murderer?" she asked, without turning to look at him. "Night shift's taken over," he told her. "I don't have to go back till morning." "I don't know why you didn't just stay there," she complained. "He's more important to you than I am." "Want to talk about what happened at school today?" he asked, refusing to take the bait. "No," she insisted, finally spinning to face him. "Want to talk about the man you're protecting?" "No," he shook his head. "Not really." Neither of them spoke for a while as he walked deeper into her room and sat on the bed facing her. "At school today," he said, "I know you were only trying to stick up for me. Thanks." "You're glad I did it?" she asked, quietly. "Kind of," he shrugged. "Maybe not the way you did it, but the fact you did it is pretty cool." She just stared at the floor. "Tough, though, times like this. It's when I miss your mum most." She shrugged, but didn't say anything. "I just want to speak to her, you know? Talk stuff through. Talk about you. She was so proud of you." "Sometimes," she suddenly responded, "sometimes I can't remember what she looks like. I have to look at her picture." "You're young," he said, dismissing it. "Even younger when it happened. She knows you love her, and she loves you." She got up from her desk, walked over to the bed, and sat next to him. He put an arm around her and listened to her crying softly. "I really miss her, Dad," she said, weeping. "I know," he told her, choking back his own tears. "I miss her, too." I remember she used to make me feel safe," she said, reminiscing. "I'll keep you safe," he vowed, pulling her closer. "I'll never let anything happen to you." "You promise?" She looked for reassurance, no longer a teenager, but a child again. "I promise, Jenny," he swore. "I promise." Chapter 43. O'Doherty sat inside his motorhome, parked close to Pier Beach, with the net curtains drawn, his dishevelled hair and lengthening whiskers making him look increasingly like any other traveller chilling out as he toured New Zealand. The photographs he'd taken from the farm, as well as those of Dolby and the policeman, were spread out across the table. He looked at the photos of the farm, trying to find a way to get close enough, shoot Dolby and escape cleanly, even with the cops there, but couldn't find anything obvious. He tossed the photos to one side in frustration and swapped them for a close-up of Dolby, which he studied for a while, before also tossing it away disinterestedly. He sat, staring into space for a few seconds, before picking up a close-up of Jameson, studying it for a long while, trying to get a feel for the man who stood between him and his target. There was certainly something about the cop he recognised. A look he'd seen before in the faces of dangerous men he'd dealt with in the past. A determination not to let anything get in the way of what they want. It didn't bode well. He gave a resigned sigh and tossed the photograph back amongst the others. Jameson sat in his car, parked on the farm, calling Sergeant Jack Neal on his mobile. "Reuben," Neal answered. "And to what do I owe the pleasure?" "You back at HQ?" he asked, dispensing with any niceties. "Sure," Neal replied. "Why?" "I need you to do something for me," he told him. "Go on," Neal said, a little suspicious. "I need you to log on to the PNC and look something up for me," Jameson explained. "And what would that be?" Neal asked. "I need the details of everyone reported missing in the Greater Auckland area over the last 4 years," he answered, knowing what reaction he was likely to get. "What?" Neal laughed. "You're joking, right? There'll be bloody hundreds, if not thousands. Could take days. Weeks." "No," he shook his head. "I'm not interested in the everyday crap. Just young, slightly built women, lone travellers, particularly ones from countries that have less of a traditional link to New Zealand. Eastern Europe, South America, that sort of thing." "Okay," Neal sighed. "But it'll still take time." "Fine," he agreed. "Just get back to me when you have the results." "No problem," Neal assured him. "You need anything else?" "Yeah," he quickly answered. "I'm already looking into a couple of missing person reports. 2 women who both disappeared within the last couple of years. I need you to find the informants for me." "You got their names?" Neal asked. "First one's Anna Sarfas," he began, knowing Neal would be ready with a pen and paper. "From Latvia, reported missing by her friend, Evelina Gulbis, also Latvian. Second one is Sofia Martinez, Colombian, reported missing by Daniela Perez, another Colombian. You get all that?" "You sure they didn't just jump ship somewhere?" Neal asked. "Didn't fancy returning to the homeland?" "I know what it looks like," he told him, "but can you find them?" "Sure," Neal sighed. "Unusual names like that should make it easy, if they're still in New Zealand. If they're not, just do what you can," he encouraged him. "Will do," Neal agreed. "Thanks," he said, before hanging up. He was about to put the phone away, but found himself looking for Lisa's number in his contacts. But once he had her number, he couldn't make his finger press the button. After a few seconds, he sighed and stuffed the phone back in his pocket before climbing out the car and heading towards the house when Mills came out to meet him. "Everything okay?" she asked, sounding concerned. "Yeah," he told her, not wanting to talk about his conversation with Neal. "Fine. How's our friend?" "Why don't you go see for yourself?" she answered. "He's inside. I'm going to check around outside. If you need me." She patted the mobile phone attached to her waist belt and headed off into the field. He watched her for a couple of seconds before reluctantly heading towards the farmhouse. He entered the kitchen, where he found Dolby preparing some food. Dolby looked at him briefly. "I take it all is well?" he asked. "Yeah," Jameson replied, his voice thick with contempt. "Fine." "And your daughter?" Dolby tried to be civil. "She's well?" "I already told you," he warned him. "Don't talk about my daughter. Understand?" "If that's what you want," Dolby said, concentrating on cooking. "It is," he snapped back. They both stood in an awkward silence for a long while, until Dolby broke it. "Any sign of the mysterious assassin?" he asked, slightly sarcastically. "No," he replied bluntly, not wanting to engage in conversation with him about anything. "Maybe you and DC Mills should leave me to it, or turn a blind eye, if the hitman ever turns up," Dolby suggested. "Let him kill me. Isn't that what everyone really wants? Maybe I even want it myself. Maybe it's what I deserve." Jameson ignored him. "You know what surprises me about you the most?" "No," he answered disinterestedly. "What?" "That you've managed to resist the temptation to interview me about the crime I'm supposed to have committed," Dolby explained. "Every other cop I've ever met always ends up interviewing me about it. But not you." "I don't need to interview you," he said, looking at him in disgust. "I've read the case file." "Then you'll know that the British police never found any trace of my semen in or on the victim," Dolby explained. "No," he admitted. "But they did find the other man's semen, as well as traces of spermicide, most probably from a prophylactic. Means he was dumb, you were smart. Makes you the cold and calculating one. Makes you a very dangerous animal. More dangerous than Anderson ever was. Before someone shot him through the head and put him out of his misery, that is." "I never touched the girl," Dolby said quietly. "The spermicide came from her having sex with her boyfriend some time earlier. I'm sure of it. But no one would listen. No one wanted to hear it." "Fucking bullshit," he told him, calmly but threateningly. "You just don't have the decency to admit your guilt. I read all about the boyfriend in the file. He was interviewed and denied ever having sex with her. For all anyone knew, she was still a virgin." "Of course he did," Dolby argued. "She was only 14. If he admitted to having sex with her, he would have been guilty of having sex with an underage girl, and the police would have had no choice but to prosecute. Neither he nor his parents were ever going to allow that to happen." He thought about what Dolby had said for a couple of seconds before dismissing the possibility. "It would be better for all if you just admitted your guilt." "I remember it like it was yesterday," Dolby said, ignoring him as he appeared to be almost going into some sort of trance. "So vivid still. After all this time. She was so scared. I suppose she must have sensed what was going to happen. She tried to get away, but Paul hit her hard. When she was on the floor, he started tearing at her clothes, ripping them. I didn't know what to do, so I just stood there. I just stood there and watched as he took the knife and... God, there was so much blood." He paused to steady himself. Then he started to rape her, and she was crying, begging me to help her. I tried to pull him off, but he pushed me away, threatened me with the knife. When it was over, he turned to me and said it was my turn now. Told me what I should do to her. But I refused. He swallowed hard, his skin ashen. I just wanted to run away and keep running, to get away from that place. But Paul started going crazy, threatening me with the knife again and saying he was going to kill her if I didn't rape her. But I couldn't. I just couldn't. Eventually, he gave up trying to make me. Then he went back to Abigail. That's when he started to stab her. But it was more than that. He was out of control, like he was someone else, something else, not human anymore. He grabbed hold of the kitchen counter as if he needed it to stop himself from collapsing. "I've read the case file," Jameson snarled unsympathetically. "I've seen the photographs of the victim and the crime scene. She wasn't just killed, she was butchered. Her breasts were cut off while she was probably still alive. You expect me to believe Anderson could have done that on his own? He would have needed help. You would have had to help him." "I don't care what you or anyone else believes," he told him, finally making eye contact. "Not anymore. All I know is that I see her face during every waking second and every sleeping moment of my life. I can't get through a single minute without remembering. Have you any idea what that's like?" Some flicker of doubt about Dolby's guilt briefly flickered across Jameson's face, while at the same time memories of shooting Sawa jumped into his mind. "More than you think," he answered, almost unwittingly. "Really?" Dolby seized on it. "In what way?" "Never mind," he snapped at him. "Forget it." He looked around the kitchen, which suddenly felt claustrophobic and depressive. "I'm going to check up on DC Mills," he said, as an excuse to leave, and headed for the door. He felt Dolby's eyes watching him every step of the way. Chapter 44. London, 2014. Harvey entered the generic-looking coffee shop in Kilburn High Street and scanned the customers until he spotted Sarah sitting alone, hidden away at a table in the far corner. He caught her eye as he waited in the short queue before getting himself a black coffee and heading over to where she sat, slipping his cup and saucer onto the table. "Hello, Sarah," he said. "Hello, Fraser," she said. "I'm sorry. Can I get you another drink?" No, she insisted. "I'm fine." He took a seat opposite her. "So, what can I do for you?" "Jimmy," she told him, shaking her head. "Jimmy," Harvey repeated, leaning back in his chair. "So, what is it this time?" "More trouble," she explained. "Getting worse, too." "I've had people keeping an eye on him as best I can," he told her. "He's been dragged away from more than one fight and taken home instead of the station. I can tell you that." "It's a miracle he hasn't been convicted of anything serious," she continued. "But I fear it's only a matter of time before he is." "I'll continue to make sure the local police are aware of his situation," Harvey promised. "But I don't see that there's much else I can do." "He's obsessed with Abigail's murder," she said, ignoring him. "He spends most of his time researching the case. When he's not drinking and getting into trouble, he's on the internet, looking for anything he can about it, searching for anything that might help him find them when they eventually get out. Any clue as to where the police might put them." "He's wasting his time," he told her. "They won't be released for a couple of years yet. No one would have thought about what to do with them yet, and even when they do, there'll be nothing about it on the internet or anywhere else about where they'll be relocated." "Relocated?" she sighed. "It'll be nice for them to have new lives. No one's ever offered to relocate us." "I can look into it, if you want," he suggested. "No," she said, dismissing it. "It's too late now. Besides, running away won't make things better. Won't change Jimmy." "I'm sorry," was all he could think of to say. "He still has nightmares, you know," she revealed. "I never told you about it before." "No," he agreed. "About not being able to save Abigail." "Sometimes," she answered. but mostly about being taken. Taken to some cold, dark place by those monsters. Taken and killed like Abigail was. I see, he replied, before taking a sip of his coffee. That must be hard on both of you. Maybe it's because they were so close, she said, ignoring his question, lost in her own memories. There was more than 4 years between them, but they loved each other. She suddenly looked up at him. I never asked. Do you have any children? He cleared his throat before answering. No, it never happened for us. For my wife and I. Oh, she said sadly. I'm sorry for that. Don't be. He smiled weakly. It's fine. Anyway, she continued, as I was saying, they were close, Jimmy and Abigail. She looked after him all the time, more like a second mother than a sister. Tell me, Fraser, what would you do if someone killed your mother like Abigail was killed? I don't know, he admitted. Try to move on and live my life? I don't believe you, she said accusingly, causing a silence to descend on them. After an uncomfortable few seconds, she spoke again, quietly. They took his sister, his father, and the person he loved most in the world. And they took everything from me, too. All I have left is that boy. But if things don't change, I'll lose him, too. I'm sure I will. Then I'll have nothing. Unless you help me. You're the only one who can help. If you're asking what I think you're asking, then you're wasting your time, he insisted. I don't know what's going to happen to them, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you or anyone else. Prison isn't a great place for a cop. And besides, my wife she's ill. Motor neurone disease. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the doctors tell us. She needs me. I'm all she has. If I knew where they were and something happened to them, I would come under immediate suspicion. Apart from going to prison, I would lose everything. And I'm a cop, not a vigilante. And Jimmy's no killer. I can tell you that. Tough kid, confused, angry. But he's no killer. What he's talking about, it's just fantasy. Fantasy or not, she told him, I truly believe I'll never have my son back unless this thing is finished. Once and for all. Sarah, he pleaded, forget this. Get your priest to talk to him. Anything. But forget this. I've tried, she explained. He won't. I swear I'm going to lose him if you don't help me end this. Jimmy will never stop. Unless I can take it out of his hands. What the hell are you talking about, Sarah? He asked, increasingly exasperated. Everything you said about we'd never get away with it is right, she agreed. But it wouldn't be Jimmy. I could never let that happen. It would be someone else. I know people. People who could help. Who do you know? He asked, disbelievingly. How could you know someone? I can't tell you that, she whispered. It's better you don't know. Sarah, I don't know what you're thinking about, but forget it. Help Jimmy as best you can, but forget all this talk of finding them, he warned her. With or without your help, Jimmy We'll never stop looking, she told him. But without you, he'll never find them, and this will never end, and that will destroy him, eventually. The only thing that will save him is if this thing can be brought to an end. I'm not interested in revenge, he explained. I did my job and put them away. Revenge is for Jimmy, she reminded him. Your motivation is different. My motivation? He asked, leaning back into his seat. To stop them doing it again, she answered. I don't know if they do it again, he replied unconvincingly. No one does. Yes, you do, she insisted. I can see it in your face, just like every other time you've been asked. Even if it's true, he argued, they'll be constantly monitored. They won't get the chance. But you're afraid they'll find a way, aren't you? She asked. Aren't you? It's out of my hands now, he answered. There's nothing I can do, other than trying to keep Jimmy out of trouble. Then we're done, she told him. I won't bother you again. Needless to say, this conversation never took place. Of course, he agreed. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but it's just not possible. Goodbye, Fraser, she said, getting to her feet. I hope your wife recovers. For a split second, he thought about telling her that his wife would never recover. Her illness was a death sentence. But he decided not to. Take care, Sarah, was all he said instead, before watching her head to the exit and walk away as he wondered if it would be the last time he ever saw her. Chapter 45. Dolby crouched on his bathroom floor, his body so tense, every sinew and muscle strained to breaking point, every vein and artery bulged as if they were going to burst. He bit down on his own hands as if he needed to feel intense pain to try and control his convulsions as he struggled to breathe. Periodically, he clamped a hand over his own mouth to stifle any noise escaping, fighting back the tears as his entire body twisted and jolted uncontrollably. After a while, slowly, he began to relax more and more. The convulsions become mere twitches until they stopped altogether. He lay on the floor a while longer, recovering his breath, regaining control of his muscles, until he was able to stagger to his feet. He stood in front of the bathroom mirror, checking his appearance before washing his face with cold water and smoothing out his hair. He took one last steadying breath and headed for the door. He walked the short distance along the hallway and entered the kitchen, where Jameson and Mills watched him closely as he gingerly took a seat. They looked at each other, and then back to Dolby. You okay? Mills asked. You don't look too good. I'll be fine, he managed to tell her. Must have eaten something that disagreed with me. You sure you'll be all right? She checked. Dolby just nodded. Okay. She shrugged. I need to check outside. Won't be long. She glanced at Jameson before leaving them alone. There was an awkward silence until Jameson spoke first. Sure you're okay? He asked, sounding less hostile than usual. You look a bit pale. I'm already feeling much better, Dolby insisted. Thank you. Don't thank me. He recovered his colder, hardened attitude. I'll need to go into town tomorrow, Dolby told him, changing the subject. I need some supplies. No, he said. No trip to town. We'll have the supplies brought in. His mobile rang before Dolby could argue. He checked the caller ID before answering and saw it was Sergeant Neil. "Jack," he greeted him. "Can you speak?" Neil asked. "I got that information you wanted." "Give me a minute," he told him, looking at Dolby out the corner of his eye. "Sure," Neil agreed, as Jameson headed out of the kitchen, leaving his jacket hanging on the back of a chair. He missed Dolby's eyes turning into narrow slits of concentration as he walked from the farmhouse, talking into the phone as soon as he decided he was clear from Dolby's earshot. "What you got?" he hurriedly asked. "I searched missing persons using the criteria you gave me," Neil explained. "Found about a dozen that fit. Want me to email them to you?" "Yeah." His mind was already swirling with the possibilities of what it could mean. "Fine. And the informants? For the two I told you about?" "No joy with the Martinez informant, Daniela Perez," Neil said, disappointing him. "She went back to Colombia a couple of years ago. I've sent a request for information to the local police, but don't hold your breath." "And Anna Sarfas?" he said, quickly moving on, desperate to give his secret investigation something solid to pursue. A real lead, a real person to speak to instead of just old, closed reports. "You got lucky." Neil made his heart miss a beat. The informant, Evelina Golbis, applied for, and was given, New Zealand residency a few months after Sarfas went missing. She still lives in Auckland, works in the Hilton down in the viaduct. I have her home address and contact details if you want them. "Yeah," he replied, relief and excitement running through him in equal measure. "Sure. Send them to me, will you?" "No worries," Neil assured him. "You want me to call her?" "No," he answered quickly. "No, I'd rather see her in person. Thanks, Jack." "Any time," Neil replied. He hung up and headed back inside. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw his jacket hanging on the back of the chair and remembered in a panic that he'd left his wallet in the inside pocket. Such had been his eagerness to speak to Neil. Dolby seemed oblivious to him as he just stood staring out the window. Jameson hurriedly pulled his wallet from the jacket and opened it, the first thing he saw being a headshot photograph of Jenny he always kept inside. Dolby suddenly spun around, catching him off guard as he stood looking through his wallet. Dolby smiled slightly. "My crime wasn't theft, Sergeant Jameson," he reminded him. "If only it had been." He turned his back on him again and went back to looking out of the window. Jameson carefully checked through the contents of his wallet, including his driving license, before carefully closing it and slipping it back in his jacket. A little disappointed he hadn't found something missing. It would have given him just the excuse he needed to drag Dolby to the nearest police station and get himself reassigned. But it wasn't to be. Not this time. O'Doherty was in his motorhome, drinking a coffee and watching the news as he cleaned and checked the pistol and ammo. Suddenly, an article came on the news about the woman he'd killed. He watched intently, breathing a sigh of relief that there didn't appear to be any CCTV footage of him yet, even though his appearance since had changed significantly. Once the news item was over, he lifted a phone battery and attached it to the mobile phone sitting on the table next to him. He dialed a number from memory and waited for an answer. After a few rings, the tentative voice of a man spoke into his ear. "Hello." "It's Danny here," O'Doherty replied. "Just wanted you to know I'm having a great time over here. Any chance I could have a quick word with Uncle Francis?" There were a few seconds' silence before the man answered. "Sure. Wait there. I'll get him for you." He heard the phone being rested on something solid as he pictured the man, in his mind, running through the rain in a Belfast street until he reached Eamon Rafferty's front door and pounded on it. He imagined Rafferty opening it without speaking, the man telling him there's a call for him. He saw Rafferty nodding as he grabbed his raincoat from the coat stand, pulling it over his head before stepping outside, walking briskly along the street, entering the man's house as if it were his own, striding down the hallway, snatching up the phone and speaking into it. The sudden sound of Rafferty's real voice made him jump. "Hello?" Rafferty greeted him confidently. "Is this phone secure?" he asked, skipping any pleasantries. "It is," Rafferty answered briskly. O'Doherty went through his normal checks anyway. "It's never been used by a person of interest before." "I said it was secure," Rafferty said assertively. "Where are you?" There was a tense pause before O'Doherty answered. "South." "And the job?" Rafferty inquired, a little pensively. "Still waiting to be done," he told him. "Problem?" Rafferty asked. "He has company," he explained. "I understand," Rafferty replied after a couple of seconds. "Can you get round it?" "Eventually," he assured him. "Just a matter of waiting for the right moment. It'll come." "You sure?" Rafferty checked. "I'm sure," he asserted. "Good," Rafferty sighed. "There's something else," he told him, before Rafferty could end the call. "Go on," Rafferty said, the concern clear in his voice. "There's been some necessary collateral damage," he explained. "One of his friends?" Rafferty asked. O'Doherty knew he meant one of his police guards. "No," he told him. "An innocent. A woman." There was another silence before Rafferty spoke. "How?" "Wrong place, wrong time," he answered matter-of-factly. "It happens," Rafferty said. "I need to know if it's been in the news. At home?" he told him. "I haven't seen anything," Rafferty answered. "You're clear. Once you get north, you'll be safe." "Good," he replied. "Anything else?" Rafferty asked him. It took him a while to find the right words. "I've been thinking," he eventually said what was on his mind. "This'll be my last job. No more after this." "Okay," Rafferty replied, without arguing. "If that's what you want." "It is," he confirmed. "I'll be in touch when it's done." He hung up without saying another word and immediately removed the battery from the phone before sitting in silence, images of his past running through his conscience as he considered his future. Just this one last job and home to run his pub and restaurant. No more false passports or cleaning up anonymous hotel rooms around the world. No more knocking on the doors of old contacts and seeing the fear in their eyes. No more collateral damage to deal with. No more being the last thing his marks saw before leaving this world. He could leave the work behind, but he knew the ghosts of his trade would never leave him. Their faces would always be there, waiting for him, every time he fell asleep. Chapter 46. Pukekohe, 2017. Sergeant Hodges stepped from his marked police 4x4 and surveyed the small farmhouse in front of him and the land surrounding it. His intelligent, piercing green eyes wandered over the neglected building and fields as he remembered the young family who'd bought it as a lifestyle plot some years ago, before they abandoned it and fled back to the comforts of metropolitan Auckland. He stretched the stiffness out of his aging back and legs, the legacy of too many years of playing rugby for the police, and forced his tall, broad body towards the house. Like most police officers in New Zealand, he wasn't routinely armed, but after reading about Dolby's crime, he'd brought along one of his own shotguns from home, although he decided to leave it in the truck until he'd had a chance to take the measure of the man he was about to meet. A man who the British press had called a monster, even though he'd only been 16 years old at the time of the killing. As he neared the front of the run-down building, Dolby stepped from inside onto the porch, carrying a broom in one hand and a bucket in the other. He froze when he saw Hodges, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Can I help you?" he asked, politely but coldly. "Sergeant Hodges," the big, uniformed cop told him as he climbed the small staircase and onto the porch. "From Pukekohe Police." "Ah, yes." Dolby seemed to relax. "The detectives who've been looking after me said I should expect a visit from the local police." "The Serious Crimes Unit," Hodges nodded as he studied the man in front of him, every word he said and move he made, already feeling slightly unbalanced by Dolby's clean-cut, business-like appearance and pleasant voice. "They'll still visit you from time to time, as will someone from the British police. But mostly it'll be myself and the inspector keeping an eye on you, making sure everything's okay." "Keeping an eye on me?" Dolby asked, with a wry smile. Hodges took a couple of steps closer, puffing himself up to his full size, but could see no sign of Dolby being intimidated. "I'm fully aware of the crime you were convicted of, Mr. Knight," Hodges told him. "So yes, I'll be keeping a very close eye on you. I didn't ask for you to be relocated here, and I probably couldn't have prevented it. But be in no doubt, this is my town. I know everyone and everything that goes on around here. You're not in London anymore. You so much as step on a crack on the pavement, and I'll be all over you. Clear?" "Clear," he agreed, almost cheerfully. "I don't like the idea of having someone like you around here," Hodges continued. "But the powers that be in Auckland tell me the situation is under control. But your assessments say you're low risk." "Someone like me?" Dolby asked, seizing on Hodges' words. "And what is it you think I am?" "Someone who murdered and raped a 14-year-old girl," Hodges told him bluntly. "You try anything like that around here, and the locals will lynch you, and I'm not sure I'd try to stop them." "You've got the wrong man," Dolby replied. "I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I'm not complaining. I should never have put myself in that position. I'll accept whatever punishment I'm given. I just want to start again. Stay away from the past." "Good," Hodges said. "Best keep it that way," he warned him as he looked around the dilapidated farm. "Looks like you got a lot to do, Mr. Knight. I hope you know what you're doing." "I studied farming and agriculture on the inside," Dolby answered. "Shouldn't take me too long to get this place sorted." "Farming, eh?" Hodges nodded his reluctant approval. "I reckon the blokes in Auckland could have found you somewhere better than this place." "No," Dolby quickly replied. "I wanted somewhere like this. Somewhere I could really make my own. Something I could build with my own hands." Once again, Hodges found himself a little unbalanced by Dolby's attitude and words. He certainly wasn't the unpleasant, snarling predator he'd half expected.
Well, I'd better let you get on, he told him. Looks like you've got plenty to get on with.
Yes, Dolby agreed, surveying his land with apparent joy. Yes, I do.
Just remember what I said, Hodges reminded him. Don't step out of line. I judge a man by his actions, not his words, Mr. Knight.
You'll get no trouble from me, Dolby assured him. No trouble at all. Chapter 47. Jameson walked through the bowels of the Hilton Hotel in Auckland's Viaduct Harbour before entering the large working kitchen filled with chefs and other staff, all too busy to notice his presence. He stopped a passing kitchen hand and showed him his police ID. "Excuse me," he told the slightly startled-looking young man. "I'm looking for Evelina Gulbis."
"Over there." The kitchen hand pointed with his chin, his hands busy with a pile of plates. "The blonde."
He looked in the direction the man was pointing and saw an attractive blonde woman in her early 20s wearing a kitchen uniform, busily preparing a pile of vegetables. "Thanks," he told him, before walking away across the kitchen until he was next to the woman. "Evelina," he said, making her look up. "Police," he told her, raising his voice above the din of their surroundings as he flashed his ID again. "We need to speak." "About what?" she asked in her Eastern European accent, looking concerned. "Anna Sarfas," he explained. "I have questions that I believe only you can answer." She looked around to make sure no one was paying them much interest before replying. "Follow me," she told him, throwing her knife down and walking away. He did as he was told until she led him to a small office set off to one side of the main kitchen. Once they were inside, she closed the door to keep the noise out as much as people. "So?" she immediately asked. "What is it you want to know?" "You reported Anna missing, right?" he checked. "Yes," she confirmed. "But that was over 2 years ago now." Her eyes narrowed for a second. "Have you found something?" "No," he answered. "She's still officially missing." "I see," she said, looking at the floor in disappointment. "Did you know Anna before coming to New Zealand?" he continued. "No," she answered. "I met her while travelling around the South Island. She was Latvian too, and travelling alone, so we hooked up. I liked her. She was fun." "Did you travel back to the Auckland area together?" he asked. "No," she explained. "We both had pre-purchased travel tickets, so I had to go back first, but we planned to meet on a certain day. Only she never turned up. I checked around with some of the people we'd made friends with while travelling, but no one had seen her for a few days. One of our friends said he'd been with her in some town, I can't remember the name of it, and that she was going to try and hitch a ride to Auckland to meet up with me. But, like I said, she never turned up." "Pukekohe," he told her, more than asked. "The name of the town was Pukekohe?" "Yes," she nodded her head. "Pukekohe." "Did she have a boyfriend?" he checked. "No," she replied, shaking her head. "If she did, I would have known." "Was someone bothering her?" he asked, moving on. "Did she ever mention anything like that?" "No," she insisted. "She was happy, unworried, having the time of her life. We both were. Then she just disappeared." "A lot of people think she's maybe still here," he told her, "living under a different name, as an illegal immigrant." "I know they do," But they're wrong. She shrugged. They're all wrong. Something happened to her. The police said they'd investigate it, but after a couple of weeks they stopped looking. I tried to get them to keep looking, but they wouldn't. As far as they were concerned, she was just another illegal immigrant. He thought for a few seconds before continuing. The report makes no mention of her family coming over to find out what was going on, he questioned. If they really believed something had happened to her, surely they would have come to New Zealand to try and find her. But if they knew she didn't want to be found, was alive and well... I went back to Latvia, she told him. I met her family. They were destroyed by her disappearance, but they are not wealthy people. They spent the last of what they had sending Anna here before she returned to Latvia to study to be a doctor. They had no money to come here. There was nothing they could do. The Latvian government? He asked. There is no embassy in New Zealand, she laughed. Just a consulate. They tried to get them to intervene, but we are a small country trying to make its way in the world. Our government doesn't want trouble. Evelina, he said, taking a breath, looking hard into her eyes. I'm trying to do the right thing here. The right thing for Anna. You swear to me you're telling the truth. I swear to you, she answered without hesitation. I swear to you, I'm telling the truth. Something happened to her. Something... She couldn't finish what she was saying as her emotions got the better of her. He gave her a moment before speaking. I believe you, he assured her. I believe something did happen to her. You think someone took her, don't you? She asked, wiping the tears from her eyes. You think someone took her and... I don't know anything for sure, he admitted, but I intend to find out. He took a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. If you think of anything else, you contact me straight away. On this number? Okay? Okay, she nodded. Find her, please, she suddenly pleaded with him. Even if it's just... I'll do everything I can, he told her. I promise. In the meantime, keep this between the two of us. Anyone else comes around asking you questions about Anna? You let me know. Of course, she nodded again. But no one will. No one here cares about her. I do, he quickly reminded her. And I'll find out what happened to her, he said, as he thought of Dolby living on his farm. I always do. Jameson arrived home late. The house was mostly in darkness, and everyone had gone to bed. He tossed his keys and everyday items on the kitchen table and headed off along the corridor to Jenny's room before quietly opening the door a few inches and peeping inside. He smiled as he watched her sleeping peacefully for a few seconds before closing the door softly and heading through the silent house to his office. He turned the desk lamp on, but left all the other lights off, took a bottle of whiskey from his desk drawer and poured himself a large glass which he placed on the desk before turning on his computer and searching for the email from Sergeant Neil. He found it amongst dozens of other, mostly junk mail, opened up the attachment and started searching through the missing persons reports. Too old, he complained about the first before moving to the next report. Too big, he said, dismissing it with a shake of his head as he moved to the next, his body tensing as he saw the photograph of a pretty teenage girl. The file was marked Suspected Illegal Immigrant. No further police action required. Information forwarded to the Immigration Service. He read the information on the front page, nodding his head with interest, before saving it and moving to the next. Too local, he denounced, before deleting it and calling up the next, only to be greeted with the picture of a woman in her 50s. "Jesus, Jack," he moaned. "I said young." Again, he deleted the file and pulled up the next. Too old, again. Too big, too strong. He deleted file after file until another made him tense with interest as he was confronted with a photograph of a pretty young woman. It was also marked suspected illegal immigrant. No further police action required. Information forwarded to the Immigration Service. He found himself nodding slowly before being sure to save the file in the same folder with the other. He skipped through the remaining files, but found nothing to interest him further. He leaned back into his chair and took another sip of his drink as he stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. After a few seconds, his eyes began to feel heavy. He fought against his closing eyes, but it was no good as he soon slipped into a fitful sleep. Suddenly, he was back in London, stuck in a world where everything moved in slow motion. His back was pressed against the wall as his friend Clarkey, dressed like a postman, stood waiting for the council flat door to open. When it finally opened, he heard the bang of a gun echoing in a warped, elongated sound as Clarkey began to fall slowly to the ground. He struggled to push himself from the wall as if he was trapped in a fast-setting glue and started to fire his pistol repeatedly, the bullets ripping through Sarwar as he stumbled backwards into the wall. Suddenly, the phone rang and woke him with a fright. He spilled a little of his drink on his chest. "Fuck," he said as he grabbed his mobile and answered it sharply. "Hello?" "It's me," Finch greeted him. "Harry?" he replied, rubbing his face. "What's up?" "You need to be at Central Headquarters first thing in the morning," Finch told him, sounding serious. "You want to tell me why?" he asked. "Professional Standards want to see you about your latest incident," Finch explained. "The armed robbery?" he guessed. "Yes," Finch confirmed, bluntly. He sighed before answering. "I'll be there." "Don't be late," Finch warned him. He heard the line go dead before standing and looking down at his phone. "Shit," he said, before he found himself searching through his contacts to find Lisa's number. His finger hovered over the call button, but he couldn't bring himself to press it. Eventually, he tossed it onto the desk where it lay next to the computer screen that still displayed the pictures of the two missing young women. "Christ," he whispered. "What the hell am I doing?" Chapter 48. Jameson walked the short distance along a corridor at Auckland Central Police HQ, carrying the missing persons reports in a folder. He stopped outside a door, straightened his tie, knocked twice, and waited for an answer. Within a couple of seconds, he heard the voice of Inspector Mark Warren come from the other side. "Come in," Warren ordered. He opened the door and stepped inside to find the slim, gaunt-faced Warren looking very much like the wily, determined man he knew him to be. Detective Senior Sergeant Bob Easton sat next to him, the very opposite of Warren, overweight with a reddening complexion, wearing spectacles. Jameson got the impression Easton didn't really want to be there, whereas the confrontation to come was everything to Warren. "Take a seat, Jameson," Warren told him. He sat in the only chair on the opposite side of the desk without speaking. "You know why you're here?" "No," he answered casually. "Why don't you tell me?" "Just an informal talk," Easton said, trying to lighten the already tense atmosphere. "You're not being interviewed at this stage." At this stage, he repeated, in a way that made it sound like he believed formal proceedings were eventually inevitable. So? What do you want to talk about? The little stunt you pulled outside the TAB in Glen Innes last week, Warren said, taking over again. Pretty fucking risky, don't you think? Would have been riskier to do nothing, he argued. They were a cowboy crew. Something's always likely to go wrong with cowboys. Then, why didn't you get the proper authorization? Warren demanded. Have a proper firearms unit take them down. There wasn't time, he explained. Bullshit, Warren said, dismissing his excuse. There's always time. Not with this one, he insisted. The source was sure the robbery was imminent. I had less than an hour to be in place. Exactly our point, Warren told him. You had an hour to do things officially. More than enough time. To report back to the DI and wait for him to find the commander? He smiled. To do the risk assessments they'd ask for? Scramble a firearms unit and brief them? No chance. I don't know what world you're living in, but I live in the real one. I acted as I thought best. The result being we took out a dangerous armed robbery team before anyone who matters got hurt. I sleep fine at night. What about you? I don't believe you, frankly, Warren said, ignoring his question. Even if the information did come from a registered source, I doubt you only received it an hour before the robbery. I think you're just using that as a convenient excuse for not going through the proper channels. Then you'd be wrong, Jameson told him. Surely the informant knew they were planning the robbery days in advance. Easton stepped in. These jokers don't plan, he reminded them. Probably only decided to pull the robbery a couple hours at most before they tried it. They ran out of meth and woke up to the fact that they needed cash to buy more and hatched this sorry excuse of a plan. We were lucky my source overheard them talking about it. Come on, Jameson, Warren threw his arms up. You expect us to believe that? I don't give a fuck what you believe, he told them with a wry smile. Your actions were bloody reckless and dangerous, Jameson. Warren raised his voice, failing to control his anger. You could have got someone killed. Or should I say, someone else? All right, Jameson shook his head. This has gone way beyond a friendly chat. Feels like an interview to me. In which case, I want an association member here and a brief. Fair enough, Warren agreed, smiling like a serpent. No more questions? For now. But we will be needing the name of the informant who supposedly provided the information, along with the contact sheets, information sheets, and anything else they provided in relation to the attempted armed robbery. Forget it, he told him. I'm not giving you anything. I protect my sources. You want the information? You'll have to apply to the Registrar of Informants, and even then, I'll do everything I can to stop you. There was a long silence as they all eyeballed each other. We finished? Good. He eventually brought the standoff to an end before quickly getting to his feet, spinning towards the exit and storming from the room, leaving the door open behind him. He strode down a long corridor and across the open-plan office until he reached Finch's office. The door was already open, with Finch inside, working at his desk. Jameson entered without knocking and flopped into a chair. Everything all right? Finch asked, slowly looking up. Fucking professional standards, he answered. Ah, Finch acknowledged, sinking into his chair. Try to interview me without a rep being present, or a brief, he complained. Nothing surprises me with Warren, Finch just shrugged. What was his angle? They're going after the informant, he explained, anxiously running his fingers through his hair. And you can trust this informant? Finch asked, tentatively. Yeah, he reassured him. Even if they ever get permission to speak to him, he's solid. It's covered. Finch raised his eyebrows with a knowing look. Well, I hope it didn't cost you too much. Jameson just shrugged, knowing fine well what Finch meant. Most detectives working the street would have a go-to informant they could use when the source of information was questioned. A reasonable cash payment usually ensured they'd be reliable if professional standards started digging deeper. Something else? Finch asked, Jameson's silence tipping him off. It was as if Jameson hadn't heard him before suddenly asking a question of his own. Remember the missing woman I was telling you about? Jesus Christ, Reuben, Finch replied, sounding decidedly not best pleased. I remember telling you to drop it. Just hear me out a minute, he appealed. I must be as mad as you are, Finch said, shaking his head. I found something, Harry, he told him conspiratorially. Something I can't ignore. What, Reuben? Finch asked, keeping his voice quiet but sounding sceptical. What have you found? 2 more missing girls, he explained, making Finch roll his eyes. Both went missing from the Greater Auckland area within the last 3 years. Both young and slightly built, and both from countries with no traditional ties to New Zealand. Both travelling alone when they went missing. So, 2 more illegal immigrants then. Finch tried to pour cold water on his theory. Which is exactly what everyone else thinks, he argued. Their missing person reports were even forwarded to immigration. No one's looking for these girls, Harry. Except immigration, Finch said, with an air of relief, spreading his arms open as if it was the obvious end of the matter. Look, Jameson told him, becoming increasingly frustrated. If someone was looking to prey on young women, then these missing girls are perfect. The fact they're from countries like Latvia is important to him. Not just because he knows we'll assume they're illegals, but because their disappearance won't attract any media attention, either here or back in their own countries. Imagine an English girl going missing over here, or an American. Jesus, Harry, it would be all over the news, here and abroad. His victim selection is careful and deliberate. With these girls, there's nothing. It's like they've just been forgotten. Listen, Finch struck a more conciliatory tone. You make an interesting argument, but you're forgetting one thing. No bodies, Reuben. If there had been a serial killer operating in the Auckland area for the last 4 years, we'd have found bodies by now. But we haven't. Nothing. There's no serial killer out there. And even if there was, it couldn't be Dolby. No way. But if he somehow found a way, he wouldn't let it go. A way to dispose of the bodies. Jesus, Finch interrupted him, losing his patience. You really don't like this guy, do you? Look, there's no way the Brits would have released him before he'd completed an evaluation program. They say he's no longer a risk, and that's good enough for me, and should be good enough for you. He took a breath. Reuben, this is beginning to look like some sort of personal witch hunt. You can't afford any more shit to fall your way. Let it go. And part of that program was Dolby admitting his guilt, Jameson reminded him. So? Finch asked. So? That's exactly what he did, he explained. Only now he's denying it again, blaming everything on Anderson. He just told them what they wanted to hear so he could get out. Sure, he puts on a show about being remorseful, but I'm not buying it. You're making too much of it, Finch insisted. Lots of people admit things to get an early release, then change their tune. Wouldn't you? The original investigating team were convinced Dolby used a prophylactic when he raped the victim, he said, trying to persuade him. If they're right, it makes him as cold as he is calculating. Maybe he's carried on where he left off over here. But now he only selects victims he knows no one will search too hard for. He's learnt from the mistakes he made when he was young. Or he really is innocent, Finch argued, beginning to sound bored with their conversation. Yes, he said, admitting it was possible, his frustration growing. But surely there's enough here to warrant further investigation. There was a few seconds' silence before Finch answered with a sigh. Fine, he relented, but do it quietly, and whatever you do, Reuben, don't let it compromise your primary task. Keeping Knight alive. Chapter 49. London, 2019. Sarah and Jimmy sat together in the small kitchen of their family home, Sarah staring absent-mindedly out of the window, while Jimmy read the sports pages of a Sunday newspaper, when a loud knock at the door made them both jump. Jesus Christ, Jimmy complained, angrily. It's Sunday morning. You expecting anyone? No, she answered. You'd better go see who it is. Fine, he said with a sigh, before slowly getting up and making his way to the front door. When he pulled it open, he was met by a slim, undistinguished white man in his 40s, hiding from the cold rain inside his dark raincoat. You want something? Jimmy abrasively asked, still annoyed at having his Sunday morning disturbed. The man offered him his hand with a smile. Jeff Jackson, he cheerfully introduced himself. Crime editor for The World, Britain's biggest-selling newspaper. That rag, Jimmy snarled. Best you disappear. You have a right to say what you think about Abigail's killers being given new lives somewhere, Jackson spoke quickly. They've been out almost 3 years now. Tell the country how you feel about this injustice. Fuck off, Jimmy told him, before slamming the door shut, Jackson's voice calling after him from the other side. You'll be well paid, Jackson promised. I wouldn't expect you to tell me your story for nothing. This could be big. Jimmy ignored his pleas and returned to the kitchen, where his mother waited anxiously. Who was that? She asked. Fucking journalist, he cursed. Watch your language, she warned him, her motherly instinct to correct her errant child superseding her curiosity and concern before she returned to the caller. Another one. It's been a while since the last one. I thought they might leave us alone now. They'll never leave us alone, Jimmy told her. What did he want? She asked. Same as they all want, he snarled. Said he wanted to know what we thought about those animals being given new lives. Maybe we should tell him, she suggested. Then, maybe they'd leave us alone. No, he said. If we talk to one, more will come. People wanting to make TV shows about it. People wanting to write books about it. God knows who else. Jesus, Sarah pleaded. Will this never end? There's only one way this will ever end, he told her. Putting those two bastards 6 feet under. I don't see how that'll help, she argued. If they were ever killed, there would be a media circus all over again. We'll be mobbed by the media. It'll only make things worse. No, Jimmy told her, conspiratorially. No, it won't. How can it not? She asked. Because the media will never know, he explained. The police will never tell anyone. They wouldn't even bury them. They'd be cremated under their new names. No fuss, no fanfare. Just a record in a death register somewhere to make it legal. It would be the only way. You don't know that, she reminded him. It's the only thing they could do, he insisted. Think about it. If you don't believe me, speak to that cop, Harvey. He'll tell you. I haven't spoken to him in years, she told him. Not since he came here to tell us they'd been released. And even if you're right, we'll never be free of those vultures bothering us. Yes, he agreed, but we'll know the truth. They can ask their questions about what do we think about them being free to live their lives, and we can act indignant and give them lines about our outrage to fill their rags with. But we'll know. It's all false, because we'll know their ashes would have been dumped somewhere they'll never be found. Sarah slumped in her chair. This is all just fantasy, Jimmy. There's no way we'll ever find out where they are. You never know for sure, he said, refusing to give up hope. Some journalist or someone may track them down one day and tell the world where they are. And even if that was to happen, she told him, what then? You're no killer, Jimmy. For them I would be, he insisted. I've waited too many years to miss the chance if it ever came along. Too many years of thinking of those animals waiting to be freed so they can live new lives, while Abigail and Dad are just gone. No one gave them a second chance, did they? I can't spend the rest of my life thinking about them living lives as free men. I just can't do it. It'll kill me. And if you somehow did find them, she asked, and found enough hatred inside you to actually do it, then what? Spend the rest of your life in prison? I'd do it smart enough, he told her. No one would be able to prove it was me. Bullshit, she insisted. I've seen enough of the police over the last 14 years to know they'll prove it eventually. We'll see, he said, dismissing her concerns. Jesus, Jimmy, she said, closing her eyes and laying her hands flat on the table. None of this is ever going to happen. You're never going to find them, and you'll never get a chance to avenge your sister. You've got to move on to save yourself. I can't do that, he told her quietly. I just can't. Then I pray you never find out where they are, she whispered. I'll find them, he promised. Somehow. I just know I will. Chapter 50. Pukekohe, present time. Jameson's car bounced along the dirt track before sliding to a halt in a cloud of dust outside Dolby's farm. As he climbed out, the two detectives from the night shift were already walking towards their parked car. Hey, Jameson, Ramaker called out as he opened the car door. Maybe you could be on time once in a while, eh? Getting sick of covering your ass. Know what I'm saying? You don't like it? Talk to Finch, he called out to them as he walked without ever looking in their direction to make sure they knew he didn't care what they thought, before lowering his voice to a whisper. Arseholes. Ramaker flipped him a finger, but he never saw it as he kept walking. He heard the car doors being slammed shut, followed by the sound of the engine starting up as Mills came from the house and walked towards him, looking pissed off. Jesus, Reuben, she greeted him. What? He asked, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. You need to sort your shit out and stop being late, she told him. That's what. Ramaker's getting well pissed off. She thrust her hands onto her hips to make sure he knew she was serious. He makes a bad enemy, Reuben. Fuck Ramaker, he said, dismissing her concerns as he looked over his shoulder at the detective's car pulling away and bumping along the dirt road. He watched it for a few seconds before turning his back and looking up at the tree line of the hill directly in front of him, his attention drawn to what he thought was a slight sign of movement. He squinted into the sunlight that was shining directly in his eyes, using his hand to shield the worst of the rays.
"Can you see that?" he asked Mills. "Up by the trees?"
"I can't see anything," Mills replied, without interest. "The light's playing tricks on your eyes."
"Could be,"
he admitted, although he was sure he'd seen something.
"All the same, think I'll check it out."
"You think you've seen something, you should call it in," Mills told him, taking him more seriously. "Get someone else to check it out. Our job is to stay close to night."
"I need a closer look first,"
he insisted, and started to walk off in the direction of what he'd thought he'd seen, real or imagined. "This feels like a bad idea," Mills called after him, but her warning fell on deaf ears as he kept walking towards the tree line. Mills turned away and stomped back towards the house in frustration, leaving him on his own to chase shadows. After a few minutes, he reached the tree line and began to follow it, occasionally peering into the bush, trying to find out whatever it was he saw, if anything. All he could hear was the eerie sound of the leaves blowing in the light breeze, which spooked him enough to make him draw his gun before continuing, crouching slightly as he made his way further along the edge of the bush, still looking into the dark and menacing mass of trees and tangled bushes, searching for any signs of life. O'Doherty watched him from his concealed position in the bush, looking down the sights of his silenced pistol that was trained on the detective, who was no more than 10 meters away, as he too listened to the haunting sound of the trees in the breeze. As he watched him moving around on the outskirts of the bush, it was increasingly clear he was searching for something as he continually squinted and peered ever more intently into the dark bush, until he finally began to push his way past the branches and into the forest. O'Doherty pointed the pistol's sights at the detective's chest as he struggled ever closer through the thick bush. Just a few more steps closer, and he'd have no choice but to squeeze the trigger and take him out. If the cop hadn't already drawn his gun, there was a chance he could have taken him out alive, but with his gun in hand, it was a risk he couldn't take. Once he'd killed one cop, it made no difference taking out the other. A cop killer was a cop killer, whether it was one or two. And then he'd have a clear run on the mark. After his business was concluded, he'd drive his camper van south to Wellington, avoiding Auckland Airport, which he knew would be covered, before catching a flight to Australia several days later and on to Ireland from there. Just a few more steps, and his hand would be forced. The sudden sound of a mobile phone ringing loud and shrill in the quiet bush almost startled him enough to make him accidentally pull the trigger. Once he'd recovered, he buried himself deeper into the undergrowth. "For fuck's sake!" Jameson cursed as he struggled to unclip the chirping, intrusive phone from his trouser belt. When it was finally free, he checked the caller ID. It was Mills. "Millsy," he answered it, sounding slightly rattled. "What the hell's going on?" she demanded, clearly concerned. "Where the fuck are you?" "I told you," he reminded her, before straightening and taking one last look around before continuing. "I thought I saw something." "You all right?" she asked, picking up on the anxious tone of his voice. "You find anything?" "No," he said, taking what seemed like his first breath in a long while. "Nothing. I must have imagined it. I'll head back." "You do that," she told him, trying to sound calm, but the tension in her voice betrayed her. He puffed out his cheeks with relief as he holstered his pistol and started heading out of the bush. But just as he broke into clear ground, he almost bumped into an old Maori man, his face covered with traditional tribal tattoos, who seemed to appear from nowhere. It startled him enough to make him reach for his gun before managing to stop himself. The old man looked him up and down suspiciously before staring at the gun on his belt, although he didn't say anything. Jameson pulled his police ID from his belt and held it out towards the old man. "Relax," he told him. "I'm a police officer." "Who says I'm not relaxed?" the man smiled. "Your ID says you're a detective." "What's a detective doing out here, in the bush?" "Not much to detect out here." Jameson looked around, irritated at having to explain himself. There was a break-in at the farm, he lied. "I'm just checking things out." The old man pointed with his chin down the hill towards Dolby's farm. "That farm?" he asked. "Yeah," he answered, as he also looked down at the house. "That farm." The old man just nodded, but his eyes betrayed that he didn't believe a word Jameson was saying. "You should be careful if you're looking for things in the bush," he suddenly warned him, looking into the trees. "Bad spirits. Never used to be. But they're here now. All around us." He stood, nodding his head for a while, before turning back to Jameson. "I think maybe it's time I wasn't here," he told him. "Good luck with your detecting." Without saying another word, he headed across the hill, leaving Jameson feeling even more spooked. He watched him walking away for a while, before turning and heading quickly back towards the farm. O'Doherty waited for the detective and the old man to be a safe distance away before he stood and leaned with his back against a tree. He peeled the black ski mask from his head, the cool air hitting the sweat on his face and refreshing him from the stifling confines of the material. He took a few deep, silent breaths to compose himself before taking the small rucksack from his back and stuffing the mask inside. He took the silencer off the pistol, unloaded it, and put it all inside the bag, which he slung over his back, before quickly and quietly disappearing deeper into the bush, his green camouflage clothing making him almost invisible. As Jameson neared the farmhouse, he saw Mills waiting for him on the porch, looking annoyed but also concerned. "Everything all right?" she asked. "Yeah," he replied, still sounding a little shaken. "Light must have been playing tricks." "You sure?" she checked. "You look like shit." "Thanks," he said, sarcastically. Mills looked past him to where he'd just come from. "Who was that you were talking to?" she asked. "Up on the hill?" "No one," he answered. "Just some old guy talking bullshit about spirits and shit." "What?" Mills asked, surprised by his answer, before brushing it away and getting back to business. "Maybe we should still get the bush searched. A dog unit, maybe?" "A dog unit?" he scoffed. "Do me a favour. Damn things will just run off chasing possums. No, if there was something out there, I would have found it." He looked back to the bush before turning back to Mills. "Relax, Millsy," he told her. "You worry too much." He walked past her into the house without seeing Mills roll her eyes and shake her head before forcing herself to look away from the trees on the hill and follow him inside. Chapter 51. Finch stood in his office talking to a detective from his team when Inspector Warren wandered in, clearing his throat. Once the detective realised who was standing behind him, he took the hint and headed for the door. "I'll come back later," he told Finch, nodding once to Warren as he left. Warren took a seat without being invited. "Something I can help you with?" Finch asked him. "Heard you picked up a new murder investigation," Warren said, sounding annoyingly smug. "Then you heard right," Finch answered, biting his tongue. "Anything interesting?" Warren pried. "Not really," he lied, in the hope of getting rid of him as quickly as possible. "Shame," Warren shrugged, before smiling unpleasantly. "So, how's Jameson?" he said, changing the subject. "Haven't seen him around much lately." "Really?" Finch asked, feigning confusion. "I thought you just had him in for an interview." "An informal talk," Warren corrected him. "Not an interview." "So, you have seen him then?" He enjoyed the look on Warren's face as he realised his slip-up. "But, other than that, no, he hasn't been around much." "Any reason why?" Warren continued to dig. "He's on a special assignment," Finch told him. "Need-to-know basis only." "Sounds important," Warren said, jealously. "It is," he confirmed. "Hardly the sort of officer I'd choose for an important assignment," Warren argued. Finch sat in his chair before locking eyes with him. "But I'm not you, am I?" "I appreciate your loyalty towards one of your officers," Warren replied after filling his lungs, sounding annoyed and frustrated. "But I think you'll find it misplaced with Jameson. The man's trouble. We both know it. If what happened back in the UK didn't finish him, then his latest stunt will." "Reuben's a good cop," Finch told him. "We're lucky to have him." "I disagree," Warren snapped back. "He's dangerous and reckless. Policing has changed, Finch. There's no place for cowboys like Jameson anymore. They're obsolete. Jameson's a dinosaur, overdue for extinction." He stood and walked towards the door, stopping and turning when he reached it. "Be careful, Finch. The likes of Jameson have a nasty habit of dragging others down with them. Trust me, I know." With that, he strode from the office before Finch could reply. Almost as soon as he left, Jones appeared in the doorway. "What you got, Jonesy?" he immediately asked. "We've checked the hotel CCTV for the suspect, boss," Jones explained. "And?" Finch impatiently hurried him. "It's weird, boss." Jones shook his head. "We found footage of him arriving, but we can't find any of him leaving. Nothing." "Could he have sneaked out a side door?" he asked. "They're all covered by CCTV," Jones said, ruling it out. "We checked them. Nothing." "He arrives, but doesn't leave," Finch said as he got to his feet and began to stroll around his office. "Yet he's not there." "I don't know, boss," Jones admitted. Finch shook his head slightly with confusion. "Then he got out some other way," he concluded. "Something we haven't thought of yet." He moved quickly back to his desk and jumped into his seat, ready to get back to the reports covering his desk. "Okay, keep on it, Jonesy. And close the door behind you, will you?" Jones nodded once before leaving, closing the door behind him as he was told. He picked up the first of many reports, but immediately dropped it as he snatched the phone off his desk and looked up Jameson's number and pressed to call. "Christ," he moaned as he listened to the ringtone and waited for him to answer, trying to work out what Jameson had done to deserve his protection. "Harry," Jameson eventually answered. "Just thought you should know. I've just had a visit from your friend, Inspector Warren," he told him. "Oh, yeah?" Jameson said, immediately sounding wary. "And what did that fucking snake want?" "Your head," he warned him. On a plate.
Fuck Warren, Jameson said, dismissing him. He can't touch me.
Warren's dangerous, Reuben, he said, trying to convince him. You sure this informant is covered?
It's covered, Jameson assured him. Trust me.
He pushed himself deep into his chair, his brow furrowed with concern.
If you say so.
I do, Jameson insisted, before changing the subject. What's happening with the investigation? Any closer to finding our man? He's an interesting man, our man, he thought out loud.
Go on, Jameson encouraged him.
We have CCTV of him arriving at his latest hotel, he explained, but nothing of him leaving, despite all exits being covered with cameras. He seems to have made himself invisible to CCTV. There was a few seconds of silence while he allowed Jameson time to develop his own train of thought.
Then we have to consider the possibility he changed his appearance, as well as his identity, Jameson finally told him.
Which would be very unusual, he sighed, and something that he turned around in quick time, something he was already prepared for.
Which fits with him being connected to organised crime, Jameson concluded.
It's what I thought before, and I'm not hearing anything to make me change my mind. Or the intelligence services? Finch suggested as an alternative. The victim got in his way of something, so he removed her?
No, Jameson said, dismissing it. If it was intelligence services, they would have pulled him away by now. Trust me, I know. They wouldn't leave him running around Auckland. Would have probably got rid of the body, too.
Organised crime, then, he said, settling on the only realistic possibility.
That would be my guess, Jameson agreed. An Aussie brought over for a specific job.
And Kimberly Hutchinson? He asked.
As we suspected, Jameson shrugged. Collateral damage. Wrong place, wrong time. She discovered something that meant she had to die.
And yet, even after his mistake, he doesn't panic and run. He stays in town, Finch said, spelling it out.
Why? Because he still intends to carry out whatever job he's been brought over or sent over to do, Jameson answered. He's a professional. Doesn't want his reputation damaged by leaving the job unfinished.
Finch took a deep breath. So, question is, what job is he here to do? He asked, before saying what he was sure they both believed. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
We have to consider the possibility, Jameson said with a sigh. Dolby could be his target. The hit in Canada was the work of someone who knew exactly what they were doing, and now we have a professional killer somewhere in Auckland. If he's still here, which I'm sure he is.
This is all I need, Finch moaned, sinking deeper into his chair. Stick close to Dolby while I try to get extra cover for his protection, he ordered. Maybe even some snipers and spotters in the bush around the farm. But it'll take time. The commander won't be so easily convinced.
If you think you can get it, Jameson said.
I can try, he replied, before quickly moving on. Listen, I want you and Millsy to start covering the night shift.
Seriously? Jameson complained, sounding extremely unhappy. I have to be around this animal all night.
Dolby's most vulnerable at night, Finch explained. I'll feel better knowing you and Millsy have it covered. There was a long silence before he answered.
Fine, he reluctantly agreed. But you owe me.
Just keep Dolby alive, Reuben, Finch told him. For everyone's sake. I'll let you know when I've arranged the extra cover.
I'll be waiting, Jameson answered.
Finch hung up without speaking again, and lifted a photograph of Kimberly Hutchinson from his desk. "Wrong place, at the wrong time," he bemoaned. "But I'll find him," he promised her at a whisper as he thought of Dolby hiding on his farm, like a moth being drawn to the flame. O'Doherty stood outside his motorhome, looking like any other camper, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt as he cooked some food on a small barbecue while sipping a beer. He knew the best place to hide was often in plain sight. If he'd stayed locked in his motorhome, people might have become suspicious, or at least intrigued. Much better to be the chameleon and blend into his surroundings. He looked up from his cooking and noticed a nice-looking young woman sitting outside one of the other motorhomes, looking over with a flirtatious smile on her lips, before turning away to join in the laughter of the small group she was part of. But within a few seconds, she was looking back towards him. This time, he returned her smile, before reminding himself of why he was there and looking away, images of Kimberly flashing in his mind, of making love to her, mixing with memories of holding her in a deathlock as the life ebbed away from her. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't resist looking back and smiling again, just like any other man on a touring holiday would if a pretty woman paid them attention. She smiled back at him. Then, after a few seconds, she got to her feet and started heading towards him. Jameson and Mills sat at the kitchen table in the farmhouse while Dolby finished making a pot of coffee by the stove, the pleasant smell of the freshly ground beans in stark contrast to the frosty atmosphere permeating through the room. Dolby turned from the stove, pot in hand, and turned to the detectives holding the coffee in front of him. "Anyone for a refill?" he asked, cheerily. "Yeah," Jameson told him, trying to make the night shift posting as bearable as possible. "Why not? Gonna be here all night, anyway." "I'm beginning to get the feeling someone somewhere doesn't like you," Dolby said as he filled Jameson's cup, who smiled sarcastically as Dolby turned his attention towards Mills. "Detective Mills?" "No, thanks," she said, shaking her head before turning towards Jameson. "Do you mind if I get my head down for a couple of hours?" she asked. "A couple of hours' sleep, and I'll be all good for the rest of the night." "Fine," he agreed, after pausing for thought, looking uncomfortable. "Go ahead. I'll give you a shout in a while." "Thanks," she said to him, getting to her feet. "I owe you one." She headed off to the spare bedroom, leaving Jameson alone with Dolby, who slowly took a seat. Both men seemed to be waiting for Mills to close the bedroom door before speaking. As soon as she did, Dolby spoke first. "Well," Dolby began, tentatively, "here we are." "Here we are," Jameson replied, without much interest. "Our old lives in London, half a world and a lifetime away," Dolby continued. "I suppose," Jameson reluctantly responded. "Makes you wonder how we ended here," Dolby persisted. "A nothing town in the middle of New Zealand, of all places." "Well," Jameson leant closer to him, "you're here because you murdered a 14-year-old girl." Dolby stiffened for a second before replying. "That was the crime I was convicted of," he admitted. "But one you still deny," Jameson reminded him. "It doesn't matter anymore," Dolby shrugged. "But yes, that's why I'm here now. I had no choice. But you—" "It's none of your business," Jameson warned him. "Just, it seems a strange move," for a detective, Dolby said, ignoring him. Leaving the famous New Scotland Yard to ply your trade here in New Zealand?
Listen, Jameson snarled. I know what you did to her. You think I'm suddenly going to treat you like you're some normal person. I know what you are.
I know you're aware of the case, Dolby reminded him. You told me you'd read the files.
No, Jameson said, surprising him. I didn't just read the files. I was on the case. The original investigation.
You didn't tell me that before, Dolby complained, sounding concerned.
I don't have to tell you anything, Jameson told him, unless I want you to know.
And now you want me to know? Dolby asked. There was silence for a few seconds before Jameson decided to explain.
I was pretty much new to the CID. Just moved over to plain clothes, working on the crime squad in Kilburn. Street stuff, mostly. Chasing drug dealers, muggers, that sort of shit. After Abigail's body was found, the murder team knew it was going to be a major investigation. They needed extra bodies. So, I volunteered. I was only on the outskirts of the investigation, not a major player, but I knew what had happened to her. A lot more than if I hadn't been on the investigation, and I knew that whoever killed her had to be some kind of monster or completely insane.
Do I look like either of those to you? Dolby interrupted.
Insane? No, Jameson answered. As for being a monster, it's not always easy to tell.
But your detective instinct? Dolby persisted. What does that tell you?
Well, Jameson told him, I'll promise you this. Before this is all over, one way or the other, you'll find out exactly what I think.
There was a long silence before Dolby broke it. So, who is it? He asked, cautiously.
Who is what?
Jameson asked, keeping things civil, if not friendly. Who is it keeps giving you the jobs no one wants? He clarified.
Let's just say I've pissed a few people off lately, Jameson answered with a weary sigh.
Such as? Dolby pushed his luck.
It's not something I can discuss with you, Jameson told him flatly.
Fair enough, Dolby nodded, before getting up from the table and walking the short distance to a cupboard from where he took a bottle of scotch and 2 glasses before returning to the table and sitting. I've been keeping this for a special occasion.
This is a special occasion? Jameson asked.
As special as it gets, for me?
Dolby smiled.
I'd hate to die tomorrow without sharing this with someone.
You won't die tomorrow, Jameson reassured him, without compassion or even sounding interested.
Sure of that, are you? Dolby asked.
Jameson looked him in the eyes, but didn't answer.
Thought so, he said,
as he poured a generous measure into a glass and pushed it towards him before pouring himself a decent measure and lifting his glass into the air.
Cheers.
Jameson reluctantly took the glass and raised it from the table, although not as high as Dolby's. He had no intention of chinking glasses with him. He managed to say cheers before they both took a long sip from their glasses and settled into a silence before Dolby eventually broke the peace.
Do you resent being punished for whatever it is you're supposed to have done? Dolby asked.
Who says I've done anything? Jameson argued.
I spent a long time in prison, Detective, Dolby reminded him. I've seen that look on your face 1,000 times. the look of injustice. After a while, even the guilty convinced themselves they're innocent or that it wasn't their fault.
Like you mean? He asked, a little cruelly.
Dolby took a few seconds to compose his answer. I'm different from you, he began. I know I didn't commit the crime, but still, I don't resent my punishment. I deserve it.
If you didn't do it, how can you not resent being punished for it? Jameson doubted him.
It's complicated, Dolby sighed. And we both know my rather sad, pathetic story. Whereas I know nothing about you.
That's the way it's supposed to be, he reminded him. That's the way I like it.
If you're worried about me telling anyone, I can assure you I don't know anyone to tell. And the night is so young, Dolby said, trying to encourage him to talk.
All the same, Jameson said, I'd rather not.
I understand, he said, in an understanding tone. Talking about our mistakes can lead to dark places. Takes a lot of courage to open those doors.
There was another silence before Jameson suddenly started speaking quickly, as if he just wanted to get the words out before his mind stopped him. It's alleged I made a mistake that got a colleague shot, he confessed, still unsure of why he was telling Dolby his blackest secret.
Did they die? Dolby immediately asked.
He took a deep breath before answering.
Yes. I see, Dolby said sympathetically. I hope you don't mind, but I heard your colleagues talking about it. Not Detective Mills, but the others. Just the odd word here and there. They seem to think it was your fault.
Nothing I can do about that, he shrugged. It's nothing to do with them, anyway. It happened back in London.
Where both our misfortunes took place, Dolby reminded him. Was it? Was it your fault?
Why are you so interested? Jameson clamped up. It's got nothing to do with you. He took a sip from his glass, his eyes fixed on Dolby.
My life is in your hands, Dolby argued. Surely I deserve to know if you're a man who can be trusted.
Don't worry about me, he glared at him. Worry about yourself.
Sorry, Dolby smiled slightly. I didn't mean to intrude. I just thought it might help if you talked about it. In prison, I was never able to talk honestly about what happened. My lawyer made it clear that if I continued to claim I was innocent, I'd probably never get out. Having something like that inside you for so long can burn you up. If you're innocent, better to just accept the injustice and move on. If you're guilty, better to make peace with it and yourself. If you don't, it'll destroy you.
I've nothing to make peace with, Jameson insisted.
If you say so, Dolby said, before taking a drink.
There was a long, uncomfortable silence before Jameson spoke again. The detective who got shot was a friend of mine, he confessed. His name was Jim Clark.
I'm sorry, Dolby told him, his voice laced with sadness.
Yeah, he replied, before draining his glass. Me too. O'Doherty sat in bed, looking a little uncomfortable, while the pretty young woman propped herself up next to him, looking happy and relaxed. Their clothes
were strewn around the inside of his motorhome. "You okay?" she asked. "You look a little tense." "Yeah," he lied. "Sure, I'm fine." "You were certainly fine a few minutes ago." She smiled suggestively at him. He managed to smile back, but looked nervous and self-conscious. "Would you like me to go?" "I never said that," he answered. "No, you didn't," she agreed. "But some men like to keep this sort of thing brief. I'm okay with that. I can leave, if you'd like." "No," he said, reaching out to touch her. "I want you to stay. It's just, I've been on my own a long time. Longer than I can remember. I guess I'm just not used to company." "If you're sure," she checked. "Sure, I'm sure," he told her, and smiled. "Well," she said, stretching her hands out to hold his face. "In that case—" She slid on top of him and started kissing his neck before moving up to meet his lips as they pressed into each other. All thoughts of Dolby lost in the embrace. But as much as he tried, he couldn't prevent the pressure of her mouth on his and the warmth of her breath from reminding him of Kimberly. He wondered if he could ever be with another woman again and not think of her. "Do you blame yourself at all for what happened?" Dolby asked as they sat in his dimly lit kitchen, a glass tumbler on the table in front of each of them, the bottle of scotch in the middle. "I could have done better," Jameson answered, taking a sip of whiskey to wash the bad taste of confession from his mouth. "How?" Dolby asked the obvious question, but it was enough to make Jameson tense again. "Why are you so interested in me?" he asked, full of suspicion. "Why do you want to know about me so much? Always asking questions." "I'm sorry," Dolby said. "It's just been a long time since I talked to anyone. I mean, properly talked. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, if I make you feel afraid—" "I'm not afraid of you," he quickly interrupted. "No," Dolby corrected himself. "No, of course you're not. That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" Jameson demanded. "Sometimes it's easier to talk to a stranger than it is to someone you know," Dolby explained. "I'm hardly likely to judge you, whereas perhaps others would." He considered the man in front of him for a while. The man he knew had been convicted of the most terrible crime. But he was indeed also a man who couldn't judge him, or even tell another soul whatever he told him. To do so would risk exposure and end his life living in peace on his farm once the immediate threat of the stalking assassin was over. "We were coming to the end of a long and difficult operation," Jameson found himself explaining. "There was real and credible information a terrorist cell was planning attacks on London. I was on the anti-terrorist unit at the time." He took a sip of his whiskey. "We were covering the address the main target had a connection to, but the rest of the team had headed off elsewhere, chasing a tip-off. But then the target got the drop on all of us and turned up at the address Jim and I were covering." He took a breath. I persuaded Jim we could take him out on our own, before there was a chance of losing him again. We tried an old trick to get the door open, but before we could do anything, the target swung it open and shot Jim in the head. He died instantly." "And the man who shot him?" Dolby asked. "Dead," he told him coldly. "Shot and killed." "You?" Dolby cautiously probed. "Yes," he answered. still showing no emotion. So, Dolby nodded knowingly. You've killed, then? I was just doing my duty, he argued. It's different. You mean different from what I did? Dolby asked. Yes, he told him sharply. You're damn right it's different from what you did. You raped and murdered a young girl. Or, at least, that's what I'm accused of, Dolby protested. We've already discussed this, he reminded him. You were tried and convicted. And that's good enough for you? Dolby questioned, despite there being no DNA evidence against me. You said you've learned to accept your punishment, he replied, using Dolby's own words against him as he fought his rising anger and resentment towards him. So why don't you learn to accept your guilt, too? Guilt. Punishment, Dolby repeated. They're just words. You don't strike me as being a naive man, Detective. Courtroom decisions aren't the real world. Am I guilty? Yes, I am. But not of rape and murder. He closed his eyes as if he was transporting himself back to the time of the crime for a few seconds, before opening them in a startled flash, staring almost blankly at Jameson. What I am guilty of is not stopping him, he admitted. I should have, but I was a coward. I was afraid of him, so I did nothing. And for that, I accept any punishment I'm given. Even death. Christ, it would almost be a relief. Every day and every night is just more torture. Her face. What he did to her. The trial. Prison. A nightmare that never ends. One in which no one will listen to you. He rubbed his temples as if fighting against a developing headache. The public had their monsters, nice and simple, and they wanted us caged or killed. Once her boyfriend denied having sex with her, I was dead and buried. As far as everyone was concerned, Anderson and I were the same. And now, he's dead, and you're still here, Jameson told him, without any trace of sympathy. Free to build a new life for yourself, with at least 2 governments prepared to lie for you. Really? Dolby asked. You think I'm here to build a new life for myself? You think I'm planning on meeting someone, settling down and having a family? You know that can never happen for me. I don't want it to happen. My entire family life would have to be based on lies. What sort of person would stay with me if they knew the truth? There was a moment's silence in which Dolby replenished their glasses before speaking again. That's the thing I miss most, you know. What is? He said, despite himself. Being loved. Dolby surprised him with his answer. The hope of ever being loved. You can never know how lonely and desolate that can feel until it happens to you. What do you have? A daughter? A wife? No wife, he answered sharply. Not anymore. Divorced? Dolby pried. No, he answered, and took another sip. Dead. I'm sorry, Dolby said, momentarily looking down at the table to avert Jameson's glare. But you have your daughter and others who love you, he went on. Me? There's no one. After I was convicted, I lost everyone, even my own mother and father, my brothers and sister. I was little more than a child, abandoned to myself and a young offenders' institution. I'd never thought about love until it was utterly taken from me. But Anderson, he talked about it all the time. He was obsessed with it. Who he thought was loved wasn't loved. He coveted love, yet also seemed to despise it.
I don't understand. Jameson shook his head, intrigued.
After the murder, Dolby explained, before we were caught, he spoke to me about Abigail. I tried to stop him, to run away, but he wouldn't allow it. He told me that what made killing her so necessary, so special, was that he knew she was loved by her friends and family, that taking her from them in the way he did made him powerful, as if he was taking their lives as well as hers. He said it made him feel like a god. The fact she was so much to so many is what made him choose her.
He slumped in his chair, as if reliving what Anderson had said so many years ago had exhausted him. If you were so different, what made you become friends in the first place? Jameson asked, feeling more in control now he was the one asking the questions.
I suppose because, in the beginning, I felt sorry for him, Dolby told him, smiling very slightly, as if he was recalling a memory that was both happy and sad. Because of the things in his life and things he didn't have in his life. Things that, later, made him what he was. His father was a drunk who beat him before finally abandoning him when he was about 7. His mother barely ever showed him affection or anything like love. He shook his head as he described Anderson's pitiful childhood. When we were younger, the other children would isolate and ridicule him. He took a bad beating more than once. Eventually, his mother succumbed to the inevitable and handed him over to social services, saying she couldn't cope with him anymore. They placed him with a foster family, but the man of the house soon began to abuse him, and that was when I think he changed forever. The final abuse of those he was supposed to trust that pushed him over the edge. You can't really blame him for hating those he knew were loved, when he'd had so little.
I've heard this story before, more times than I can remember, Jameson said, cynically dismissing the excuses. Children abused like you wouldn't believe. Their trust betrayed by the people who were supposed to be looking after them. But they didn't grow up to be rapists and murderers. If you're looking for me to somehow understand him, forgive him, then you're wasting your time.
I don't expect you to understand or forgive him, Dolby replied. Once circumstance had made him what he was, it would have been kinder to put him down. Like a dog with rabies. He leaned on the table, moving a bit closer to him. But I'm no better than he was. Because I let it happen. I was loved. My parents taught me right from wrong. But still, I didn't stop him. I had every advantage he never had. Yet still, I was involved in the rape and murder of a young girl. I was there, and I did nothing. He closed his eyes and rubbed at his temples. I'd give anything to get these images out of my head, even for just an hour, a minute. He opened his eyes and sighed deeply before raising his glass. Well, here's to our mistakes and our punishments. May we take them to our graves. After a few seconds, he reluctantly raised his glass.
To Clarky.
To your friend. Dolby nodded in agreement with a pleasant smile, taking a sip from his glass, his eyes never leaving Jameson. And your daughter? May God watch over her?
She doesn't need God, Jameson told him, beginning to feel the slowing effects of the alcohol. She has me to watch over her.
Of course, Dolby smiled pleasantly. And, for now, so do I.
Chapter 52. O'Doherty woke up in his motorhome with a start, instantly sitting upright and looking down at the woman sleeping in his bed next to him. He cursed under his breath before silently slipping from the bed and tiptoeing to the safe hidden in the wardrobe. He typed in the code and opened the door, revealing, amongst other things, the pistol and silencer. He quickly assembled the weapon, silently cocked it, and headed back towards the bed, just as the young woman began to stir. He froze as she sat up, sleepily stretching and yawning, smiling when she saw him, unaware of the gun he was holding behind his back.
Hi, she said, sleepily.
Hi, he managed to reply, but his face was rigid with tension and fear.
Shit, she laughed. I don't even know your name. I asked, but you didn't say.
James, he answered nervously. It's James. Friends call me Jim?
Yeah, she nodded. Jim. You look like a Jim. You got anything to eat around here? I don't know about you, but I'm starving.
Listen, he said, trying to sound as casual as possible. Last night, did I say anything?
You said a lot of things, she smiled.
No, he stumbled. I mean, did I say anything, anything?
Are you married or something? She asked, looking quizzical.
No, he assured her. No, I'm not married.
It's okay if you are, she told him. I'd understand.
I'm not married, he insisted.
Okay, she shrugged, her smile returning.
She slid from the bed, still naked, and walked to him, draping her arms around the back of his neck. He wrapped his free arm around her waist as the other gripped the pistol behind his back. She pressed her lips against his and kept them there for what seemed an eternity before eventually pulling away.
Now, she told him, I need to freshen up. Then you can take me to breakfast.
She quickly kissed him again before disappearing into the bathroom. He exhaled slowly, trying to slow his heart rate before looking at the pistol he now held in front of him. He looked from the gun to the bathroom, knowing he needed to make a decision there and then. After a couple of seconds, he quickly dismantled it and put it back in the safe. As he was still crouched on the floor, the young woman stuck her head from the bathroom and saw him.
You okay? She asked.
Yeah, he lied. I'm fine. I was just looking for something. He checked the safe was locked before turning back to her. Listen, I have to go out. I need something from the shops.
Good luck with that, she smiled. Not many of them around here.
I'll take my bike, he explained. I won't be long. Make yourself at home. I'll see you later.
Okay,
she shrugged and ducked back into the bathroom. He waited a second before grabbing his rucksack and quietly opening the safe again and taking the gun and binoculars from inside before hurriedly packing them in the bag. He dressed fast in the same clothes from the night before and headed outside to his motorbike. He kick-started it to life before putting his blacked-out helmet on and speeding away. Jameson appeared from the spare room at the farm, looking a bit rough and dishevelled. Mills was already in the kitchen, alone, drinking a coffee
while keeping lookout through the window. She looked over her shoulder at Tim as he sloped into the room. "You want some coffee?" she asked, looking him up and down. "You look like you need it."
"Yeah, sure,"
he told her, rubbing his unshaven face and yawning as he sat heavily at the table where the whiskey glasses from the night before were still, placing his mobile phone next to them. Mills poured him a coffee from the jar and put it on the table in front of him.
"Anything happening?"
he asked, still sounding half asleep. "Nah," she answered, without much interest, as she turned back to look out of the window. "All quiet."
"Just remember what I told you,"
he reminded her. "There's a better than good chance there's a hired hitter out there just waiting for his chance." "Then why are we still here?" she complained. "Tactical support should be all over it."
"Finch is working on it," he assured her.
"Won't be long now." "I bloody hope so," she told him. "Beginning to give me the creeps being stuck out here." She stood in silence for a few seconds before changing the subject. "I heard you two chatting away last night," she confessed, keeping her voice down as if she was saying something clandestine.
"Hardly chatting," he argued, tensing with defensiveness.
"Okay," she let it go, still looking out of the window. "Talking, then." After a few seconds of him not taking the bait, she pressed him for more. "What about?"
"His conviction, mostly," he told her, disinterestedly, hoping she'd drop it.
"And what did he have to say about that?" she said, disappointing him.
"The usual," was all he replied,
trying to make it sound as uninteresting as possible. "Which is?" she persisted.
"That he didn't do it,"
he surrendered, knowing she wouldn't give in. She turned slowly from the window. "Do I detect a softening in your attitude?"
"He can be very convincing," he admitted. "I'll give him that."
"You believe him?" she asked, bluntly.
"I didn't say that,"
he corrected her, just as his mobile started ringing and ended the conversation. He checked the display, but there was no name, just a number he didn't recognize. Curiosity enticed him into answering it.
"Hello?"
"I was trying to reach Reuben Jameson," the slightly nervous-sounding voice of a man replied.
"You've reached him," he told him cautiously.
"My name is Simon Howell," the caller told him. "We met at the Pukekohe Town Hall a few days ago."
"Yeah, sure,"
he said, closing his eyes and rubbing his forehead as he recalled their meeting.
"I remember."
"You asked me to get a survey map from our central records for you," Howell reminded him.
"Yeah,"
Jameson told him, thinking about his conversation with Dolby the night before, and how perhaps Finch was right about allowing his feelings towards him affect his judgment.
"Listen, thing is, I'm not sure I—"
"Of course, they were quite difficult to get this quickly, and I can only hold on to them for a day or so before they have to be returned," Howell interrupted. "Perhaps you could come and take a look at it sometime this morning? I'd really appreciate it, so I can return the plans as soon as possible."
"Okay,"
he eventually agreed with a sigh as he rubbed his temples.
"Okay, fine. I'll be there soon."
"Great," Howell told him cheerily. "I look forward to it." He stared at his phone after the line went dead, thinking what to do. "Be where soon?" Mills broke his train of thought.
"I've got to go into town," he answered, getting to his feet.
"Auckland?" she asked, sounding surprised.
"No," he corrected her. "Pukekohe."
"Pukekohe?" she said. "What the hell for?"
"To look at a map," he explained, unsatisfactorily.
"What?"
Mills asked, increasingly frustrated. "I asked some council clerk to get me a copy of the old survey map of the farm," he expanded, speaking as quietly as he could.
"This farm?" she checked, hands on hips, looking at him with deep suspicion. Yeah, he confirmed as he gathered his phone and his jacket. Why? She demanded. Just something I need to take a look at, he said, trying to dismiss it. Don't worry about it. You're going after our shift, right? She asked. You're going to wait for day cover to get here before taking off? I can't, he told her. I promised I'd get home in time to see Jenny before she heads to the library. If I wait till our shifts are over before going into town, I'll miss her. The library? She picked up on it, taking her hands off her hips and folding them across her chest. Why not school? Huh? He replied, distracted as he gathered his belongings. Oh, she's been suspended, just for the week. What for? She pried. Just teenager stuff, he assured her. And if I miss her, there'll probably be more. I'll only be a few minutes. It'll take me no time to get into town and back. You'll be fine. You just told me there's probably a professional hitman out there, she reminded him. And now you're telling me I'll be fine? Just keep Dolby indoors, he advised her. But make sure you're visible in case the farm's being watched. Keep your badge where it can be seen. You want me to give him an easy target? She asked, looking confused. Listen, he said. He sees a cop around. He's not going to risk showing himself. He's not going to go through a cop to get to Dolby. He's a professional. He knows he can't afford to have an entire police force after his head. He looked towards Dolby's bedroom door before lowering his voice to a whisper. He puts a bullet through Dolby's head. How hard do you think we'll be looking for him? He shoots a cop. He spread his hands to make the point before lifting his cup, taking a gulp of coffee and heading for the door. I won't be long, he promised, before striding across the small kitchen and through the door. Well, this is great, Mills said to herself sarcastically as she looked around the room, shaking her head. Just bloody great. O'Doherty was virtually invisible as he lay in the tree line of a hill looking down on the farm through his binoculars when he saw the male detective from his previous close encounter coming from the front door and heading to his unmarked car. He watched him closely as the detective drove away at speed, kicking up a dust storm behind his car. He lowered the binoculars and nodded slowly to himself before turning on his heels and heading back into the bush as quickly and quietly as a forest animal. Jameson entered the office in the Pukekohe Council building, making Howell look up from his desk. Mr. Jameson, he said, greeting him with a smile, getting to his feet. Morning, he replied, sounding like a man in a hurry. You said you had the survey map? Yes, Howell confirmed, a little flustered by Jameson's bluntness. Yes, I have it. I'm a little pushed for time, so... He hurried him. Of course, Howell agreed. Of course. He began to search amongst a collection of tubes on the side desk until he seized and lifted the one he was looking for. Here it is. Let's take a look, he said, pulling the map from the long tube and unrolling it on the main table in the office, smoothing it out and using a mix of items close to hand to weigh the corners down. How old is this map? Jameson asked as he casually looked over it, his tiredness and conversation with Dolby the night before somewhat dampening his interest. Howell scanned the map and pointed at the label. 10 years now. If anything's been changed on the farm since then, this map will show it. They started to look at the map together, but Jameson was anxious to get back to Mills and hand over to the day shift team so he could get back to Jenny, regretting he'd ever started his own personal investigation, reprimanding himself for not having listened to Finch. As you can see, little has changed. A few alterations to the farmhouse and outbuildings, but very minor. Essentially, it's the same farm. He played along, glancing at his watch, until something caught his eye, making him suddenly tense. Slowly and deliberately, he pointed at a circular shape on the map of the farm. "What's that?" he asked, tentatively, suddenly afraid that he might actually be right about Dolby. Howell pondered, leaning in for a closer look. "Possibly a storage facility? A grain silo?" "Underground?" he asked, feeling almost sick with nervous excitement. Howell looked again. "Yes," he answered, sounding a little surprised. "How did you know?" "The other map," he said, rushing him, a dreadful sense of urgency surging through his mind and body. "The recent map. I need to see it." Howell turned to the wall where dozens of maps in tubes were pigeonholed. "It's here somewhere, but I'm sure nothing has changed." "There was no underground storage on the current map," Jameson told him, moving to the other maps in their holes, trying to find it himself. "I'm happy to check, but I'm sure there will be," Howell assured him, as he cast his more experienced eye over the other maps until he eventually pulled one from its hole. "Ah, here it is," he declared, and headed back to the table with his prize, shadowed every inch by Jameson. Howell unrolled it, holding it in place with his outstretched hands while they looked at it together. "It's not there," Jameson excitedly declared, stabbing the new nap with his finger where the silo should be, only now it had been replaced by a new symbol. "It's not there," he repeated, trying to understand what it could mean, if anything at all. "No," Howell agreed. It's been changed." "What does it mean?" he demanded, with an ever-increasing sense of fear, tapping the new symbol repeatedly with his finger. "What does this picture mean?" "It's the symbol for a copse," Howell answered, standing straight. "A small forest of trees, or thicket." Jameson also straightened as he closed his eyes to better help him visualize the farm. "Jesus Christ," he whispered, opening his eyes. "Jesus Christ. Millsy. I have to go," he insisted, and walked fast from the office without explaining himself. "Is there anything else I can help you with, Mr. Jameson?" Howell called after him. "Mr. Jameson?" But he just kept walking, cursing under his breath. "Fuck. Millsy." He pulled his phone from his belt as he virtually ran along the corridor and called Mills's number, holding it to his ear, muttering impatiently as he waited for her to answer. "Come on, Millsy. Answer your damn phone. Answer your damn phone." Mills sat in the kitchen, looking out of the window, with her mobile phone and pistol on the table within easy reach. Suddenly, her phone started ringing and vibrating, making her jump. She smiled at her own skittishness before leaning forwards to pick it up. She never heard Dolby walk up behind her, standing motionless, his face expressionless as he looked down on her. Just as she was about to pick up the phone, he quickly raised his hand, holding a small leather cosh, and brought it down hard onto the back of her head, knocking her unconscious to the floor. Her phone still ringing. He stood over her as he picked up her phone and checked the caller ID, smiling when he saw it was Jameson, before pressing the decline icon and slipping the phone into his pocket. He took the gun from the table and slipped it into his waistband before quickly turning and heading towards the door. O'Doherty rode his motorbike along the dirt road towards the farm, when suddenly he saw a car in the distance heading towards him. He quickly pulled off the track and tucked himself away in a small clearing in the bush to wait for the car to pass by. A few seconds later, the car sped past, but he was able to see that it was Dolby alone inside. For a while, he was confused and couldn't understand how Dolby was suddenly allowed to leave the farm without his close protection. but soon his experience of dealing with rapidly changing fluid situations kicked in, and he stopped trying to work out what was happening and pulled out from his hiding place to follow the car at a safe distance. He reminded himself that the best thing he could do was let things play out for a while, make sure it wasn't a police trap, and then put 2 9mm rounds in Dolby's chest and one in his head the first chance he had. Dolby arrived at the main road intersection at the end of the dirt road and turned right, heading towards Auckland. A few seconds later, O'Doherty also arrived at the junction, waiting a few seconds, using the dust cloud as cover, before pulling out and heading after Dolby, staying back as far as he could while still just about being able to see the car in the distance ahead. Minutes later, as he and Dolby headed towards Auckland, Jameson approached from the other direction, driving fast, reaching the dirt road after the dust had settled, leaving him no clue of the recent departure of the other vehicles. He bumped around inside the car as he drove too fast for the dirt road, driving one-handed, the other holding his mobile phone, cursing as Mills still didn't answer. "Fuck!" he shouted in the confines of the car. "Fuck!" He gave up and stuffed the phone into his pocket. A few seconds later, he skidded to a stop outside the farmhouse and immediately looked at the spot where Dolby's car was usually parked. "Shit," he said loudly as he realised Dolby was gone. As soon as the car came to a standstill, he leapt from it and started running towards the house without bothering to turn the engine off or close the door, shouting as he ran, "Millsy! Millsy!" he called out, but there was no sign of life. He reached the house and burst into the kitchen to find Mills lying on the floor, the back of her head matted in blood. He crouched next to her and tried to gently rouse her. "Millsy, Millsy," he said softly, until she finally started coming around and managed to speak quietly. "Someone jumped me," she explained, still sounding confused. "Came up behind me. I never heard them coming." "Just take it easy, Millsy," he told her. "I'll call an ambulance." "Dolby?" she asked, trying to get to her feet. "Where's Dolby?" "It was Dolby who jumped you," he answered as he stopped her from attempting to stand. "It was Dolby." "Dolby?" she asked, sounding weak, like she was about to pass out again. "Why?" "It's a long story," he told her, shaking his head. "Just try not to move." He stood and moved quickly around the room, grabbing a tea towel, rug, and cushion before going back to her side, covering her in the rug before wrapping the towel around her wounded head and resting it on the cushion. He cradled her face in his hand as he pulled his phone free with the other and called Finch, who answered almost immediately. "Reuben," Finch greeted him, sounding slightly guarded. "Harry," he replied, speaking with increasing urgency. "Listen, there's a problem at the farm. Millsy's been hurt." He took a breath. "Dolby's missing." "What?" Finch demanded, his guardedness turning to deep concern. "Jesus Christ, has he been hit?" "I don't think so," he answered, calm but alert and wired. "I think it was Dolby who jumped her." "What?" Finch said again. "Why the hell would Dolby jump Millsy?" "I think I'm right, Harry," he told him as he stood and walked towards the window as he talked. "About Dolby. I think I'm right." He looked out of the window and in the distance saw the copse from the survey map where the silo used to be, his heart racing at the thought of what he might be about to discover. "What the hell are you talking about?" Finch asked in a confusion. "The missing women," he explained, sounding detached and almost emotionless as he stared out at the copse. "He took them. I know he did." He sighed as he nodded his head slowly. "I know where they are, Harry." "How?" Finch asked. "How'd you know?" "Get an ambulance and back up to the farm for Millsy," he said, ignoring the question. "I have to check something out. I'll call you back." He hung up before Finch could argue, slowly walking towards the door and heading outside. He walked tentatively towards the copse, afraid of what he might find, until he found himself standing just in front of the trees, looking at the thick, thorny bushes that had grown around them. Nature's perfect design to keep unwanted, prying strangers away. He stepped into the copse and started pulling at the bushes, slowly at first, but then increasingly frantically as he fought his way into the trees, ignoring the cuts on his hands, arms and face, breathing more and more heavily as the sweat began to cover his skin in a thin sheen, until he literally tripped over something hidden under the weeds. He cursed as he pushed himself up on his knees, padding the weeds on the ground, until he found what looked like a giant lid, about 1 metre in diameter. He ripped the weeds and roots away to reveal the entrance to something underground. He gripped the handle on the lid and turned it, surprised at how easily it turned, as if it had been used recently, despite the surrounding vegetation. He took a steadying breath to brace himself as to what he might find, before heaving the lid upwards, struggling a little against its weight. As soon as it was open, the stale, putrid smell of decaying flesh rushed him and made him recoil, forcing him to cover his mouth and nose with his hand as he reared back away from the stench. "Fuck!" he said, before forcing himself forward, fully lifting the lid and letting it fall open. Again, he recoiled at the smell before peering over the top into the darkness. He pulled a mini maglite torch from his belt and shone it down the small shaft. He saw a ladder leading into the darkness. "Shit," he said, looking to the sky before steeling himself for what he had to do. He sat on the edge of the opening and hung his legs over the edge until his feet found the top rung of the ladder. Gingerly, he began to climb down, the torch clamped in his teeth, grimacing against the smell as he battled not to retch. He turned his head from side to side as he descended, trying to see danger before it would be too late, until finally he reached the bottom, where he took the torch in his hand and immediately drew his pistol with the other. He swept the light from his torch around the old bunker, bit by bit, illuminating a scene of complete horror that made him gag and turn away. It took him a few seconds before he was able to compose himself and turn his eyes back to the 3 almost mummified corpses hanging, chained to the wall. Each more decomposed than the other, all showing signs of extreme mutilation. Instruments of torture lay on a table in the middle of the room that was covered with old, dark bloodstains. More tools hung from the walls next to the bodies. Curved knives, hacksaws, long metal nails, hammers, amongst other things that were beyond his imagination as to how Dolby had used them to torture his victims. He suddenly doubled over, trying not to vomit, retching dryly for a few seconds before he managed to recover enough to continue his search, his torchlight falling on a pile of clothes and backpacks in a corner of the bunker. He walked cautiously towards them, his pistol and torch constantly sweeping the bunker for danger until he reached the items and began to search through them. He immediately began to find personal items. Passports, bank cards, amongst other things, the light from his torch illuminating the names of the owners. "Jesus Christ," he pleaded, as he read the names and looked at the photographs of the beautiful young women. He'd found Anna Sarfas and Sophia Martinez, along with another he'd known nothing about, Lena Halista. Her passport said she was Estonian. It took a moment to consider how his inquiries could have missed her. Perhaps she hadn't ever been reported as missing. He placed the items back into the backpacks and turned the lights back to the wall where the women now hung in chains. Jesus Christ, he said again, as the realization that he'd been right truly dawned on him. Dolby was indeed a serial killer who simply couldn't stop, one who'd learnt through age and experience, honing his twisted, sick skills to the point where he could kidnap, kill, and torture right under the noses of his watchers. His mind wandered to how long Dolby had kept them alive for, how long he'd tortured them for before finally releasing them from their misery and horror, when his previous thought made him freeze with terror. Dolby was indeed a serial killer who couldn't stop. "Shit," he said, as he bolted upright and scrambled for the wallet in his back pocket, pulling it free and opening it. The first thing he saw was a picture of Jenny, right next to his driving license, bearing his home address. The memory of his jacket hanging on the back of a chair in Dolby's kitchen when he'd gone outside to talk to Jack Neal suddenly thundered through his mind. He imagined Dolby moving fast and silent across the room, searching through his jacket until he found the wallet before opening it and seeing the photograph of Jenny. He imagined Dolby running his fingers over the picture before pulling out the driving license and checking the address. Within seconds, he returns the wallet and goes back to the window. "No!" he screamed into the darkness of the silo, the word reverberating from wall to wall. "No! Jenny! Jesus Christ! Jenny!" More memories of Dolby flashed in his mind. The conversation the night before when he told him the reason Anderson had picked the victim was because she was loved. Because killing someone who was loved made him feel like a god. Only now he knew Dolby had been talking about himself and not Anderson. "Jesus Christ, no. Please, no," he pleaded one last time before shaking off the shock and forcing himself to act. He stuffed the wallet back in his pocket and ran to the ladder, climbing impossibly fast until he reached the entrance to the bunker and scrambled out, getting to his feet and fighting his way through the branches and thorns. He ran across the field, blood from cuts mixing with his sweat as he tugged his mobile free and searched for Jenny's number and pressed the call icon. If he was lucky, Dolby wouldn't have reached his home yet, and there could still be time to warn Jenny, tell her to get out of the house and run to the nearest police station. His blood turned to ice when her mobile went to answer phone, as he imagined Dolby already inside his house, snatching the mobile from his daughter, before he remembered, with both relief and anguish, how he'd confiscated her phone as punishment for being suspended from school and locked it in his desk. "Damn it!" he cursed himself, before considering using one of the numerous other ways of contacting her through social media, but he knew that she did everything through her precious phone. Without it, she was virtually uncontactable. Quickly, he tried the last thing he could think of and called his home number. But, after several rings, it went to the answering service. He reassured himself that it didn't mean Dolby was already there, as Jenny never answered the home phone anyway, and even viewed it with a degree of suspicion. "Shit!" he cursed again, as he jogged towards the farmhouse and burst into the kitchen where Mills was still on the floor, although she looked to have recovered slightly. "Millsy," he said quietly but urgently as he crouched next to her. "You okay?" "Got a hell of a headache," she tried to smile. "Feel like an idiot." "You couldn't have seen it coming," he said, comforting her. "You did," she reminded him. "Maybe," he said, dismissing it, desperate to move on. "Millsy, listen, I think he's going after Jenny." "What?" she asked, sounding confused. "Why? Wait, he doesn't know where you live." "I fucked up, remember?" he reminded her. I left my jacket and my wallet alone in the kitchen with him a couple of days ago. I know he looked in it. It had my driving licence in it. He knows my address." "Why go after Jenny?" She shook her head. "It doesn't make sense to go after her." "Not now, Millsy," he answered. "I've got to go." "Call for backup before you go," she told him. "Patrols can be at your house in minutes." "I can't risk that," he insisted. "He has too much of a start on me. He could already be at my house. If he hears police approaching, he'll kill her without hesitating. I know he will. No, he knew I'd work it out. He wants me to come to him, wants me to see what he's going to do to her. Could be Jenny's only chance if I play along. It'll buy me time until I can work out some way to get the drop on him." "My gun and phone were on the table," she warned him. He glanced at the table, but there was nothing there. "He took them." "So now he's armed," she whispered. "Be careful, Reuben." "I will," he promised her, without meaning it. "I've got to go." "I know," she told him. "Help will be here soon," he assured her. "Just hold on." "Go," she insisted. He gave her a nod before springing to his feet and running from the farm. Chapter 53. London, several days ago. Harvey sat in a wheelchair in the pleasant garden of the hospice, wrapped in blankets that hid the morphine pump that automatically supplied and regulated the flow of the drug into his body to control the excruciating pain he would otherwise be feeling. A thin, transparent tube clipped to the philtrum of his nose, where it split in two, fed oxygen to both nostrils. But his breathing was still painfully laboured, and the frequent coughing bouts cut through the morphine and made him wince with pain. Yet, despite his worsening condition, he remained as vigilant and aware of his surroundings as ever, his eyes soon focusing on two men in suits being led towards him by a female nurse he'd come to know over the last few weeks. When they reached him, the nurse spoke first. "These men are from the police, Fraser," she said, introducing them. "They say they need to speak with you, but I really don't think you're well enough to talk." "It's all right, Fiona," he told her, weakly raising a hand to stop her protests. "I know who they are and what they want. It's fine." "Fine," she agreed, before looking towards a nearby bench. "I'll just be over there. If you want to be left alone, just look over and I'll come to the rescue. Okay?" "Thank you." He nodded as he watched her hesitate for a second before walking out of earshot to the old bench. "DS Fraser Harvey?" the taller, slimmer detective asked. "We both know you know who I am," he said, smiling. "Let's get on with it." The two detectives glanced at each other with knowing looks before turning their attentions back to Harvey. "I'm D.I. Knowles, and this is D.S. Atherton," the taller one explained. "We're from Professional Ethics and Standards. We'd like to ask you a few questions about Paul Anderson." Harvey looked around to make sure they weren't being overheard before replying. "Didn't you get the brief?" he asked in a wheezy voice. "You're not supposed to use that name anymore." "Doesn't matter too much anymore," Knowles told him. "Oh?" Harvey asked, looking away from them into the distance. "Why's that?" "Because he was found shot to death in some backwater in Canada a couple of days ago," Atherton joined in. "One in the head and two in the chest, all from close range." "A professional hit, then?" Harvey more stated than asked. "Very professional," Knowles confirmed. "The shooter came from nowhere and disappeared without trace. No witnesses, no forensics, other than the bullets, which the Canadian police have already confirmed appear to have come from an untraceable, unregistered firearm. Someone knew what they were doing. Apparently, Harvey shrugged. Well, thanks for letting me know. Can't tell you I'll be shedding too many tears over Paul Anderson.
It's not that simple, Atherton told him.
Really? Harvey asked. How so?
Because if this was someone looking for payback for what he did to Abigail Riley, Atherton explained, the question is, how did they find him, hidden in the arsehole of Canada?
Abigail Riley was 15 years ago, Harvey reminded them. Payback? After all this time? I don't think so.
What about her family? Knowles asked. It won't matter to them how long ago it was.
They don't have the means or the capacity to hit someone like this, Harvey said, dismissing it.
What about the brother? Atherton asked. He's got previous for violence.
Jimmy's a little wild, Harvey explained, but he's neither capable of carrying out or organising something like this.
You're barking up the wrong tree, detectives.
Maybe he found a way? Atherton continued. Spoken to him yet, have you? Harvey changed tack. Spoken to Abigail's mother?
No, Knowles admitted.
Thought we'd better speak to you first. Are you going to tell them Anderson is dead? Harvey asked.
The two detectives looked at each other before Knowles answered.
If we end up having to bring them in for questioning, then I suppose we'll have to tell them. They have a right to know, he insisted.
If we think they're involved in Anderson's murder, Atherton told him, they'll know soon enough.
And if not? Harvey asked.
If not, it's possible they won't be told, Knowles answered.
Nobody wants to open up old wounds.
He'll be cremated under his new name, his ashes scattered at the side of some road somewhere. The death certificate will say Peter Delph.
Fair enough, Harvey nodded.
Thing is, Atherton got back into it, not many people knew where to find him, and you are one of those people.
Shouldn't you caution me or something? Harvey smiled. Interview me at a police station?
We both know that's not possible, Knowles answered. And we both know you've got nothing to lose by telling us the truth.
You're never making it out of this place.
And I hear you lost your wife a few years back.
I'm sorry.
But truth is, you don't even have anyone to leave your pension to.
Better to die with a clear conscience. My conscience is just fine, he told them.
Last time I saw Anderson, I could tell it was only a matter of time before he fell back into criminal ways. He probably just pissed off the local heavies and got himself taken out. He had it coming.
Maybe, Knowles admitted. But we still have to speak with everyone who knew where he was. You speaking with the CPS who knew? Harvey questioned.
People at the Home Office and Foreign Office. The information could have come from anyone.
If indeed that's what happened, which I doubt.
We'll be speaking to everyone, Atherton told him, including your partner at the time of Abigail's murder.
Connie? Harvey tensed, making him cough violently for a few seconds.
You all right? Knowles asked, sympathetically.
No, he answered as he recovered his breath. I'm dying.
No one said anything for a few seconds before Harvey managed to continue.
Connie never knew where they were sent. I never told her, and she never asked. All the same, Atherton insisted. We'll need to speak to her. You'll be wasting your time, Harvey said, trying to dissuade them. Maybe, Atherton shrugged. But the thing that interests me about you is that you volunteered to help relocate them. You even carried out follow-up visits on Anderson, although not Dolby for some reason. New Zealand is too far away, Harvey replied. But why did you want to help them at all? Atherton asked, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. You worked hard to put these animals behind bars. It must have hurt when they got out after only, 12 years? 11 years, he corrected him. It was 11 years. So, why were you so keen to help them set up their safe new lives? Atherton demanded. I don't know, Harvey shrugged. I suppose I thought it might give me some sort of closure. A case like that can haunt you for the rest of your life. I thought seeing it through might prevent that. And did it? Knowles asked. No, Harvey answered. It didn't. I don't know. Atherton shook his head. That doesn't quite wash with me. Really? Harvey asked, sounding disinterested. Really? Atherton repeated. See, I think you volunteered so you would know exactly where they were, so that when the day came, a day like this, when you had nothing left to lose, you could give the information to someone who could use it to have Anderson hit. Maybe you already knew you were sick when you volunteered. Maybe you knew exactly what was going to happen. Well, Harvey smiled, taking a deep breath through his nose. I guess we'll never know, will we? Maybe not, Atherton agreed. But you don't strike me as the sort of man who'd want revenge. She wasn't your daughter. You'd dealt with plenty other murder cases and never went looking for revenge. So, if not revenge, what? Did Anderson know something that got him killed? Did he have some dirt on you or something? Was he threatening you? No, he shook his head. For the sake of argument, let me just tell you this. People who kill in the way Abigail was killed aren't your everyday killers, detectives. They're wired wrong. Wrong beyond our imagination. What's your point? Atherton hurried him. Dolby, Anderson, maybe both, Harvey explained. They were only one-time killers because they were young, careless, which meant we caught them before they could do it again. You can't say that for sure, Atherton argued. Worked many murder cases, have you? Harvey silenced him. No, didn't think so. Well, let me tell you, gentlemen, people like them are a mercifully rare breed. Doesn't matter where we put them or how much we monitor them, they'll find a way. They'll find a way to do it again. Believe me, it's all they live for. So that's why you volunteered to be part of the relocation team? Knowles said. To stop them doing it again? I've said enough, Harvey told them. I'm tired. Of course, Knowles agreed. We'll try not to bother you again. Appreciated, Harvey told them, before stopping them as they prepared to leave. Just one thing, he said. Dolby? Under protection in New Zealand is all we know, Knowles answered. I understand he's refused to go into full protective custody. They're having to guard him where he is. All information is being closely guarded. A farm, he told them. He'll be on his farm, where he believes he can control things. But none of us can control everything. Do you know something I need to know? Knowles asked. Is the same person who took care of Anderson going after Dolby? All my life, I played by the rules, he explained. But you don't stop someone like Dolby by sticking to the rules. He's the rarest of animals. He didn't kill because of some screwed-up childhood or mental illness. He was loved. He had a good family, and he was smart. Too damn smart. He killed Abigail because he just wanted to. He thought it was his right. Then, you never believed Anderson was guilty? Knowles asked. Oh, he was guilty, Harvey corrected him. He went along with it, and probably even enjoyed it. But I always thought it was Dolby who instigated it. Probably only took Anderson along so he would have someone to blame. Only I could never prove it. So I was happy to send them both down. But they got out, didn't they? Maybe this time none of us should worry about the rules. Then I can go to my grave knowing that he's in his and that there won't be any more Abigail Rileys. So, you do know something? Atherton insisted. Even if I did, he answered, it's too late now. But if you thought Dolby was the main offender, Knowles said, why did you go to see Anderson but never Dolby? I mean, the real reason. Harvey filled his damaged lungs as best he could, drawing in the oxygen through the thin plastic tubes. The truth, he repeated. Because I was afraid of him. I didn't want to be anywhere near him. Not in an environment he controlled. It was unnerving enough being close to him in a place I could control. But out in New Zealand, on a farm, he'd had time to make his own. The thought of it terrified me. Fear, Inspector, can be the greatest of all motivators. I didn't want to die a frightened man. You're involved in this, Atherton accused him. You're in it up to your neck. I'm just an ex-cop waiting to die, Harvey told him, managing a wry smile. Take my advice. Don't try too hard to find whoever it is maybe looking for Dolby. No more questions. I need to rest. Sure, Knowles agreed. But he knows exactly what's going on, Atherton argued. He's told us all we need to know, Knowles said, his eyes never leaving Harvey's. What? Atherton barked. Let's go, Knowles ordered, jutting his chin towards the car park. Thanks for your time, he told Harvey. Good luck. Take care, Inspector, Harvey wheezed, and try to leave the Rileys alone. They've been through enough. Chapter 54. Dolby walked along the small driveway heading towards Jameson's house, looking calm and collected, dressed in his smart clothes. As he drew ever nearer to the house, he allowed his mind to take him back to when he and Anderson led Abigail to the bunker in North London. His face twisted and contorted as he raped her while Anderson cowered in the background, crying. When he was finished, he demanded Anderson did the same, or he'd cut him. Reluctantly, Anderson began to do as he was told, while he stood behind him, smiling, the knife still in his hand. When it was all over, they both knelt next to the body as he rested one hand on Anderson's shoulder, the other holding the knife. Both were covered in blood, and Anderson was still sobbing. At first, he comforted him. But then he changed, his snarling face only inches from Anderson's. He could still remember the words he used as if it were only yesterday. "If you ever betray me, I'll kill you. Do you understand, Paul? I'll kill you. I swear I will." He knocked on the front door and stepped back to wait for an answer as his mind drifted back to more happy memories. A lone female hitchhiker walking along a deserted road, thumbing for a lift. His car slowing and drawing level with the hitcher. His delight at seeing she was pretty and petite, her accent betraying that she was probably from Eastern Europe. He wasn't interested in local girls or ones from Britain or Australia that would attract too much attention. Later, shortly before torturing her to death, he discovered her name was Anna. He wound the passenger window down. She leaned in through the window. "Hi," she'd said with a smile. "Where you heading?" he'd asked. "Auckland," she'd told him. "It's your lucky day," he remembered telling her, although it was the unluckiest day of her soon-to-end life. "Jump in." "Great," she'd beamed as she jumped into the car, totally unaware of the monster she'd just met. He stepped forward and again knocked on the door once more. A few seconds later, Jenny opened it. "Hi," she said, a little nervously, looking him up and down. He pulled his jacket to one side so she could see the police badge and gun attached to his belt. "Hi, Jenny, right?" he asked with a smile. She just nodded. "D.S. Granger. I'm a friend of your dad's. He's supposed to meet me here this morning." "My dad's not home yet," she told him, relaxing a little as she eyed the badge, opening the door wider. "I guess I'm a bit early," he explained, casually. "Maybe I could wait inside." She didn't immediately reply. "Or I could just wait in my car," he added quickly, turning slightly as if he was going to walk away. "No," Jenny suddenly stopped him. "You can wait inside. Dad won't be long." She stood aside and opened the door wide to let him in. "No," Dolby smiled as he entered the house. "I don't think he'll be very long at all." Jameson drove his unmarked car far too fast through increasingly heavy traffic, cursing at the other drivers for getting in his way, narrowly avoiding colliding with several cars as the light attached to the roof swirled and the siren screamed. He felt his mobile vibrating on his belt and managed to tug it free, struggling to steer with one hand as he glanced at the caller ID. It was Finch. "Shit," he cursed, wondering what he should do before tossing the phone onto the passenger seat and returning to concentrating on weaving through the cars ahead of him, the instinct to protect his daughter driving him on, the fear flooding his body with adrenaline. If Dolby wanted some sort of ritual face-off, then he'd give him what he wanted, but he already knew it wasn't going to end with him leading Dolby away in handcuffs. Only one of them was going to walk away. For Jenny's sake, it had to be him. Jenny and Dolby stood in the front room of the house, looking a little awkward. "Do you want to sit down?" she asked, more for something to say than anything. "I'm fine," he told her, as he began to pace around the room. "Can I get you something to drink?" she asked, trying to be polite. "No," he answered, without looking at her. "I'm good." There was an uncomfortable couple of seconds before she tried to engage him in conversation. "So, how long have you known my dad?" "Oh, a little while now," he replied, looking at the everyday items lying around the room with apparent interest. "You work with him a lot?" she asked as she watched him brush his hand across a small statue of a dolphin. "All the time," he answered with a smile. "You sound English," she told him. "That's because I am," he replied, heading towards the window. "Just like your dad." He calmly reached for the curtains and pulled them closed. "What the hell are you doing?" Jenny asked, looking and sounding concerned and confused. "Just for security," he reassured her, looking back over his shoulder. "Security for what?" she demanded. "You know, I'm a little surprised you're at home," he told her. "I thought for sure your dad would have called you." "Did he call you, Jenny?" I don't have my phone," she nervously explained. "Oh?" he replied. "I got into trouble at school," she told him, sounding increasingly unsure. "My dad took it away." "Really?" He chuckled unpleasantly. "You see, Jenny, some things are just meant to be." "I think maybe you should wait outside," she told him, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as she headed towards the door. But he suddenly moved across the room with frightening speed and grabbed her around the throat with one hand, squeezing hard as he pushed the gun into her face before she could react or even call out. "Keep quiet and do exactly as I say, or I'll kill you," he hissed into her face. "Understand?" She nodded, her eyes wide with terror. "Who are you?" she just about managed to ask through her strangulated throat, her words barely audible, but he was close enough to hear them. "Don't you know?" He smiled and laughed softly. "I'm the man your dad's been working so hard to keep alive." As soon as she realized who he was, she tried to pull away, but he just tightened his grip to the point where she could barely breathe and pulled her even closer. "Shush, shush," he said, mock comforting her. "Daddy will be along very soon." "Very soon." "But why don't we give him a call? Just to make sure. I think he'd like that. Very much." Jameson was still driving hard through the traffic when his mobile rang again. He grabbed it from the seat and checked the caller ID, expecting it to be Finch, but it was Mills's phone. He immediately knew who it had to be. He answered it cautiously. "Dolby?" "Detective Jameson," Dolby laughed slightly. "You have a very nice house. Very tasteful. Oh, and I have someone here who'd like to say hello. But she's a little tied up right now." "You touch her, and I'll fucking kill you," he said. "Tut, tut, tut, Detective," Dolby said, tauntingly. "You really shouldn't be so rude. What if your pretty little daughter was to hear? And she is, oh, so pretty. I'm going to enjoy spending some time alone with her." "I swear, Dolby," he snarled through gritted teeth, "I'll—" "Shut up and listen," Dolby said. "So, you worked out I'd come pay your pretty little daughter a visit. Then, I'm assuming you also worked out not to tell anyone? That I want you to come alone? More than 3 would be too much of a crowd. Don't you think?" "I'm alone," Jameson told him. "No one else knows." "Good," Dolby said. "Because if I so much as hear a siren, I'll cut her pretty little throat. But Not before I've done things to her. Understand?
I understand, he managed to reply, struggling to keep himself together.
Good, he said again.
Jameson took a deep breath. Listen, Michael, he began, trying a different tactic. Why don't you just let her go? It's over for you. I've found the others, Michael. I've found the silo.
Of course you did,
Dolby replied pleasantly, his old charming self again.
Eventually, I knew someone would. I'm glad it was you.
There was a moment of silence.
I respect you. Not like all those other fools with their fumbling questions and false pleasantries. You've always been honest and open with me. I appreciate that.
Then let her go, he encouraged him, sensing hope.
I can't do that,
Dolby insisted, sounding almost sad.
I wish I could, but I can't.
It'd go better for you if you let her go, he said, trying to persuade him, shouting above the car's screaming engine as he drove even faster through the Auckland traffic.
You understand so much and so little,
Dolby sighed, before letting out a small laugh.
Getting caught is inevitable. I've always known that. Ever since the first time I understood that. But it was worth it. It was all worth it. The years locked in prison were all worth it, because I had my memories. Memories like you wouldn't believe. I felt like a god. 11 years of my life to feel like that. It was a small price to pay.
Jameson heard him release a long, slow breath.
And that was only one life. One loved life. But now I have so many to dream about. Enough for a lifetime. It doesn't matter what dark hole they lock me in. They can't take away my memories. They can't take away the wonder of what I've done, of what I've become.
Don't do this, Michael, he pleaded, as he felt whatever humanity Dolby had slipping away forever.
Come alone, and maybe I'll let her live,
Dolby demanded, his voice cold and mechanical again.
Maybe.
He hung up before Jameson could reply. He suddenly felt dazed and confused by the awful reality of what was happening. So much so, he didn't see a junction approaching and drove straight into it without giving way, colliding heavily with one car that then knocked him into the opposite lane and into another car, sending him spinning to the side of the road. His car a broken, steaming mess. There was a complete stillness and silence for a few seconds, until he slowly managed to open his door. A few seconds later, he used all his will to throw his legs out and onto the tarmac before unsteadily hauling himself from the car. He staggered from the wreckage, shaking his head clear as he started to walk away, before one of the drivers from one of the other cars in the accident tried to stop him. "You all right?" the man asked. "I'm fine," he lied, wiping the blood from a deep cut on his brow from his eyes as he walked unsteadily, pain from other injuries beginning to register. "You can't just walk away, mate," the man argued. "We need to report this to the police." He pushed him away and pulled back his jacket so everyone could see his police ID and his pistol. "I am the police," he told the man. "Get out of my way." The man backed away and let him on his way as he half staggered, half jogged
off along the street, holding his injured left arm and blinking the blood from his eyes. Despite the pain, he pulled his jacket off as it was beginning to overheat him, while also obstructing his ability to draw his pistol quickly if he had to, and he was sure he would. He tossed his jacket onto the ground and continued to half-run unsteadily along the road towards his home, his daughter, and his final face-to-face confrontation with Dolby. Dolby crouched next to Jenny, who still lay bound and gagged on the sofa. He holstered the pistol and swapped it for a small but deadly-looking lock knife, the type used by fishermen to fillet their catch. He held it close to Jenny's face while he stroked her hair and spoke softly into her ear. "No time to wait for your daddy," he told her. "I think we'd better start without him. Don't you?" She started wriggling and bucking, trying to scream through the tape plastered over her mouth, but he grabbed her hard around the throat and pinned her to the sofa. The more you struggle, the more this will hurt." He took a breath to compose himself. "Tell me, Jenny, does your father love you? Are you loved, Jenny?" Through her tears, she managed to nod her head slowly. Dolby closed his eyes and smiled with relief, speaking softly and intently. "Good. Good," he whispered. "It's very important to me that you're loved." She again tried to push him away, but it only made him angry. "I told you not to fight me, Jenny," he warned her as he started to tear at her shirt, his eyes wide and reddened with rage and lust. "You're only making it worse for yourself." She ignored his warnings and continued to struggle frantically, trying to call out, but he kept her pinned to the sofa as he fumbled to undo his trousers, before the calm voice of a man he didn't recognize. "Michael Dolby?" the soft Irish voice said. Dolby's eyes darted from side to side before he slowly turned his head towards the door, confusion spreading across his face as he saw a man he'd never seen before in his life, standing in the doorway with a silenced pistol in his hand. "I have a message for you, from James Riley," O'Doherty told him. Dolby's eyes fired wide open with realization at who the man must be and why he was there. He knew there would be no point asking for mercy, just as Abigail and the others had wasted their time when they'd begged him for the same. He only had one chance of surviving. A split second later, he made a desperate attempt to draw the holstered pistol, but it was hopeless. O'Doherty was too fast and efficient. His pistol puffed quietly twice, sending 2 9mm bullets thudding into Dolby's chest. He dropped his own pistol and fell to the ground on his back from his crouched position, his shaking hands slowly rising to his chest as the blood poured out. He coughed blood as his lungs began to fill with fluid. As the life drained from him, he managed to raise his head a little and look at the man who'd just given him a death sentence, wheezing as he tried to speak, but the holes in his lungs made it impossible. O'Doherty slowly crossed the room and pointed his gun at the stricken Dolby before turning towards Jenny. "You should look away now," he told her, giving her a second to bury her face in a cushion. He levelled the pistol at Dolby's face, who lifted his hands in front of him in a vain effort to shield himself from death, as the gun puffed once, the bullet taking one of his fingers off on its way into his forehead. His head and arms fell heavily to the floor, his entire body going rigid before twitching uncontrollably until another puff from O'Doherty's weapon put a bullet through his brain, entering through his right eye. O'Doherty pulled a flick knife from his jacket pocket, released the blade, and used it to cut the tape from Jenny's wrists while her head was still buried in the cushion. She realised her hands were free and used them to rip the masking tape from her mouth and look at the man who'd saved her, scrambling away from him, still terrified and in shock. The sight of Dolby's body taking the last of her breath away. After a few seconds of puffing and panting, her eyes never leaving O'Doherty, she managed to speak. "Who are you?" she asked him in a faltering voice. He just looked at her, saying nothing, expressionless, before turning and heading to the doorway, taking the silencer off his pistol as he walked and tucking the gun into the back of his waistband. When he had a chance, he'd clean it of prints, dismantle it, and toss it into the Pacific Ocean on his way to Wellington. Jameson stumbled a little from side to side as he ran the last few metres along the street where he lived, suffering the effects of shock from his injuries, until he reached his driveway. He stopped, warily looking the house over, where he believed Dolby waited inside with his daughter, ready to spring whatever trap he'd prepared. Slowly, he reached for his holstered pistol. As his hand rested on the gun, the front door suddenly opened, and a man he'd never seen before stepped out, before immediately freezing when he saw him standing, bloodied and battered, at the end of the drive. He smiled slightly, while Jameson frowned in confusion, tensing as he heard the sound of sirens approaching in the background. The man appeared to have heard the sirens too, as the smile slipped from his face and his eyes narrowed. In that moment, he knew who the man was and what it meant. Without waiting another heartbeat, he reached for the pistol in his holster as the man went for something concealed behind his back. They both drew their weapons together and took aim at each other. A matter of seconds felt like an eternity as the air was filled with the sound of several shots, rapid and close together, until everything suddenly went silent as the man stopped firing. Jameson also ceased fire, but remained in a crouched shooting position, his pistol pointing at the man's chest. The man stood dead still, the gun still in his hand, as he looked down at his chest and the growing patch of crimson spreading on his shirt over his heart. He clutched at the wound with his hand, but it was no good as the blood kept coming. He dropped to his knees, the pistol falling from his hand as he looked up at Jameson and smiled slightly, before toppling forward, face first on the ground, just as Jenny appeared in the front doorway. She looked at O'Doherty dead on the ground before running past him and into the arms of her father as he remained crouched on the ground, pistol still in his hand, as they held each other tighter than they ever had before. It was a long time before either of them spoke. "The man who came to the house?" he asked in an urgent whisper as he remembered Dolby still hadn't been accounted for. "Inside," she told him through her tears. "He's dead." "It's okay, Jenny," he reassured her, holding her even tighter. "Everything's going to be okay." Jenny looked over her shoulder at O'Doherty's body. "Do you know him?" she asked. "Shh, shh," he said, comforting her, shaking his head. "No, I don't know him, but I think I know who he was." "What do you mean?" she asked, turning away from O'Doherty. "I don't understand." "Shh," he said, trying to quieten her again. "It doesn't matter now. It's over now. It's done." He looked behind him as the sound of sirens engulfed them to see Finch amongst other detectives and uniformed officers walking towards them, until Finch put his arms out to stop them when he saw O'Doherty's body on the ground. Jameson gave him a single nod that was enough to let him know that whatever had happened was over now. He returned all his attention back to what was most precious to him in the world, although he couldn't help but think of Dolby as a million thoughts raced through his mind. Had Dolby planned this to happen the moment he discovered he had a daughter, patiently chipping away at his instinct to never turn his back on him even for a second? Or had he simply taken the opportunity once he'd made the mistake of leaving Dolby alone with his jacket and his wallet? Truth was, the only thing he was really sure of was that he prayed he would never meet anyone like him ever again. But if he did, he knew what he would do. Chapter 55. Jimmy Riley and his Uncle Eamon sat in his small, over-furnished living room back in Belfast, sipping from mugs of tea. They'd shared small talk until Rafferty felt comfortable enough to get down to more sensitive business. "Sorry to have to drag you all the way over here, Jimmy," he said, "but this wasn't something that could be discussed over the phone." "I understand," Jimmy assured him. Rafferty sighed long and deeply before continuing. "The job our mutual friend took on has been completed. The contract has been fulfilled." Jimmy suddenly looked very pale before taking a deep breath to right himself. "You all right, son?" Rafferty asked. "Yeah," he answered. "Just didn't expect it to feel like this." "And how does it feel?" Rafferty gently asked. I just feel sick," he told him. "Like I'm dreaming." "Not an easy thing to be involved in," Rafferty explained, "even if it's done on your behalf, not by yourself." Jimmy just nodded his head slowly. "Take my advice, Jimmy," Rafferty went on. "Go home and forget this thing ever happened. Put it behind you and never speak of it again. You can still have a life. No need to tell your mother any of what's happened." Again, he nodded slowly before remembering something. "What about the money?" he asked. "I still owe half." "No further payment will be necessary," Rafferty told him. I don't understand," Jimmy replied. "I'm afraid our friend won't be coming back," Rafferty informed him. "Ever. Something happened. We won't be seeing him again. No one will." What happened?" Jimmy innocently cried. "You don't need to know," Rafferty insisted, his expression telling Jimmy to drop it. "Just keep your money and go home." He nodded, placed his mug on the table, and stood to leave. "Thanks," he told his uncle. "Thanks for everything." "Don't thank me, son," Rafferty told him with an ice-cold look. "Just go home, and like I said, forget any of this ever happened." Jimmy walked along an anonymous corridor in University College Hospital, London, until he reached the department signed Oncology. He paused outside before entering, where he was immediately stopped by a male nurse. "Can I help you?" the nurse asked. "I'm here to see Detective Sergeant Harvey," he replied. "D.S. Harvey?" The nurse raised his eyebrows, apparently surprised by Harvey's previous life as a detective. "You mean Fraser Harvey?" "Yeah," he nodded. "Sorry." The nurse looked him up and down. It's not visiting hours, you know. I know, he acknowledged, but I think he'd really like to see me. The nurse thought for a second before agreeing. OK, but be quick, he insisted. He can't talk for long. Down the end, Ward 3, bed number 4. Thank you, he told him, before walking slowly through the unit until he reached the ward and entered. He scanned the patients until he saw Harvey lying in the bed with an oxygen mask on, looking thin and pale. He crossed the room and sat close to him. His eyes flickered open and then widened as he recognized him. He unsteadily removed the mask and spoke in a very quiet voice. Jimmy Riley, he whispered. How did you find me? Social media, Jimmy shrugged. Harvey managed a faint smile as he nodded slowly. Just thought you'd want to know, Jimmy told him. It's over. Both of them. Harvey's eyes widened again. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, without trying to sound too convincing. I think you do, Jimmy whispered. Worked it out, did you? Harvey smiled as he wheezed. I always thought it was you, Jimmy told him, leaning in close so only Harvey could hear. Once I found out about your cancer, I was sure. He leaned away and spoke normally. How long do you have? Days, Harvey answered with a resigned expression. Maybe a week or 2. Nothing to lose, eh? Jimmy said. Something like that, he answered weakly as his body seemed to shrink. You don't have to worry about anything, Jimmy promised him. No one will ever know. Harvey managed to nod his head. By the way, Jimmy told him, you were right about Dolby. I know, Harvey whispered, as his head sank deeper into the pillow and his eyes closed, his entire body relaxing. Jimmy reached out and patted him on the back of his hand before standing and walking towards the rest of his life. The end. This recording of The Killing Boys by Luke Delaney, read to you by Chris Dyer, was presented by Gentis. Text copyright 2021 by Luke Delaney. Sound recording copyright 2021 by Gentis. Thank you for listening.